All right, so without any further ado, let's go ahead and start. So the author says, rahimahullah, that is the explainer, which is the Shaykh, rahimahullah ta'ala. He says, in citing Abu Shuja, the author of the text, because he really did say Kitabul Salah. Abu Shuja, he did indeed say Kitabul Salah. But underneath of that, he has titles that are his own titles. And so he says, rahimahullah ta'ala, Kitabul Salah. As-salatu lughatan hiya du'a. Salat, linguistically, is supplication. So he didn't say more here. Some of them say supplication for goodness. وشرعا أقوال وأفعال مفتتحة بالتكبير مختتمة بالتسليم غالبا. And legally, it is sayings and actions commenced with a takbir and sealed with a taslim, usually. So the explainer put usually into the definition. Sometimes they leave out ghaliban from the definition, and it's still going to be okay definition. وفرضت الصلوات الخمس قبل الهجرة ليلة الإسراء. And the 5 prayers were made obligatory before the migration. On the night of Al-Isra, 2 years before, 2 years before the migration. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, الصلاة المفروضة خمس. There are 5 obligatory prayers, but it says here in this copy, section. Let me look at a copy here real quick, just see if that's there. Kitabu Salah, as-salatu al-mafrudatu khams. No word of fasl. So I don't know if we used a copy that has that, or if this just got put there by mistake. As-salatu al-mafrudatu khams. There are 5 obligatory prayers. Well, you can notice here in the Arabic that the word salat is singular, so it's like it's saying the obligatory prayer is 5. Ash-sharhu, the explanation. As-salatu fardun bil-kitabi was-sunnati wal-ijma'. The prayer is obligatory by the book and the prophetic way and the consensus. وَهِيَ مَعْلُومَةٌ مِنَ الدِّينِ بِالضَّرُورَةِ. And it is known in the religion by necessity. You should know what that means, known in the religion by necessity. If you have notes, then maybe that's in your notes somewhere. It should be written down for you. If you can't say it, what it means, then you need to obtain that. فمن جحد وجوب 5 صلوات في اليوم والليلة فقد كفر. So anyone who denies the obligation of the 5 prayers throughout the day and the night has blasphemed. And this word jahada that I translated as denied, it means to deny with knowledge. Al-inkaru ma'al ilm, that's what it means in Arabic language. And that's the rule here. Because this is a case that is known in the religion by necessity. So it means it's assumed that he knows it. It's assumed that he knows it. There's just 5 prayers. So when he says, there's not 5 prayers, when we say that's blasphemy, you need to take your shahada. Somebody might say, what's your case? Are you a new Muslim? Or something like that. Did you hear? I'm going to say to him, that's blasphemy. You need to say your shahada. Because that's the rule. Denying what's known in the religion by necessity is blasphemy, unless you are a new Muslim or like a new Muslim. فَمَنْ جَحَدَ وُجُوبَ 5 صَلَوَاتٍ فِي الْيَوْمِ وَاللَّيْلَةِ فَقَدْ كَفَرَ. So anyone who denies with knowledge the obligation of 5 prayers throughout the day and the night has blasphemed. أَمَّا الْكِتَابُ فَكَقَوْلِهِ تَعَالَى. As for the book, it's like, meaning amongst. This saying is one amongst others that the Exalted One said, إِنَّ الصَّلَاةَ كَانَتْ عَلَى الْمُؤْمِنِينَ كِتَابًا مَوْقُوتًا. Indeed, the prayer has been made on the believers a timed ordinance. Kitab and mawquta. A kitab here doesn't mean a book. Rather means maktub, means something ordained, written. Something written with the meaning of ordained, prescribed. Prescribed. Kitab here is a prescription. Timed, mawquta, a timed prescription. Indeed, the prayer has been made on the believers a timed prescription. وَأَمَّا السُّنَّةُ فَكَقَوْلِهِ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وَسَلَّمَ. And as for the prophetic way, that's like the Prophet's saying, صلى الله عليه وسلم, خَمْسُ صَلَوَاتٍ كَتَبَهُنَّ اللَّهُ عَلَى الْعِبَادِ من جاء بهن بتمامهن كان له عند الله عهد أن يدخله الجنة. 5 prayers God ordained on the slaves. Anyone who performed them completely has a covenant with God to admit him into the garden. فَلَيْسَ عَلَى الْإِنسَانِ إِلَّا الصَّلَوَاتُ الْخَمْسِ. So there is nothing obligatory on the human but the 5 prayers. الصبح والظهر والعصر والمغرب والعشاء. There the Shaykh took the time to spell them out for you. Dawn prayer, noon prayer, afternoon prayer, sunset prayer, and night prayer. والمجموع 17 ركعة. And the total is 17 rak'ats. Yani 17 bowings. No, to translate rak'at. Rak'at is the bow. Yani rak'ah is the ruku', but means the whole rak'at though. Means ruku'. Like sajda means sujud. Rak'ah is ruku'. Like sajda is sujud. The whole cycle is named after the ruku'. We usually translate rak'ah as cycle or unit or something like that. So it's like to say Maghrib prayer has 3 bowings, Asr prayer has 4 bowings, Fajr prayer has 2 bowings, 2 rak'ats. وَعَنْهَا يُسْأَلُ يَوْمَ الْقِيَامَةِ. And about them there is questioning. About them there is interrogation on standing day. وَمَنْ فَاتَهُ صَلَاةٌ وَاجِبَةٌ وَجَبَ عَلَيْهِ قَضَاؤُهَا. And anyone who missed an obligatory prayer, then it is obligatory on him to make it up. سواء تركها بعذر أو بغير عذر, whether he left it out with an excuse or without an excuse. And it's not going to get dropped from you. How would you actually get a prayer dropped from you altogether? Like you started menstruating, or you lost your mind, went crazy. Not sleep though, not forgetting. بعض الوهابية يقولون الذي فاتته الصلاة نسيانا يجب عليه القضاء. Some Wahhabis, they say anyone who missed the prayer forgetfully is obligated to make it up. والذي فاتته عمدا لا يجب عليه القضاء. And the one who missed it on purpose, the one who neglected it, it's not obligatory on him to make it up. That's what they say. I heard that. It's one of the strangest things. Yani, I don't know how a person can accept the reasoning, even like the idea. I don't see how. يقال لهم, it is said to them, إذا كانت تجب على الناس والنائم. If it's obligatory on somebody who forgot or somebody who was asleep. لقوله صلى الله عليه وسلم من نام عن صلاة أو نسيها فليصلها إذا ذكرها. Whoever slept, yani whoever slept past a prayer or forgot it or forgot one, then let him make it up when he remembers it. So this is about the sleeping one and the forgetful one. If the sleeping one and the forgetful one have to make it up, al-hadith, until the end of that hadith, وَهُمَا مَعْذُورَانِ, and they are excused, فَكَيْفَ لَا تَجِبُ عَلَى الْمُتَعَمِّدِ وَهُوَ غَيْرُ مَعْذُورٍ. How would it then not be obligatory on someone who deliberately neglected it and he's not excused? بل هو أولى بالوجوب. In fact, he is more deserving to be obligated. ثم أليس من نسي الصيام أو تركه عمدا يجب عليه القضاء. And furthermore, isn't it true that if someone forgot to fast or he deliberately didn't fast, that it would be obligatory on him to make it up? فكيف لا تكون الصلاة مثل الصيام. So how would the prayer not be like fasting? فإن قالوا إن هذا منصوص عليه وذاك غير منصوص عليه. If they were to say, well, this case is documented and that case is not documented. Yani, the case that's mentioned in the hadith is documented. It's there in the hadith. And the case we are talking about is not in the hadith. So there's a difference here. So if that's his answer, قيل لهم أنتم ألغيتم القياس الأولوي. It would be said to them, if this is the way you want to go, then you are actually nullifying or turning off a type of legal comparison. Yani, there's a type of legal comparison that you don't know about, it appears. Yani, you're definitely wrong and you're contradicting the religion. Let us tell you the mistake you're making. You are disregarding a type of legal comparison called al-qiyas al-awlawi, which means yani, what uh, giving something the judgment because it should more so be the case. Giving something the judgment because it should more so be the case. Something came in the religion, in the religious text, some case. Then there's an issue that's not mentioned in the religious text. And that issue is actually more severe than what's in the religious text. So when we knew the judgment of what's in the religious text, and we know for sure this one also would have that same rule. فَمَثَلُكُمْ كَمَثَلِ مَنْ يَقُولُ. And so your case is like the case of someone who says, لا يحرم ضرب الأب. It's not haram to beat your father. بل يحرم التأفيف. It would only be haram to suck your teeth at him. لأن التأفيف منصوص عليه. Because sucking your teeth at him has religious documents, but beating him doesn't have religious document. وأنتم لا تقولون بذلك, but you don't say that, so don't say that. I think that's clear. You can ask if you want. It says here, if a person were sleeping through one or more prayers without the intention of doing it to skip, but because, for example, he works at nights, is it allowed or is he obligated to wake up to a prayer after a specific amount of prayer times skipped? The case of the sleeping person is that he is not accountable. He has zero accountability. So what you can do, what any person can do, is just say, when I fall asleep, I'm not accountable. When I wake up, I'm accountable. Don't worry. Don't even think past there. You'll be safe. If you want to follow up, though, go ahead and follow up if that answer doesn't suffice you. آمين وفيك. ويدل على أوقات الصلوات الخمسة قوله تعالى. And what proves the times of the five prayers is the saying of the Exalted One, which is this ayah, فَسُبْحَانَ اللَّهِ حِينَ تُمْسُونَ وَحِينَ تُصْبِحُونَ وَلَهُ الْحَمْدُ فِي السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ وَعَشِيًّا وَحِينَ تُظْهِرُونَ. That ayah is Surah Rum, the Romans. Ayah 18. It means Far from imperfection is Allah. When you enter into the night and when you enter into the dawn, and praise is His throughout heavens and earth, and in the late afternoon, and when you enter into the noon. Yani, I could say evening. Yani, the translation could sound better if I use the word evening here, but it means before Maghrib. And the praise is His throughout heavens and earth, and in the evening, and when you enter into the noon. Because in English, you might say good evening, for example, still Asr time, or after Maghrib. Yeah, from what I understand, I didn't look, but from what I understand, evening covers Asr, Maghrib, and Isha. And I think evening covers all night. And just the context is going to make a person understand. فَحِينَ تُمْسُونَ صَلَاةُ الْمَغْرِبِ وَالْعِشَاءِ. So when you enter into the night refers to sunset and nightfall prayers. فَإِنَّ كِلْتَيْهِمَا فِي أَوَّلِ اللَّيْلِ. For indeed, both of them are at the beginning of the night. Now, first time I actually paid attention there. Now I'm translating for you this. Both of them are at the beginning of the night. Yani understood the ayah means in the night. Hina tumsun, in the night. When you enter into the night. The Shaykh says they are both in the beginning of the night. That's true because you're going to enter into the night in the beginning of the night. Subhanallah wa bihamdi. وهو المساء لكنهما لا يشتركان في وقت واحد. But they don't share one time. بل المغرب أول الليل حقيقة. Rather, Maghrib sunset prayer is the beginning of the night literally. والعشاء وقتها يلي أول الليل. And the Isha, its time follows. Yani comes right after the beginning of the night. Yani it's still early when Isha comes in. The night is still early. Here it said in the beginning of the night, we could put the word early. فَإِنَّ كِلْتَيْهِمَا فِي أَوَّلِ اللَّيْلِ. Because both of those prayers are in the early night. Just the Isha goes further into the depth of the night. So, indeed, sunset prayer is the beginning of the night, literally. And nightfall prayer, its time follows the beginning of the night. وهو ما بعد ساعة وثلث من الغروب تقريبا في أكثر البلاد أو كثير منها. And that sunset prayer time lasts about an hour and 20 minutes. An hour 20. It lasts about an hour and 20 approximately. In most lands, or in many of them. Hour and 20, he says an hour and a third. An hour and a third. How many 20s do you get in 1 hour? 3 of them. So an hour and 20. وعشية, and evening, what I'm translating here is evening. أي العصر, meaning the afternoon. وحين تظهرون, and when you enter into the noon, الظهر, that's the Dhuhr prayer. وحين تصبحون, and when you enter into the dawn, that's the dawn prayer. فهذه الآية رد على هؤلاء الذين يجعلون الأوقات ثلاثة. And so this verse is a refutation for those who make the times only 3. Who are those? Those are the hadith deniers. Hadith deniers say there's only 3 prayers. And that includes the Shiites, who are hadith deniers. Yani, you're going to give a person this ayah. So if he says, well, where's the names of the prayers in there? You say to him, these times are not mentioned for no reason. It seems maybe you lack comprehension. قال المؤلف رحمه الله الظهر وأول وقتها زوال الشمس. The author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, Dhuhr, noon prayer, the beginning of its time is the declination of the sun. Okay. The beginning of its time is the declination of the sun. That's called zawal. Zawal. Yes. As opposed to istiwa. The istiwa is the actual zenith. Istiwa, the actual zenith. Zawal is the sun tilting out of its zenith into the west. الشرح وقت الظهر الذي لا يجوز إيقاعها قبله هو زوال الشمس. The explanation is that Dhuhr time, that which it is not permissible to put that Dhuhr prayer or perform it before this time comes in, it is sun's declination, first declination. It is the first declination of the sun. A meiluha, meaning it's tilting. An wasati sama, tilting out of the center of the sky. Ila jihati al-maghrib, towards the direction of sunset, yani into the west. فهذه علامة دخول وقت الظهر. So this is the sign of the entrance of the time of Dhuhr. قال تعالى, the exalted one said, أقم الصلاة لدلوك الشمس. الآية أي ميلها. The exalted one said in Surah Al-Isra, perform the prayer for the sun's tilting, or at. Perform the prayer at the sun's tilting. عن وسط السماء, from the middle of the sky. ولحديث مسلم في صحيحه من حديث عبد الله بن عمرو مرفوعا. And also proven by the hadith of Muslim in his authentic book from the hadith of Abdullah ibn Amr, elevated up to the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa ala alihi wa sallam, waqtu dhuhri idha zalati shams. That the Prophet said alayhi salatu wasalam, the time of dhuhr is when the sun tilts. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, وآخره إذا صار ظل كل شيء مثله بعد ظل الزوال. الشرح, he says, the author says, its end is when the shadow of, it says everything, let's say anything, and we could even say is when anything's shadow is. So similar in length to what casts that shadow. So now I'm going to reduce that. Let's say it like Abu Shuja said it here. Its end is when anything's shadow is like it. Unless you tell me that's not clear enough. Its end is when anything's shadow is like it. Yani, it is like the thing itself. You can put that. Its end is when anything's shadow is like that thing itself. I think that's fine. In length, the meaning is in length. So if we wanted, we could say is here, like as long as, is as long as. Like here means as long as. Let's leave it as like, so it can be closer to Abu Shuja's words. So وآخره إذا صار ظل كل شيء مثله. Its end is when anything's shadow is like that thing itself. بعد ظل الزوال says in addition to, no, after the zenith shadow. Dhuhr prayer, the beginning of its time is the declination of the sun, and its end is when anything's shadow is like that thing itself, after the zenith shadow. What does after the zenith shadow means? Means on top of the zenith shadow. Let's see. I hope a nice detail will come clear for you. If you are a person who understands the prayer times well, then I hope a nice detail will come clear for you if it wasn't clear for you. Let's see what Sheikh has here though. So, this is where we are. And its end is when anything's shadow is like that thing itself, after the zenith shadow. الشرح, the explanation. يستمر وقت الظهر إلى أن يصير ظل الشيء مثله بعد ظل الاستواء. The time of Dhuhr, يستمر, continues until a thing's shadow, meaning anything's shadow, is like it, meaning in length, is as long as it, after the zenith shadow. After the zenith shadow. What's this detail I would like for you to understand? Perhaps what you understand from how Dhuhr time comes in, Bismillah, is that Dhuhr time comes in, goes out, goes out. Perhaps what you understand from how Dhuhr time goes out is that Dhuhr time goes out when the shadow of anything is as long as the thing. Plus, add to that, add to it. So we say add to it right here means also with part of the calculation is whatever zenith shadow was there. Maybe that's how you understand it. But what Abu Shuja is saying is Dhuhr time goes out when a shadow is as long as the thing that casts it. This is what he's saying. But when you start counting the shadow, when do you start counting the shadow? From the zenith shadow. From the zenith shadow. What he's saying is really not adding the zenith shadow. In a way, you could say it that way. In a way, he's saying it's not we're adding the zenith shadow to the shadow. Rather, we're starting at where the zenith shadow ended. That's what he's saying. If you start from where the zenith shadow ended, how long was the shadow at zenith? That long. If you start from there, that end there, then when the shadow gets as long as the object, Dhuhr is out. This is what he's saying. And what proves that this is what he is saying, Yani, this is correct, is that what if there wasn't a zenith shadow? What if there wasn't a zenith shadow? There was zero zenith shadow, which is possible. Then, when will Dhuhr go out? When the shadow is as long as the object. Period. If there were not a zenith shadow to start from, then when Dhuhr is going to go out? When the shadow is as long as the object, period. You said, in other words, can be said, Dhuhr begins when the shadow of a thing cannot get shorter. After that. Dhuhr begins right after that. When the shadow of a thing cannot get shorter, let's say that's the ultimate, as short as it can get, that's the last moment before Dhuhr. Then as soon as that shadow gets a little bit longer, Dhuhr started. Because that means that the sun tilted. Barakallahu feekum. Great. Tayyib, I hope that's clear for you. You can follow up if you want to. So the explainer says, فَيَنْتَهِي وَقْتُ الظُّهْرِ وَيَبْدَأُ وَقْتُ الْعَصْرِ. Then the Dhuhr time will end and Asr time will start. الشمس حين تكون في وسط السماء وهي حالة الاستواء. And so the sun, when it is in the center of the sky, which is zenith, يبقى للشاخص ظل في أغلب البلاد. There remains for a prop. I think a shakhs is a prop, maybe. Oh, I don't know. Shakhs means the thing that stands upright and casts a shadow. What stands upright and casts a shadow. So you could be the shakhs yourself. Or anything else. Because the rule is, like we read here, the shadow of anything. Anything's shadow. So anything that's casting the shadow, it is the prop. So maybe that's what I'll call it for now. So, وَهِيَ حَالَةُ الْإِسْتِوَاءِ. When the sun is in the middle of the sky, that's zenith. At that time, يَبْقَى لِلشَّاخِصِ ظِلٌّ فِي أَغْلَبِ الْبِلَادِ. At that time, there would remain for a prop a shadow. There would remain a shadow. There would still be some remnant of a shadow for a prop in most lands. ويختلف مقداره باختلاف الفصول والأمكنة. And the measure of this remnant, this remaining shadow, its measure, meaning its length, varies depending on the seasons and the places. Yes. Yani, in the summertime, the shadow will be shorter. In the wintertime, the shadow will be longer. And in different places, they have their different lengths. فإن كان ظل الشاخص عند الزوال شبرا واحدا. So, had a prop's shadow at zenith been a handspan, فحينما يصير الظل مثله ومعه ذلك الشبر, then when the shadow becomes as long as the prop itself, with, so here he says with, so when you say with, makes you understand that you're adding that to the length. With that handspan, then يدخل وقت العصر, that's when Asr time comes in. So the use of the preposition is going to make you understand one way or the other. Dhuhr time ends when the shadow of an object, of a prop, is as long as that prop after the zenith shadow. Or Dhuhr time ends when the shadow of a prop is as long as that prop, including the zenith shadow. So, but if you want to understand it well, say, if you want, after. But maybe someone, if you try to teach it to him, he won't understand what you are saying. And you might need to say, including. And again, what makes the word after significant here? Remember, if it were the case that at zenith there were no shadow at all, then when's Dhuhr time going to be over? When the shadow is as long as the object itself. So that shows you that the issue is the shadow becoming as long as the prop. The rule is with the shadow being as long as the prop. The issue is, where do you start looking at the shadow? You're going to start looking at the shadow from wherever the zenith shadow stopped. Wallahu a'lam. وَالشَّاخِصُ هُوَ الشَّيْءُ الْمُرْتَفِعُ عَنِ الْأَرْضِ. And the shakhis, the prop, it is the thing that is raised over the ground or the surface, the ground. سواء كان خشبا أو إنسانا أو نحو ذلك, whether it were wood or human or the like, يعني anything. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, والعصر وأول وقتها الزيادة على ظل المثل. Asr, mid-afternoon prayer, the beginning of its time is by the addition to the shadow of similarity. So, Asr prayer, the beginning of its time is by the addition to the shadow that is as long as the object. So, if you understand that, it makes it even more clear what I am trying to clarify for you. And what does this mean? It means, okay, you have first your zenith shadow in most lands. That's what Sheikh told us. In most lands, there will be one. So let's say there's one. In fact, if you're teaching someone who's new, don't even talk about if there isn't a zenith shadow, because then you're adding extra detail. So you have the zenith shadow. It's not going to get shorter. Then, soon as the sun tilts, that shadow will start getting longer. Dhuhr time starts. Then that shadow, from that point, there is a shadow, there is an amount of shadow from that zenith shadow point that yani, once the shadow gets that long, which is as long as the prop itself, after the zenith shadow, then Dhuhr is out. Now, interesting thing I just paid attention to here. Alhamdulillah. That's the benefit of review. Which is that he says, the beginning of its time, of the Asr time, is by the addition to the shadow that is as long as the object. So when does Asr time end? Asr time ends when the shadow is as long as the object. Dhuhr time, sorry. Dhuhr time, when does Dhuhr time end? When the shadow is as long as the object. After the zenith shadow. Okay. So then when does Asr start? He said by adding to that. So Dhuhr time starts by adding to that. That means when does Asr time start? Asr time starts by adding to that. So that would mean then, if you take his words very literally, that the end of Dhuhr time is not the same as the beginning of Asr time. His words in most literal sense are saying the end of Dhuhr time is not the same as the beginning of Asr time. His words are literally saying Dhuhr has a time when it stops. Then Asr starts right after that. Without a barrier between, without a gap in between. You might say, that's what? What you understood? If it's not that. Some of the scholars say Asr begins when Dhuhr ends. When? It begins when Dhuhr ends. This statement of Abu Shuja is saying Asr begins after Dhuhr ends. The words of some scholars is that Asr, and other prayers too. Those prayers, when they are back to back, some of them say they begin, one of them will begin when the prior one ends. When? At the time of. This statement is saying Dhuhr will end, and then after that, Asr will start. So I just paid attention to that now. So he says, Rahimahullah, Ash-Sharh, the explanation. أنه يبدأ وقت العصر بانتهاء وقت الظهر. The explanation is that the time of Asr begins or starts by, or at, the end of the time of Dhuhr. فلا بد من زيادة ظل وإن قلت. And so it is unavoidable that there should be additional shadow, an additional shadow. Yani Sheikh is verifying that Asr is starting after Dhuhr ends, وإن قلت, even if it's a minimal amount of additional shadow. قال المؤلف رحمه الله وآخره في الاختيار إلى ظل المثلين. The end of its preferred time is by the shadow becoming twice as long as the object. Okay. The end of its preferred time is by the shadow becoming twice as long as the object. الشرح آخر وقت العصر في الاختيار إلى ظل المثلين. The explanation is that the end of the time of Asr, the preferred time of Asr, the choicest time, the prime time for Asr is when the shadow is double the length of the prop. أي إلى أن يصير الظل مثلي الشاخص زيادة على ظل الاستواء. Sheikh is sharp. Meaning, when the shadow gets double the length of the prop, he says ziyada, adding in addition to the zenith shadow. وهو الوقت المختار أي المفضل على ما بعده. And that is the time superior to what is after it. This choicest time, or this prime time here. And this prime time, it has in it a superior time. The prime time itself, even a portion of the prime time, is a superior time. The superior time is less than the whole prime time. And prime time is the best time to pray. But the superior time for all the 5 prayers is as soon as it comes in. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him. وفي الجواز إلى غروب الشمس. The end of its permissible time is sunset. الشرح, the explanation, وقت الجواز إلى غروب الشمس. The permissible time is until sunset. And you know what this means. Until sunset means your prayer is ending at sunset, not starting. And that's how it is for all the obligatory prayers. The permissible time is until the end of the time. That means your prayer would be ending at the end of the time, not starting. If your prayer is starting at the end of the time, then it means that your prayer is going to spill over into the next time. So in order to pray in the permissible prayer, you must start your prayer before the time is over, in such a way that your prayer will end at the end of the permissible time. Yani, the permissible time is the time when it's permissible for you, is the time where you're not sinful if you start your prayer then. The end of the permissible time means the time that's the end of the time that if you start your prayer, then you won't be sinful. The permissible time is the time that if you start your prayer at that time, you're not sinful. We're not talking about cases of excuse. We're talking about standard case. Permissible time is the time that if you start your prayer at that time, you're not sinful. The end of the permissible time is until sunset. Here then, until sunset means not the very moment of sunset, before that. By enough time that you can actually end your prayer by the end of the time. الشرح, the explanation, وقت الجواز إلى غروب الشمس. The explanation is that the permissible time is until sunset. وذلك لقوله صلى الله عليه وسلم. And that's because of what the Prophet said, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, من أدرك ركعة من العصر قبل أن تغرب الشمس فقد أدرك العصر. Anyone who caught a rakat of Asr before the sunset, then he has caught the Asr. Muttafaqun alayh. This hadith is agreed upon, meaning between Al-Bukhari and Muslim. They both narrated. أي كانت تلك الصلاة أداء لا قضاء. The meaning of this hadith is that prayer would be counted as current or on time, not make up. So I think the word current works fine. Current means you're on time. Say all my bills are current, meaning it's all paid, it's all on time. Did you notice how many things rhyme in Arabic when they're opposites? How many opposites rhyme in Arabic? Subhanallah. It would be an adat, not a qada. Adat is current. So what this means here, brothers and sisters, is that what you really want to be mindful of is not so much when you end your prayer as much as when you start it. Because you might start your prayer, let's say you were really, really late and you're trying to hurry up and pray before the time goes out. So you might pray fast at that moment. And why are you praying fast now? Really, that's not so much of a concern. Why? Because why are you trying to pray fast? Because you're trying to get the salam in before the end of the time. Well, here's the thing. It's not haram itself for the salam to go over the time. That's not the haram thing for the salam to go over the time. The haram thing is to say the takbir in a way that you can't get the salam in its time. So that's why you want to really put your focus on the takbir where you are starting. You must start your prayer at a time that you are able to say the salam before the time goes out. You're able to. Doesn't mean that you must. So the time of starting is more important than the time of ending, with the meaning that it's not haram it's not haram to pray overtime. It's not haram to pray overtime. Not in itself. That not in itself. What's haram is to delay until you can't fit the prayer in its time. And now you must pray overtime. That's what's haram. So I think that's clear. So start your prayer, say your takbir, even if you're running late. Say your takbir. Okay. If you said your takbir in a time that enables you to say your salam before the time is out, you don't have to rush. That's what I'm saying. Because praying overtime in itself is not haram. And if you said your takbir at a time that you can't fit the whole prayer in its time, then khalas, you're late anyway. So rushing is not going to help you. Okay. The explainer says, وَوَقْتُ الْكَرَاهَةِ فِي الْعَصْرِ هُوَ عِنْدَ الْإِصْفِرَارِ. The dislike time, or the avoided time for Asr is the yellowing of the sun, meaning becomes dim. And the light of the sun on the walls is yellow. The shadows are long. فإذا أخر العصر إلى الاصفرار عمدا بغير عذر لا ثواب فيها. And if one delayed Asr until that time of the yellowing, deliberately, without an excuse, it has no reward. Yani, zero reward. But still, don't miss it. There's a hadith, which means the one who missed Asr is like the one who lost all of his family and wealth. But that's a heavy loss there. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, والمغرب ووقتها واحد وهو غروب الشمس. Maghrib, it has only one time, which is from sunset. So I'm going to remove from here. Which is sunset. وهو غروب الشمس, which is sunset. That's as much as the explainer put so far. Dot dot dot. الشرح يدخل وقت المغرب بغروب الشمس. The explanation is that the time of Maghrib enters by the sunset. أي بأن يحتجب قرصها عن نظرك إن كنت في أرض مستوية. Meaning, by its disk being veiled from your vision if you were on level land. لا جبال ولا أبنية تمنعك عن رؤية سقوط الشمس. And there's no mountains or buildings to obstruct you from seeing the sun's descent. So this means here, according to the angle of the one on the ground, not the one elevated, like not the one in the mountains, not according to the angle of the person in the mountains, not according or to the perspective, not according to the perspective of the one in the skyscraper, not according to the perspective of the one in the airplane. If it's Maghrib on the ground, then it's Maghrib in the sky. If you were in the airplane and you could see the sun, but on the ground is Maghrib, on the ground where below the airplane you're in. If it's Maghrib on the ground below the airplane you're in, then Maghrib is in for you. That's the rule. The sky follows the ground. That's the rule. Keep that rule in mind for other things that will come. Then you will say, yeah, there's the rule there. The sky follows the ground. وإلا فبإقبال الظلام من المشرق, or else, yani, if there were such obstructions, if there were such obstructions blocking your vision, or you are not on level land, then Maghrib is known by the approach of darkness from the east. وزوال شعاع وزوال الشعاع من رؤوس الجبال, and the disappearance of the rays, the light rays, from the mountaintops. حيث كانت تلك النواحي فيها جبال. Yani, if there were a land that had mountains, so what we're saying is, you are somewhere you can't see the horizon, the western horizon where the sun goes down. So then, how do you know the sun went down? By the approach of the darkness from the east. The more you observe this, the better you will be at detecting that darkness. The first creeping. When that night first creeps in, if you have a good eye for it, you'll know Maghrib is in while other people are still doubtful. Yani, you'll be confident at least. You'll be confident Maghrib is in. Confidence is enough to pray and break your fast. While someone else is still doubting if it's Asr time or not. So you are blocked from seeing the horizon. So you know Maghrib is in by the approach of darkness from the east and by the disappearance of rays from the mountaintops. Okay, so inshallah that's clear. Mushahadatu ahadihima yakfi. Witnessing either of those is enough. Witnessing the disappearance of the rays from the mountaintops is enough to judge that Maghrib is in. And witnessing the approach of the darkness from the east is enough to judge that Maghrib is in. Yes, because uh, as for the disappearance of the rays from the mountaintops, Because when the sun first goes down, there's going to still be sun rays shooting up over the horizon anyway. If you could see the horizon and you could see the disk of the sun completely sink below the horizon without an obstruction, there will still be for some minutes sun rays. There is no judgment linked to these sun rays. Yani Maghrib is in despite the existence of these sun rays. The religious judgment is linked to the disk, not the rays. So once the disk is down, Maghrib is in. So if there's going to be sun rays over the horizon while Maghrib is in, then when the sun rays disappear from the mountaintops, then the sun for sure went down. Inshallah, you understand what I am saying. Don't forget here, three things come from the east. They rise in the east and set in the west. Three things rise in the east and set in the west: the sun, the day, the daytime, and the night. The sun, the daytime, and the night. They rise, all three of them, in the east or come from the east, and they all set in the west. And according to what I just told you now, daytime is different from sunlight. طيب. وأقواهما مجيء الظلام. But the strongest of those two alternatives is the approach of the darkness, the coming of the darkness. Okay. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, وَبِمِقْدَارِ مَا يُؤَذِّنُ وَيَتَوَضَّأُ وَيَسْتُرُ الْعَوْرَةَ وَيُقِيمُ الصَّلَاةَ وَيُصَلِّي خَمْسَ رَكَعَاتٍ. And by, yeah, he's continuing, Maghrib time is one time which is sunset, and by the measure of calling the adhan, making wudu, covering the awrah, and making iqamah for prayer, and praying 5 rak'ats. We have a translation here. And for the duration needed to call the adhan, make wudu, cover the nakedness, make the iqamah, and pray 5 rak'ats. So 5 bowings. It means the whole cycle though. Bow here means whole cycle. الشرح, the explanation, يمتد وقت المغرب على هذا القول بقدر تطهر وستر و5 ركعات وأذان وإقامة وسد جوع بالنسبة للوسط المعتدل. So now the explainer explains this talk of Abu Shuja. How did he describe the duration of Maghrib? He said, the time it takes to call the adhan, Abu Shuja said, the time it takes to call the adhan, make wudu, cover the awrah, and pray 5 rak'ats. Make iqamah and pray 5 rak'ats. So then the explainer was a little bit more meticulous. It's possible to be even more meticulous than this, but he gave us more. He said, the time of Maghrib extends, according to this saying, the amount of purification. So purification, this word includes ghusl. Abu Shuja's words don't include ghusl. Abu Shuja said, the time it takes to call the adhan, make wudu, cover the awrah. The Shaykh is explaining. This means the time that's needed for purification. It's like as if he's saying Abu Shuja's words are summarized. Too summarized. They need to be broader. The time needed for purification, like ghusl or tayammum even, was satr and covering, or khamsi raka'at and 5 rak'ats, 5 bowings, wa adhanun wa iqama and an adhan and an iqama wa saddi jur and satisfying hunger. This means there's, according to this saying, Maghrib time also holds enough time to swallow a few morsels. بالنسبة للوسط المعتدل, according to what's moderate. وهذا قاله الشافعي في مذهبه الجديد وهو ضعيف. And this is what Shafi'i said in his new school, and it is weak. He said ضعيف. So the word ضعيف here is being applied to a saying of Shafi'i, and that's being cited from Al-Majmu'. That's An-Nawawi. So that's to say, An-Nawawi said so. If you don't like the Shaykh saying what Shafi'i said, if you don't like the Shaykh calling it da'if, An-Nawawi said so. So it's like the Shaykh is saying, I agree with An-Nawawi. It's da'if. وَأَمَّا الْقَوْلُ الْقَدِيمُ, and as for the old saying, the prior saying, فَإِنَّهُ لَا يَنْتَهِي الْمَغْرِبُ إِلَّا بغيبوبة شفق الأحمر وهو المعتمد. According to his old saying, Maghrib doesn't go out until the red twilight disappears, and that's what's reliable. والشفق هو الحمرة التي ترى في المغرب عقب غروب الشمس. The shafaq, the twilight, is the redness seen in the west after sunset. Yani, on a clear day, not a cloudy day or not a day that had overcast. Can you explain again the part of Maghrib prayer where it says, and for the duration needed to? Yes. So basically, Ash-Shafi'i has two sayings about the duration of Maghrib, about its duration. So according to him, in other words, according to one of his sayings, there's a gap between Maghrib and Isha. And this is his newer saying, which means this what he thought was stronger than his older saying. He changed his older saying for this one. The scholars of his madhab say, nah, he was right the first time. Maghrib goes out when the redness of the western horizon disappears, not when you had enough time to call the adhan, make wudu, cover your awrah, make iqamah, and pray 5 bowings. But if you want to go that way, yani, if we want to entertain this saying here, which is a saying, Shafi'i said it, then there's a way to say it even more scientifically than Abu Shuja did, which is what the author says here. He says, the time of Maghrib, according to this saying, lasts as long as is needed for purification and cover and 5 bowings, and an adhan, and an iqamah, and satiating hunger in a moderate, according to what is moderate. Mm, according to what is moderate. Yeah, all of that is the time for Maghrib according to Ash-Shafi'i's new school. According to that, then Maghrib will be over faster. And then Isha won't be in yet. Then according to that, there's a gap between Maghrib and Isha, like there's a gap between Fajr and Dhuhr. It's clear. You can follow up if you want. Which saying was stronger? The stronger saying is that Maghrib lasts until the redness of the twilight disappears. According to that saying, there's no gap between Maghrib and Isha. Ameen wa fiq. Also, if you did want to take this saying for Maghrib time, then here makes it clear for you also. Praying over time is harmless. One might say, seems Maghrib time so short. Must I rush? No, you don't have to rush. You just need to start your prayer at a time that you could end it before the time ends, or at the end of the time. Praying overtime in itself, though, is harmless, in and of itself. قال المؤلف رحمه الله والعشاء وأول وقتها إذا غاب الشفق الأحمر. Isha, nightfall prayer. The beginning of its time is here. When the beginning of its time is when the red twilight disappears. He said this shows the difference of the opinions of the scholars are a good thing for the ummah. Yes. MashaAllah. Yes. If somebody asks you, why do we have different madhabs? Say to that person, those different madhabs is a deliberate goal of the revelation. So, والعشاء وأول وقتها إذا غاب الشفق الأحمر. Isha, nightfall prayer, the beginning of its time is when the red twilight disappears. الشرح إذا غابت الحمرة يبدأ وقت العشاء. The explanation is that when the redness disappears, the time of Isha starts. لقول رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم, because of what the Messenger of Allah صلى الله عليه وسلم said, وقت المغرب ما لم يغب الشفق. Prophet said, alayhi salatu wasalam, Maghrib time is as long as the twilight has not disappeared. So why did these scholars of the Shafi'i school say that a Shafi'i's new saying is weak? And that his old saying, they said he was right the first time because of the evidence. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, وآخره في الاختيار إلى ثلث الليل. The end of its preferred time is by the third of the night. Yes. And its preferred time or prime time. So I like prime one. And also up there. And like you know, the prime time has in it a sub period, which is meritorious time or superior time, the very beginning of the time. So these prayer times, they have periods, if you want. These times have times, sub times. I'm going to call them periods. Yani, or sometimes I will. The end of its preferred, the end of its prime time. So I would say prime period, but time goes with prime, so nice. The end of its prime time is by the third of the night. Okay. الشرح, the explanation, آخر وقت العشاء في الاختيار يمتد من غيبوبة الشفق إلى ثلث الليل. The explanation is that the end of the time of Isha for the prime time extends from the disappearance of the twilight, which is the superior time, until a third of the night. قال المؤلف رحمه الله وفي الجواز إلى طلوع الفجر الثاني. The author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, the end of its permissible time is the rising of the second dawn. So you know what permissible time means now. الشرح وقت جواز صلاة العشاء بلا معصية يمتد إلى الفجر الصادق. The explanation is that the permissible time for night prayer without a sin, without disobedience, extends until true dawn. وهو البياض المعترض في الأفق الشرقي. True dawn, which is the horizontal light, the horizontal whiteness in the eastern horizon. Yes. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, والصبح وأول وقتها طلوع الفجر الثاني. Subh, dawn prayer, the beginning of its time is the rising of the second dawn. الشرح الفجر الثاني الذي يدخل به الوقت هو البياض المعترض في الأفق الشرقي. The explanation is that the second dawn by which the time commences is the horizontal light in the eastern horizon. So that's definition for you. Al-Fajr, the dawn. Huwa, it is. Al-Bayadu al-Mu'taridu fi al-Ufuqi sharqi. The broad light, yani the horizontal. The horizontal light in the eastern horizon. ويسمى الفجر الصادق. And this second dawn is also called true dawn. أما الفجر الكاذب, as for false dawn, فيكون قبل الصادق, it would be before the true dawn, meaning it's part of Isha time. يظهر ثم يختفي, it appears and then it disappears. ويكون مستطيلا في جهة المشرق, it will be vertical in the eastern direction. وشكله كذنب السرحان أي الذئب, and its shape is like a wolf's tail. A wolf's tail. وتسمى الصبح وتسمى الصبح صلاة الفجر, and الصبح is also called Fajr prayer. فقد ورد في القرآن تسميتها بذلك. Its name, such a name was given to it in the Quran. قال تعالى, the exalted one says, وقرآن الفجر. The Quran of Al-Fajr means the Quran of Salatul Fajr. فَمَنْ نَوَى الصُّبْحَ أَوْ الْفَجْرَ صَحَّتْ نِيَّتُهُ. So anyone who intended to pray Subh or Fajr, his intention is valid. لأن هذه الصلاة لها اسمان, because this prayer has two names. الصبح والفجر, Subh and Fajr. وآخره في الاختيار إلى الإسفار. The end of its prime time is by the spreading of the light. The end of its prime time is by the spreading of the light. الشرح وقت الصبح. الشرح وقت الصبح المختار يمتد إلى الإسفار. The explanation is that the time of dawn prayer, its prime time extends until yani, there's probably a name for that, al-isfar, the spread of the day. Still dawn though, the sun didn't come up, but just means that now the light is appearing. وهو ظهور الضوء, that's the appearance of the light. بحيث تعرف ما يليك, such that you can distinguish what is beside you. It's not pitch black out, doesn't look like nighttime anymore. فتميز الأشخاص عن بعد 50 مترا تقريبا. You would be able to distinguish people at a distance of approximately 50 meters. If you could do that, the Shaykh is saying, then this is isfar. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, وفي الجواز إلى طلوع الشمس. The end of its permissible time is sunrise. الشرح, the explanation, يمتد وقت جواز الصبح إلى طلوع الشمس. is that the permissible time for subh extends until sunrise. فلو صلى ركعة قبل طلوع الشمس أدرك الصبح. And therefore, if one prayed a rak'ah before sunrise, rak'at of Isha, before sunrise, أدرك الصبح, then he caught the Fajr prayer on time, ada and current, لحديث Muslim, due to the hadith of Muslim. وقت صلاة الصبح من طلوع الفجر ما لم تطلع الشمس. Which means the time for dawn prayer is from sunrise, is from the break of dawn. The time of dawn prayer is from the break of dawn as long as the sun has not risen. وَالْمُرَادُ بِطُلُوعِهَا هُنَا طُلُوعُ بَعْضِهَا. And what's meant by the sun rising here for the end of Fajr time is a part of it. بِخِلَافِ غُرُوبِهَا, as opposed to its setting, كَمَا تَقَدَّمْ, meaning there's a difference between how Maghrib goes, how Asr goes out and how Fajr goes out. There's a difference between how Asr goes out and how Fajr goes out. Both of them, their exit, their expiration has something to do with the sun. As for the Fajr, it's going to be out just as soon as a tip of the sun cracks the horizon. You don't have to see the whole sun to deem that your Fajr prayer is over. Fine. Time is over. And as for the Asr, its time stays in until the complete sun is down. So Fajr is out when a piece of the sun emerges, and Asr stays in until the complete sun goes down. Okay. والإحمرار هو وقت الكراهة للصبح. And the reddening, the intensity, the intensifying of the redness at dawn before the sun comes up. That is the avoided time for the dawn prayer. Yani, you should have prayed it already. Would have been better to have prayed it already. It's not haram time, avoided time. والمراد بالإحمرار الحمرة الظاهرة أي القوية. And what's meant by the reddening is the strong, intense redness before the sun comes up, before the dawn is over. Okay, we finished the times. Why did I think that would have gone faster? The author says, فصل في شرائط الصلاة. Section. What makes prayer obligatory and recommended prayers? That's what's written here. You know, Abu Shuja only said fasl, section. The explainer gives more detail to the section. في شرائط الصلاة, section about the conditions of prayer. قال المؤلف رحمه الله وشرائط وجوب الصلاة ثلاثة أشياء. Three conditions make prayer obligatory. No. The conditions here. The conditions for for the obligation of prayer are three things. Why did I change that now? Because he's saying something here that I didn't really pay attention to when I translated this years ago. وَشَرَائِطُ وُجُوبِ الصَّلَاةِ, the conditions for the obligation of prayer. What he's saying here, the conditions for the obligation of prayer, as opposed to conditions for something else. There's various kinds of conditions. There's conditions for the obligation, that's what's here. There's conditions for the validity, that's another set of conditions. conditions for the validity of prayer, like wudu. Is wudu a condition for the obligation of prayer? No. So it's a set of conditions here. And are there any other conditions? There's conditions for the validity, for the rewardability or acceptability. Conditions to get reward for the prayer. Similar in Hajj, the conditions to be obligated, the conditions for it to just be valid. So then I think it's better to translate it this way. The conditions for the obligation. When you say it this way, then that makes it more prepared to stand in contrast to other kinds of conditions. The conditions for validity, the conditions for rewardability. ثلاثة أشياء. The conditions for the obligation of prayer are three things. Al-Islam, dot, dot, dot. الشرح, the explanation. أن من شرائط وجوب الصلاة الإسلام. The explanation is that amongst the conditions for the obligation of prayer is Islam. فالكافر لا تصح منه الصلاة. لا تصح منه الصلاة في حال كفره. And so the kafir, prayer is not valid from him while in his blasphemy. فلا تجب على كافر أصلي وجوب مطالبة بها في الدنيا. And it is not sought from a disbeliever, an original disbeliever, as a request for him to act. No. Yeah. It is not obligatory on him as wujuba mutalaba, as an obligation of mutalaba. The mutalaba is to demand of him its performance, to demand its performance of him. But why that's slowing me down here? Because that might be misunderstood. And maybe even I said it in the wrong way before. We are saying it's not obligatory on an original kafir in a way that it is demanded of him to pray in the dunya. So someone might say, this means we don't say to him, pray. We don't say to him, pray. That's true. Rather, we say to him, embrace Islam and pray. That's true. But that's not the meaning of this statement. That we don't say to him, pray, that's not the meaning of that statement. Rather, the meaning of it is he cannot do it validly, but is still responsible for it. That's what it means. It is impossible for him to do it validly, though he is responsible for it. The only way he could do it validly is to fulfill its condition. It has a condition that he is able to fulfill. It's not the prayer itself that he's able to fulfill, not as he is. Rather, its condition he's able to fulfill, which is embracing Islam. So he's not able to fulfill this as he is. So it's not requested of him in that way, with that meaning, like it's requested from us to act, expected of us. Maybe even the word expectation here fits here. It's not obligatory on the kafir, an original kafir, as an expected obligation in the dunya for him to perform it. Because of the lack of its validity from him. لكنها تجب عليه وجوب معاقبة في الآخرة. However, it is obligatory on him in another way. It's not obligatory on a way that it's expected of him to perform it it's obligatory on him in a way that he'll be punished for not performing it. I think expected works there. فَيُعَذَّبُ عَلَى تَرْكِهَا, and then he will be tortured for neglecting it. لأنه لو أسلم لصح منه أداؤها, because had he embraced Islam, it would have been valid for him to perform it. لكنه ترك الإسلام وترك الصلاة. However, he left out Islam and he left out the prayer. فلم يكن بحالة تصح منه الصلاة. So he never was in a situation that accommodates a valid prayer or facilitates a valid prayer. فيستحق العذاب, and so he deserves to be punished. فيعذب الكافر على كفره, then the kafir will be tortured for his blasphemy, وعلى تركه الصلاة, and for his abandoning the prayer, وعلى شربه الخمر, and for his drinking wine, وغير ذلك, and otherwise. قال الله تعالى, said Allah, exalted is He, ما سلككم في سقر قالوا لم نك من المصلين. Al-ayah. This means that the kuffar are asked, what brought you to hell? They say, we were not amongst those who performed the prayer. And they meant we weren't even Muslims. And so we didn't pray. And in the tafsir of An-Nasafi, he says, they are saying, we didn't believe that it was obligatory. That's blasphemy. To disbelieve in or deny the obligation of the prayer, that's a blasphemy itself. According to Nasafi's tafsir, this is blasphemy here. قَالُوا لَمْ نَكُ مِنَ الْمُصَلِّينَ. They say we were not amongst those who prayed. Who prayed. And Nasafi said means they were not believing in its obligation, is the meaning. That's blasphemy. So, al-ayah, etc., to the end of that ayah. Al-malaikatu taqulu lil-kuffar. The angels will say to the kuffar. That's what the Shaykh says here. The angels are asking. Ma salakakum fi saqar. What led you to or brought you to hell? Saqar. قالوا لم نك من المصلين. They will say, we were not amongst those who prayed. أي لم نك نصلي كالمسلمين, meaning we didn't used to pray like the Muslims. أي لم ندخل في الإسلام فنصلي, meaning we did not enter into Islam and then pray. ولم نك نطعم المسكين, and we didn't used to feed the poor. أي الإطعام الواجب علينا, we didn't used to fulfill an obligatory feeding upon us. فإذا رأى مسلما جائعا وجب عليه أن يطعمه. When one saw a starving Muslim, it was obligatory to feed him. وكذلك إن رآه عاريا, and likewise if he saw him naked, وَجَبَ عَلَيْهِ أَنْ يَكْسُوَهُ. It was obligatory to clothe him. وَقَوْلُهُمْ وَكُنَّا نَخُوضُ مَعَ الْخَائِضِينَ. And they said, and we used to indulge with those who indulged. أي كانوا يسبون الأنبياء كذلك, meaning they were insulting prophets. That's blasphemy. كما فعل بنو إسرائيل لما أرسل إليهم المسيح عليه السلام. Just like the Israelites did when Jesus was sent to them. وأظهر المعجزات, and he performed miracles. فقالوا عنه ساحر. So they said about him, he's a wizard. وقولهم, and they said, وَكُنَّا نُكَذِّبُ بِيَوْمِ الدِّينِ. And we used to deny recompense day. أي لا يؤمنون بالآخرة, meaning they didn't believe in the afterlife. حتى أتانا اليقين, until the certainty came to us, which is death itself. The certainty here is death itself. Al-yaqeen, certainty or certitude. That's called kinaya. So I checked it. It's correct. Kinaya. I was commenting on this just yesterday in a different lesson. Kinaya is some indirect way of referring to something. It is to name something by other than its assigned name. To name something by other than its assigned name. That's kinaya. The certainty, which is the death. فَمَا تَنْفَعُهُمْ شَفَاعَةُ الشَّافِعِينَ. Then, the intercession of the intercessors shall not be useful to them, will be useless to them. أي لا شافع للكفار. It means there is no intercessor for the blasphemers. ولا شفاعة لهم, and there is no intercession for them. فلا يشفع موسى عليه السلام لليهود. And so Moses shall not intercede for the Jews. ولا يشفع سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم لمشرك العرب. And our master Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam shall not intercede for the pagan Arabs, وغيرهم من الكافرين, or any other blasphemers. فإنه صلى الله عليه وسلم أول ما نزل عليه الوحي ليبلغهم رسالات ربه. For indeed, he, when the revelation came down upon him for the first time, so that he would deliver the messages of his Lord, قال لبعض أهله, he said to some of his family, فإني لا أغني عنكم من الله شيئا. There is nothing I can do to save you from God. ثم إن الكافر الأصلي إذا أسلم لا يجب عليه القضاء. And furthermore, if the original blasphemer embraces Islam, then makeup is not obligatory on him. تخفيفا عليه وترغيبا له في الإسلام, to make it easy for him and to make it more appealing for him to embrace Islam. بخلاف المرتد, as opposed to the apostate. فإنه يجب عليه القضاء بعد الإسلام. For indeed, the makeup is obligatory on him after he returns to Islam. That's the Shafi'i school. Here the Shaykh did not give any mention to the Hanafi school here. And yes, هكذا. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, والبلوغ, and puberty. الشرح, so where are we here? Islam, puberty. The explanation, أن من شرط وجوب الصلاة البلوغ, is that amongst the conditions for the obligation of the prayer is puberty. فالذي لم يبلغ لا يعاقب في الآخرة على تركه الصلاة. And so anyone who never reached puberty will not be punished for neglecting to pray in the afterlife. وإن بلغ لم يكن عليه قضاء ما تركه قبل البلوغ. And if he reaches puberty, then it's not obligatory on him to make up anything that he left out before puberty. No. ولكن يجب على الأب والأم أن يأمر الولد بالصلاة بعد تمام 7 سنين. However, it is obligatory on the mother and the father to command the child to pray after completing 7 years. Completing 7 years means now he's headed towards the 8th year. In hasal at-tamyiz, that's if, besides being 7 lunar years old, has mental discerning. لخبر أبي داود بإسناد حسن, proven by the report of Abu Dawood with a fair chain. مروا أولادكم بالصلاة وهم أبناء 7 واضربوهم عليها وهم أبناء 10 وفرقوا بينهم في المضاجع. Command your children to pray when they are 7, and spank them over it when they are 10, and separate them in the bed. فَإِنْ لَمْ يَأْمُرَاهُ أَثِمَاهُ. If those two parents, did not command the child to pray, then they have both sinned. ويجب أيضا أن يأمراه بالصيام إن احتمل جسمه الصيام. And it is obligatory on them also to command this child to fast if his body bears the fasting. I asked Sheikh Muhammad Bakri, what if you're making the child fast, like first time fasting? So then at some hour in the day he starts crying because he's so hungry. But you are obligated to command him to fast. So do you just let him cry and then he's going to eat at Maghrib time? Or do you feed him? He said, feed him and encourage him to try again. وَفَرْضٌ عَلَيْهِمَا أَنْ يُعَلِّمَاهُ الْعَقِيدَةَ. And it's obligatory on the parents to teach the child the creed. يَقُولَانِ لَهُ. They say to him, اللَّهُ لَا يُشْبِهُ الْمَخْلُوقَاتِ. Allah is unlike the created things. Yes?
Um, ضرب الولد, does it mean spanking?
Uh,
Because I saw one sheikh, like he just like, I don't know, I saw one chef one time with a siwak like on his arm or like with
For
the
the
back of
child, that's for the wife.
for a child. But I'm not.
But the
That's what
siwak is for the wife.
the siwak
And
is for the wife. Okay.
yeah, for me, I'd call that spanking too. For the child, he's gonna make it hurt because he
Okay.
has to teach him.
Barakallahu fi.
I mean, wafikum. So if the siwak hurts, I don't know if he's gonna use siwak that hurts though, because it's gonna probably leave a mark. To use a siwak that hurts means then it's gonna be sturdy, long, for example. You're gonna have to put momentum into it. So yeah, and I'm saying all that to say that what I learned is that you're supposed to make it hurt for the child, so you would teach him. But not for the wife. You don't. It's not the same. And that's not for the prayer too. The wife is not spanked for not praying. Wife would be spanked, if you accept that word, for rebellion after exhausting other options. Also, not first option. Uh, but since we are here, real quick, now this issue, maybe a Muslim would feel like he, as if he has to apologize to a kafir for this. The kafir would say to him, "What's this?" And then Muslim say, "Well, let me explain to you how easy it is, and well, it's not like you might think it is." So yeah, we do want the people to embrace Islam. That's true, but don't forget your status as a Muslim. Yani, you don't have to apologize. You don't have to apologize to that kafir. You can tell him as how it is in a wise way. You don't have to apologize to him. We are Muslims. Our standards are different from theirs. SubhanAllah. Some people expect you to apologize. Say, I want to give you a chance now to set the record straight. Means, you want to apologize? I'll give you a chance to apologize. So anyway, so they will teach him the creed. يَقُولَانِ لَهُ. They say to him, Allah la yushbihu al-makhluqat. Allah does not resemble the creations. وَإِنَّ مُحَمَّدًا وُلِدَ بِمَكَّةٍ. And they say to him that Muhammad was born in Mecca. وَجَاءَ بِالْحَقِّ. And he came with the truth. وَالْأَحْكَامِ. And they will teach him the rules. And for the Aqidah, they teach him more. They will teach him also. And Allah has angels. And they are like this and like that. And he revealed books. And the people will come back to life on Judgment Day. Like this. He teaches the child the basics. وَالْأَحْكَامِ. And they will teach the child the rules. مِنَ الطَّهَارَةِ. Of such, including purification, كَكَيْفِيَةِ الْوُضُوءِ وَالسِّوَاكِ. Like how to make wudu and how to use the siwak. وَحُضُورِ الْجَمَاعَةِ. And they will teach him how to participate in the congregational prayer. وَيُعَلِّمَاهُ أن شرب الخمر حرام والزنا حرام وضرب المسلم بغير حق حرام. And they will also teach him that drinking wine is haram and that zina is haram and that beating a Muslim is haram without right, that is, beating him without right, hitting him without right. Meaning they're going to teach him the sins too. They're going to teach him about the creed and they're going to teach him about rules and they're going to teach him about sins. And they're going to be explicit about what those sins mean. فَإِن لَّمْ يُعَلِّمَاهُ أُمُورَ الدِّينِ لَمْ يُؤَدِّيَا حَقَّ اللَّهِ تَعَالَى. And if they do not teach this child the matters of the religion, then they will not have fulfilled God's right. يستحقان يستحقان عذاب الله تعالى مهما رفه ولدهما مهما رفه ولدهما. That threw me off for a second. They would be deserving God's punishment regardless of how comfortable they made their child live. ويجب ذلك أيضا على الوصي والقيم والملتقط بالنسبة للقيط ومالك العبد والمستعير له. And this same thing is obligatory for an executor, if you want, like a guardian by will. What would you call a guardian by will? Someone left a will for Fulan to watch after his kids. And then Fulan accepted this, and he became their not guardian, but here wasi, their wasi. So he looks after them. This wasi, he's obligated to tell those children these things and to command the child to pray. Well, qayyim, also a court appointed officer. We're talking Islamic law here. A court appointed officer. It's possible that there would be a court appointed officer over a child. So this court appointed officer, it would be his duty, amongst other duties, to teach this child those basics and to command the child to pray. And also al-multaqit, anyone who found a child, yani, and then let's say he took that child in and raised the child. So also it's his duty to teach the child these basics and to command this child to pray. And also a slave master, and also yani, a slave master has the same duty. And also whoever borrowed a slave, like let's say someone borrowed a slave, child slave, slave boy, or a slave girl. So now he's borrowing the slave. It's now his obligation to make sure that this child prays and whatever else is obligatory on him to do. وَاللَّقِيطُ الْمَنْبُوذ. And the meaning of the laqit is the abandoned child, a thrown away child. يجب على المسلمين أخذه على سبيل فرض الكفاية. Such a child, it's obligatory on the Muslims to take him as a communal obligation. It's a communal obligation on the Muslims to take this tossed child. لأنه إن لم يأخذوه أخذه الكفار ونشأ على الكفر. Because if they don't take him, the kuffar will take him, and then he'll be raised on blasphemy. And yani, be mindful. Don't get those kuffar in your life, brothers and sisters. Got domestic issues with a Muslim, child issues, child support issues, yani, custody issues, and any other things, spousal issues. Doesn't even have to be with the children involved. Spousal issues. Brothers and sisters, don't let those people into your lives. They are like weeds. Yani, you're gonna have roots that are gonna grow in there into your affairs. So then we got to take that abandon child and raise him as a Muslim so that he won't get raised as a kafir. Hmm. I think those kuffar, they would love to take a Muslim child if they could. What do you think? I think so. The Sheikh says, أكثر الآباء والأمهات اليوم يربون أولادهم كأنهم يربون البهائم. Most fathers and mothers today raise their children like they are raising animals. فيرفهونهم في الدنيا ولا يعلمونهم أمور الدين. They give them comfort in the dunya and they do not teach them the matters of the religion. فيعيش الأولاد كالبهائم, and then the children will live like animals. That's what some people don't conceive. How does a human be living like animal? Because, Yani, what is he doing? Eating, sleeping, mating. That's it. You might say he goes to work. Uh, and the animals go to work too. Yani, the bees, they go fly. They do what they have to do. The beavers, they're all doing something. Anyway, فقدان الدين ليس له بديل. Loss of religion or lack of religion has no replacement. وأما إذا ضاقت بالإنسان الأحوال, but as for when a person has tight situation, فيجوز له أن يشحذ, then it would be permissible for him to beg. ليدفع عن نفسه الهلاك, يعني to save himself from perishing. حتى يجد عملا, until he finds some work. Meaning, what the Sheikh is saying here? The Sheikh is saying, don't neglect teaching your children. If you don't teach your children religion, the proper religion, then it's not going to be a difference between raising them and raising animals. Then they will have lacked religion. And lacking religion has no replacement. It's not like if they got poor, Yani, if you had your own money, then you can take care of yourself. If you are poor, then what you gonna do? Then you can go beg. Yani, you have an alternative, which is to go beg. The Sheikh is saying, but if you are lacking religion, there's nothing you can do. It doesn't have a replacement. قال المؤلف رحمه الله. Let's read this last piece of text, and then the author is going to start talking about Sunnah prayers. So this last piece of text is still about the condition of the obligation. Then we'll seal that point, and we'll stop for there, and we'll save to talk about Sunnah prayers for the next time. So he says, وَالْعَقْلُ وَهُوَ حَدُّ التَّكْلِيفِ, and sanity, and that, yani all of that, is the scope of accountability. It's like he's saying, if you're accountable, you have to pray. But he missed one thing, which is the purity. If you're accountable and not menstruating, then you have to pray. He said, if an accountable person became insane and after, for example, 10 days he became sane again, does he have to pray those prayers in between? No. He'll be like a menstruating woman who doesn't have to make up her prayers in between. He would have to make up the prayer that came in and he had enough time to pray it before the insanity stopped him, if you remember this rule. And he would have to make up the prayer that's in when he woke up and the prayer before it if they are combinable, if he had enough time to say Allahu Akbar before that time goes out. You can follow up with that if you want to. Let me finish this last paragraph here. So he says, الشرح, the explanation. أن الإنسان يكون مكلفا بالعقل والبلوغ is that a human would be accountable by mind and puberty. Here he didn't say, and the call of a prophet. But if we're dealing with a Muslim here, then it means he got the call of a prophet. He's a Muslim, so we don't have to mention that here. And we're not talking about just the mere issue of accountability, such that we really should mention the getting the call of a prophet. If we were talking right here about what accountability means, like we just opened up Umdatul Raghib and started reading in there, and he's starting with the basics, and we are being told what it means to be accountable, then we're for sure going to say, and the call of a prophet reached him. Here, the Sheikh says the human being would be accountable by mind and pubescence. He didn't say, and hearing the call of a prophet. Is that a problem here? No, because the context covers it. Because we're talking about a Muslim anyway here. We're not talking about a kafir who never heard of Islam, because we're talking about prayer. فَمَنْ سُلِبَ عَقْلَهُ لَا يَكُونُ مُكَلَّفًا. سُلِبَ هُوَ عَقْلَهُ, or سُلِبَ هُوَ عَقْلَهُ. Anyone whose mind was taken away would not be accountable. فَلَا يَجِبُ عَلَى الْمَجْنُونِ أَنْ يُصَلِّي فِي حَالِ جُنُونِهِ. And so it's not obligatory on the insane person to pray during his insanity. فإن كان جنونه متقطعا شهرا يجن متقطعا. If his insanity were temporary, شهرا يجن وشهرا يصح. He would be insane for a month, for example, and for another month he would be sound. ففي الشهر الذي يصح فيه يجب عليه أن يصلي. And so then, during the month in which he is healthy, it would be obligatory on him to pray. وفي الشهر الذي يجن فيه لا يجب. And for the month in which he is insane, it would not be obligatory. وَلَيْسَ عَلَيْهِ قَضَاء. And there is not a makeup on him. So there's the answer for your question, brother. وَالْمُغْمَى عَلَيْهِ إِذَا اسْتَغْرَقَ إِغْمَاؤُهُ الْوَقْتَ كُلَّهُ فَلَيْسَ عَلَيْهِ قَضَاؤُهَا. And also someone who fainted, or he's in a coma if you want. If his coma engulfed an entire prayer time, then he's not obligated to make that one up. Wallahu ta'ala alam. Allah knows best. You said, are there more types of insanity by Islamic definition? For example, the inability to deduce or differentiate. The most that I know now is that the broadest term is Zawalu Tamyiz. Zawalu Tamyiz. This is the broadest term. Zawalu Tamyiz, the loss of discernment. The loss of discernment. This doesn't mean you are crazy necessarily. Because when you sleep, you lose your discernment. So that's a case. Your mind, the scholar said, when you sleep, your mind faints. This is not insanity here. And there are different kinds of insanity. I learned that, but I don't know how to talk about any of that. And to lose the mind by an intoxicant is not called junoon. Junoon in Arabic. Yani the one who got drunk until his mind went away. He's not called majnoon. That's maybe could possibly apply, but this is what I learned. The one who drank until his mind went away, and he knew that that was going to make his mind go away. That's another issue. But anyway, it made his mind go away, whether he knew or he didn't know. It made his mind go away by drinking. Then this one is not called junoon, which usually translates as insanity. Rather, they say sukr, drunkenness. His mind vanished by drunkenness, or his discerning went away by drunkenness. Hmm. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him. والصلوات المسنونات خمس. There are 5 recommended prayers. Al-Eidan. And then he started with the prayers of the 2 Eids. Why he said 5 recommended prayers? You know there's more than 5. There's something about these 5. Ash-Sharh, the explanation. أن أبا شجاع رحمه الله ذكر هنا 5 صلوات مسنونات تشرع فيها الجماعة. The explanation is that Abu Shuja, may Allah have mercy on him, here mentioned 5 prophetic prayers, non-obligatory, that for which congregation has been sanctioned. فمنها صلاة عيد الفطر وعيد الأضحى. Amongst them is the prayer of breakfast Eid and the prayer of the sacrifice Eid. So those are 2 out of 5. وَالنَّفْلُ قِسْمَانِ. The voluntary prayers of 2 categories. قِسْمٌ تُشْرَعُ فِيهِ الْجَمَاعَةِ وَقِسْمٌ لَا تُشْرَعُ فِيهِ. A category in which congregation is sanctioned and a category in which it is not. وَيَجُوزُ أَن يُصَلَّى جَمَاعَةً. But it is permissible to be prayed in congregation. So not every sunnah prayer is for jama'ah. Some of them are better not to be in jama'ah. قال المؤلف رحمه الله والكسوفان. The author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, for the 2 eclipses. But it really is saying, and the 2 eclipses. So the author is saying, the sunnah prayers are 5. The 2 Eids, so the word Salat is not even in his metin here. He just says the 2 Eids. There is a taqdir there though. The taqdir is Salatul Eidain. Salatul Eidain. If you put a mudaf there, the prayer of the 2 Eids. Or Salatay Eidain, the 2 prayers for the 2 Eids. So, but the mentioning of the prayer is not there, just the Eid. So the 2 Eids, he says, and the 2 eclipses. So what he's mentioning here is the occasion, not the prayer, but the occasion. So let's do like he did. The 2 Eids, the 2 eclipses, subhanallah. Where all that extra came from that we are removing here. Partly due to actually a lack of comprehension. Now we are reviewing and getting a better comprehension. And partly maybe motivated by fearing that people will not understand without more words. Or maybe thinking it's not clear without more words. But I think it's clear. So he says, wal kusufan, and the 2 eclipses. الشرح كذلك من الصلوات المسنونة التي تشرع فيها الجماعة صلاة كسوف الشمس وخسوف القمر. And likewise, of the prophetic prayers for which congregation is sanctioned is the prayer of the solar eclipse and of the lunar eclipse. أي تغيرهما وَذَهَابِ ضَوْئِهِمَا, meaning they're changing and their light being diminished or extinguished, put out, or made to go away. حين تتغير الشمس وتسود, when the sun changes and blackens. وكذلك القمر حين يسود, and likewise the moon when it blackens. ويتغير, and it changes. So you notice how the Sheikh said that. I think you're already aware. His saying it this way, defining or describing the eclipse in this way, means that he is saying it is not the sun and the moon lining up. It's not the sun passing in front of the moon. It's not the moon passing in front of the sun. Rather, it's a darkness that Allah creates in the sun or the moon. By it, He strikes fear into the hearts of His slaves. Tusannu salatu rak'atayn. It's a prophetic practice to pray a prayer of 2 bowings. لأن الكسوف والخسوف آيتان من آيات الله, because the solar and lunar eclipse are 2 signs amongst the signs of God. ومعناهما أيها العباد توبوا إلى ربكم. The meaning, the Sheikh says, of these signs is, O slaves, repent to your Lord. أي أن هذه الدنيا لا بد أن تزول, meaning that this world, it is inevitable that it shall come to an end. وتعرضون على ربكم, and you shall be put on display for your Lord, yani judged by your Lord. قال المؤلف رحمه الله والاستسقاء, and seeking rain. الشرح, the explanation. Right here. من السنن التي تشرع بالاتفاق صلاة الاستسقاء. Amongst the prophetic practices that is sanctioned by agreement is the prayer for seeking rain. وهو طلب المطر من الله تعالى, يعني the prayer called al-istisqa, which is seeking rain from Allah Ta'ala. إذا انقطع, when it stops, when it cuts off. أو قل, or becomes little. قل عن قدر الحاجة, is less than the need. وهي مما يشرع فيه الجماعة. And this is also amongst that for which congregation is sanctioned. They didn't go into the details of these because they have their own chapters. So the point of all of this talk here is not to go into the fiqh of these, but to point out to you that these are the sunnah prayers that are prayed in jama'ah. Yani what Abu Shuja is doing now, before he gets into the conditions and the integrals, is laying out for you some of the different kinds of sunnah prayers. So here's a kind that's prayed in jama'ah. So he grouped them together for you, said there's 5 of them. And Eid is the best of them for your information. Also, don't forget, we've already established there's 5 obligatory prayers. Witr is not obligatory, but in the Shafi'i school, does an obligation extend to any other prayer at all? Yes, the communal obligation extends to the funeral prayer in the Shafi'i school. So you just have the 5 obligatory prayers and the funeral prayer, which is a communal obligation. 5 obligatory prayers are personal obligation. Funeral prayer is communal obligation. Anything else is a voluntary prayer according to the Shafi'i school. You know, in some schools, there's something called a wajib. Let's call it a duty. That's the Hanafi school. There's prayers that are duties, not fard though, according to them. That's not consensus. And also, in other schools, there are prayers that are communal obligation, such as Eid prayer. And quickly here for you. Here's a way you can test a person in some obligatory knowledge. I have a question. You're going to answer if you have the answer, inshallah. Jumu'ah is communal obligation or personal obligation? Jumu'ah, is it a communal obligation or a personal obligation? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Personal obligation on the men. Personal obligation on the men, not communal obligation. Communal obligation means if some do it, the others are excused. Jumu'ah doesn't fit that description. If someone does Jumu'ah, another one's not going to be excused. So it's not a communal obligation, it's a personal obligation. On men though. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, والسنن التابعة للفرائض 17 ركعة. The Sunnah prayers that accompany, that follow, the obligatory prayers are 17. Said tabi'ah, follow, this doesn't mean after though. This means before and after. If we want, we could put footnote here in the English. Before or after. I don't want to type too much right now. The Sunnah prayers that follow the obligatory prayers are 17. 17, the Sunnah rakats, the Sunnah bowings that follow the obligatory the obligations. The Sunnah bowings that follow the obligations are 17. You could even say following. The Sunnah bowings following, I'm going to leave rakats there because I don't think people are used to me just saying bowing right there. The Sunnah bowings that follow, the Sunnah bowings following the obligations are 17, but I'll leave it like this. الشرح, the explanation. السنن الرواتب التي ذكرها المؤلف 17 ركعة. The prophetic standard sunnahs, the prophetic standard voluntary prayers, the rawatib, those that the author mentioned are 17 bowings. كما أن ركعات الفرائض أي الصلوات المفروضة سبعة عشر أيضا. Just like the bowings of the obligations, meaning the obligatory prayers, are 17 also. والمؤكد من الرواتب ركعتا بسم الله والمؤكد من الرواتب ركعتان قبل الصبح وركعتان قبل الظهر وركعتان بعدها وركعتان بعد المغرب وركعتان بعد العشاء. The emphatic standard voluntary prayers are 2 bowings before dawn, 2 bowings before noon, and 2 after, 2 bowings after sunset, and 2 bowings after night, after nightfall prayer. والمراد بالمؤكد هنا ما واظب عليه رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. And what's meant by mu'akkad here, mu'akkad emphasized, what's meant by that here so I don't know why it says here. Is this word huna here to signal to mu'akkad having another meaning somewhere else, which I don't know what that might be. I only know this meaning for mu'akkad that he's saying here. Or he's just saying here right now, when I just mentioned mu'akkad, what it means is, and he's saying what it means. So we'll ask inshallah. والمراد بالمؤكد هنا ما واظب عليه رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. And what's meant by emphasized here is what the Messenger of Allah صلى الله عليه وسلم واظب عليه, what he did consistently. He had muwazabah for it. And what that means is he did it while residing or traveling. He wouldn't leave it out even if traveling is the meaning. So anytime a sunnah is like that, he wouldn't leave it out. Whether residing or traveling, they call it sunnah mu'akkadah. So that's like the adhan and Eid prayer and other things. Tanbih, alert. من لم يصلي السنن لا يحرم شفاعة الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم. Anyone who did not pray the voluntary prayers is not deprived of the intercession of the Messenger صلى الله عليه وسلم. وما يذكره البعض فيقولون قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم من لم يصلي سنتي فلن تناله شفاعتي مكذوب على رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. And what some mention, saying that the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, whoever does not pray my sunnah, whoever does not pray my prophetic way, meaning the voluntary prayers, then my intercession shall not reach him. He shall not achieve my intercession. This is a lie. This is made up. This is makdhub. It's a fabrication on the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, ركعة الفجر, the 2 bowings of dawn. That's the name of that prayer. So it doesn't mean obligatory prayer. This word al-fajr here, it is, al-fajr here is the obligatory prayer. But This compound here, Rak'at al-Fajr, that's not, that's the name of a Sunnah prayer. الشرح, the explanation. من المؤكد ركعتان قبل طلوع الفجر. Ah, yeah. Well, the Sheikh says, amongst what is emphatic is two rakats before, after the rising of the dawn, yani after the break of dawn. This means he's attributing it to the time. His statement here means he attributes that to the time. وَقَبْلَ الْفَرِيضَةِ, and before the obligation. وَتُسَمَّيَانِ بِسُنَّةِ الصُّبْحِ, and they're also called the Sunnah of Subh. Sunnatul Subh. لخبر ركعت الفجر خير من الدنيا وما فيها, because of the report, the two bowings of dawn are better than the whole world and everything in it. رواه مسلم وأبو داود. Narrated by Muslim and Abu Dawood. Let's verify. What's the Fajr here? And I wouldn't be surprised if it can go two ways, because that's how it goes so many ways, so many times. If Fajr means this, then if Fajr means that, then we'll see. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, وأربع قبل الظهر, 4 before ظهر. الشرح كذلك يسن أن يصلي 4 ركعات قبل الظهر. The explanation is that likewise it is the prophetic way to pray 4 bowings before the noon prayer, that is. وهي سنة الظهر, and they are called سنة الظهر, the Sunnah of Dhuhr. لخبر, due to the report, من حافظ على 4 ركعات قبل الظهر و4 بعدها حرمه الله على النار. Whoever consistently prayed 4 bowings before Dhuhr and 4 afterwards, then Allah will make him forbidden for hell. Allah will make him forbidden for hell. Rawahu Tirmidhi wa Sahhaha. At-Tirmidhi narrated that and he authenticated it. And we're going to see what did the Shaykh do right here, which is a clever thing. Let me read some more first. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy on him, said وَرَكَعَتَانِ بَعْدَهُ, and 2 bowings after it, after Dhuhr, and 2 after. الشرح كذلك يسن ركعتان بعد الظهر. The explanation, likewise, it is recommended to pray 2 bowings before Dhuhr, بعد الظهر, after Dhuhr. What did the Shaykh do here? That's so clever. He explained the text of the author. He mentioned what the author didn't say, without saying that the author didn't say it. He did that by way of this hadith من حافظ على 4 ركعات قبل الظهر وأربع بعدها here, and whoever prays 4 after it, Allah will make him forbidden for hell. What did Abu Shuja say? Abu Shuja said, وَرَكَعَتَانِ بَعْدَهُ, 2 rak'ats after it. So, how many rawatib are there? There's 19. Abu Shuja mentioned 17 out of 19. Why did he not mention the other 2? For something. Now, it's not here in this explanation of the Shaykh. But his statement is not incorrect to say there are 17 rawatib. It's not incorrect. There are. Because there are 19 of them. So if there's 19, then there's 17. قال المؤلف رحمه الله وأربع قبل العصر, 4 before عصر. الشرح كذلك يسن أن يصلي 4 ركعات قبل العصر. The explanation is that likewise it is recommended to pray 4 bowings before Asr. لخبر, due to the report, رحم الله امرأ صلى قبل العصر 4. May God have mercy on a person who prayed 4 before Asr. رواه الترمذي وغيره. At-Tirmidhi and others narrated it. وليس لها بعدية. And Asr doesn't have any subsequent standards, standard bowings, standard rakats. Yani, you have qabliyah and ba'diyah amongst the rawatib. Those that come before, those that come after. Like we said. So that's the meaning of tabi'ah. The rawatib are tabi'ah for the fara'ib. Tabi'ah here means before and after. قال المؤلف رحمه الله وركعتان بعد المغرب, 2 after maghrib. ركعتان يعني 2 يعني 2 rakats after maghrib. الشرح كذلك تسن ركعتان بعد صلاة المغرب. The explanation is that likewise it is recommended to pray 2 rakats after maghrib prayer. Yes. Now as for what you pray between adhan and iqamah, there's 2 rakats between the adhan and the iqamah. Those are not rawatib. Those are other than the rawatib. So someone might say there's 2 rakats before maghrib and 2 rakats after maghrib. We'll say to him, the 2 before maghrib are not rawatib. Those are sunnah between adhan and iqamah. And also, since there's sunnah between adhan and iqamah, observe that sometimes and remind the Muslims, because sometimes someone calls the adhan and calls the iqamah immediately. You can give time to pray 2 rakats, because there's 2 rakats between the adhan and the iqamah. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, وَثَلَاثٌ بَعْدَ الْعِشَاءِ يُوتِرُ بِوَاحِدَةٍ مِّنْهُنْ, and 3 after Isha, one of which is the witr prayer. الشرح, the explanation, تسن ركعتان بعد العشاء. The explanation is that it is a recommendation to pray 2 rakats after Isha. What did Abu Shuja say? He said 3. Shaykh started by saying 2 after Isha. وَسُنَّةُ الْمَغْرِبِ وَسُنَّةُ الْعِشَاءِ لَا يَجْهَرُ بِهِمَا. And the sunnah of Maghrib and the sunnah of Isha, he does not recite them aloud. Aloud means audibly for someone else. That's what I mean. وَمِنَ الصَّلَوَاتِ الْمَسْنُونَاتِ صَلَاةُ الْوِتْرِ. And amongst the voluntary prayers is the odd prayer. Salatul Witr. وَهُوَ مِنْ صَلَاةِ اللَّيْلِ. And it is part of the night prayer. Yes. So, mashallah, the chapter of prayer is so nice when you take it on a deeper level. So the prayer, there are prayers that are made of parts. Like, for example, Taraweeh prayer. How many rak'ats is Taraweeh prayers? 20 rak'ats, isn't it? Yes. How many salams? 10. So once you say salam, is it the prayer over or it's not over? So the whole prayer, meaning with all the sets, the whole thing with all of its sets is called Taraweeh. And also Duha. You can pray so many rak'ats with salams in between. It's called Salatul Duha. So here's something called Salatul Layl, night prayer. What does it have? The Sheikh told us witr is part of that. And what else does it have? It has, yani, I'm getting ahead a little bit. It has tahajjud, other than witr. Tahajjud is praying after you wake up in the night. And night prayer has what's not tahajjud, which is praying at night without sleeping first. All of that is night prayer. لحديث Tirmidhi, due to the hadith of At-Tirmidhi, Utiru, pray witr. That's a command to Jama'ah group. There's well there. Pray witr. فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ وِتْرٌ يُحِبُّ الْوِتْرِ. Indeed, Allah is one and He accepts the odd. Want to investigate the meaning of this hadith. وَأَقَلُّ الْوِتْرِ رَكَعَةٌ وَاحِدَةٌ. I want to point something out to you here too. Here, the Shaykh said, this is due to the hadith of At-Tirmidhi. What's due to the hadith of At-Tirmidhi? The very prior thing, that which is right before, this is due to the hadith of At-Tirmidhi is Salatul Witr is part of Salatul Layl. Then he says, due to the hadith of At-Tirmidhi, pray Witr. So, is he producing this hadith as evidence that Salatul Witr is part of Salatul Layl? No. He's producing the hadith as evidence for the recommendation of praying Witr. Also here, he said, وَهِيَ سُنَّةُ الظُّهْرِ. These rak'ats before Dhuhr, you can call them Sunnatul Dhuhr. لِخَبَر, due to the report, مَنْ حَافَظَ عَلَى أَرْبَعِ رَكَعَاتٍ قَبْلَ الظُّهْرِ وَأَرْبَعٍ بَعْدَهَا حَرَّمَهُ اللَّهُ عَلَى النَّارِ. Whoever consistently does 4 bowings before Dhuhr and 4 after it, Allah will make him forbidden for hell. So, is this hadith here to prove what's right before that? It's also called the Sunnah of Dhuhr. No, that hadith is to prove something else. So I just wanted to point out to you, being mindful to take a thing back to what it's supposed to go back to, and keeping context in mind. He says, rahimahullah, the explainer, وَأَقَلُّ الْوِتْرِ رَكْعَةٌ وَاحِدَةٌ. The least of witr is a single bow or bowing. وَتُزَادُ إِلَى إِحْدَى عَشْرَةٍ. And it can be increased up to 11. Okay, let's check out this footnote here. مال شيخنا رحمه الله بعد ذلك إلى عدم تحديد الوتر. After this, yani, after he documented this, the Shaykh was inclined to, yani, he went to the way of that there is no limit for witr. It's not limited to 11. He went to the position that witr is not limited to 11. So here, this is one of the books of the Shaykh coming out, inshallah ta'ala. The people didn't know what the Shaykh still had in store from the Shaykh. The people thought all they read on the Shaykh was Mukhtasar and Bughya and Sirat and maybe a few other things. And they're stuck in their own bubble. And they read so much from the Shaykh. Over decades, they compared their notes too, if you didn't know. So this is what the Shaykh said in this book, that witr can be added up, can be increased up to 11. Now here's a footnote. Our Shaykh, may Allah have mercy on him, after this, he was inclined to that witr is not limited to 11 rakats. قال في شرحه على الزبد. He said in his explanation for الزبد, so Allah knows if we'll see that with our eyes, inshallah. And who will have the honor also of producing that. The Shaykh, rahimahullah, there's going to be, Allah knows, inshallah, it's going to be generations who are studying his knowledge and passing his books. He is the Imam of this time. And those students who have been studying over there for many, 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 many years now, they are onto something big you might not know. Or you might know. Depending on who you are, if you know, depending on who you are, that makes you happy or makes you sad. The Shaykh said in his explanation of Az-Zubad, جعل المؤلف or جعل المؤلف الإحدى عشرة غاية للوتر or جعل المؤلف الإحدى عشرة غاية للوتر. The author, so that would be Ibn Raslan, he made witr 11 rakats. أي لا يزاد فيها أكثر من ذلك, meaning that not more is added to that. ومستند القائلين بذلك حديث الصحيحين. The Shaykh said, the proof for those who say that is the hadith of the two authentic books, وغيرهما, and also other books. عن عائشة, from Aisha رضي الله عنها, ما كان رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم يزيد في رمضان ولا في غيره على 11 ركعة. That the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alayhi wasallam did not used to add in Ramadan or out of Ramadan more than 11 rakats. So the Shaykh is saying in that book of his, that Sharh of Az-Zubad, this is the proof for those who say this saying here. وَالْحَقُّ أَنَّهُ لَا دَلِيلَ فِي ذَلِكَ عَلَى الْحَصْرِ. And the truth is that there is no evidence in that for a limitation. You might say, what? How? This Wahhabi will be stunned. These Wahhabis, they don't really understand a lot of things. So you've stunned them so many times. في هذا الأمر بل يجوز الزيادة على هذا. Rather, it is permissible to add more than this. لأن غيرها علم أن الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم كان يزيد على ذلك. Because others, other than her, knew that the Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam used to do more than that, used to add more than that. فقد ثبت ذلك عن علي فقد ثبت ذلك عن علي رضي الله عنه. That is confirmed from Ali. ويدل عليه ما رواه ابن حبان والحاكم وغيرهما. And what proves that is what Ibn Hibban and Al-Hakim and others have narrated من حديث أبي هريرة رضي الله عنه, from the hadith of Abu Hurairah, may Allah accept from him, أنه عليه الصلاة والسلام رخص في الأكثر من إحدى عشرة, that he sallallahu alayhi wasallam or alayhi salatu wasalam gave the permission to do more than 11. So that's reported from Abu Hurairah that he gave the permission to do more than 11. رخص في الأكثر من إحدى عشرة, he gave the permission to do more than 11. ومن حفظ حجة على من لم يحفظ. And so the Shaykh says, and there's a rule: whoever has obtained knowledge has priority over someone who is not privy to it. Yani, if you want, whoever memorized is proof over whoever did not memorize. If you want to put it that way, it means who knows something. Yani, he's given priority over the one who doesn't know. If someone says it didn't happen like this, and he's an authority, an authority says not, he didn't do this. Okay. So that authority is going to say what he knows. Another authority says he did do this. So then who are we going to take? The one who knows. We will not disregard his knowledge for the one who didn't know what he knew. Back to the body here. كان رجل من الأنصار يسمى أبا محمد قال الوتر واجب. There was a man amongst the Ansar. He's called Abu Muhammad. He said witr is a duty. فلم يوافقه أحد من الصحابة. And not a single companion agreed with him. بل خطأه بعضهم. In fact, some of them deemed him mistaken. فقال كذب أبو محمد أي أخطأ. And he said, in emphasizing how wrong Abu Muhammad is, he lied. And he meant he's wrong. That could even happen in English. I saw it happen, that's when I knew. Yani, I knew this story already in Arabic. Because I said to a person once, and this person I was talking to, he wasn't a Muslim. I said to him, so and so says such and such. He did say that. I told him accurate, true information. He said to me, he lied to you. What he's saying to me is he's wrong. He's not denying that he says it, that he said it, and he's not denying that he believes it too, that he thinks is right. That's when I knew that it could be said in English. أي أخطأ, meaning he is mistaken. لأن الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم قال, because the Messenger صلى الله عليه وسلم said, خمس صلوات كتبهن الله على العباد. Because the Messenger of Allah صلى الله عليه وسلم said, there are 5 prayers that Allah ordained or prescribed for the slaves. فمن جاء بهن بتمامهن كان له عند الله عهد أن يدخله الجنة. Anyone who performed them completely has a covenant with God that God shall admit him into the garden. Al-Hadith, etc. To the end of the Hadith. فاستدل بهذا الحديث هذا الصحابي وهو عبادة بن الصامت على نفي وجوب الوتر. This companion inferred from this hadith, and that companion is Ubadah ibn Samit. Why I'm thinking he's mujtahid. Let's see. That this proves that witr is not a duty. Yeah, so the Shaykh is saying, there was a companion who, he was from the Ansar, or there was a man from the Ansar here. He said a man from the Ansar. He didn't say, anyway. So he said there was a man from the Ansar. He's called Abu Muhammad. He said witr is wajib. None of the companions agreed with him. And some of them deemed him mistaken by emphatically saying that he lied. Because, the companion who's deeming him mistaken is inferring from a hadith. Because the Prophet ﷺ said, خمس صلوات كتبهن الله على العباد فمن جاء بهن بتمامهن كان له عند الله عهد أن يدخله الجنة, etc. To the end of that hadith. There are 5 prayers that Allah made obligatory on the slaves. Whoever performs them completely has a covenant from God that he shall admit him into the garden. So this companion who is Ubadah ibn Samit, he inferred from this hadith that witr is not a duty. وَوَقْتُ الْوِتْرِ بَيْنَ صَلَاةِ الْعِشَاءِ وَطُلُوعِ الْفَجْرِ الثَّانِي. And the time of witr is between night prayer and the rising of the second dawn. The rising of the second dawn, which is true dawn. وَيُسَنُّ جَعْلُهُ آخِرَ صَلَاةِ اللَّيْلِ. And it is the prophetic practice, the prophetic way to put it, at the end of the night prayer. At the end of the night prayer. لِخَبَرِ الصَّحِيحَيْنِ. Due to the report of the 2 authentic books. اجعلوا آخر صلاتكم من الليل وترا. Make your last prayer at night witr. So what does this imply? It implies that it's possible to pray witr and then pray more after that of night prayers. So this is not sunnah to do, but it's valid. فإن كان له تهجد فإن كان له تهجد أخر الوتر إلى أن يتهجد. And if this one has tahajjud, praying at night, then after sleep, then he delays the witr until he prays after sleeping it in the night. Prays in the night after sleeping. After waking, he prays after waking in the night. وَإِلَّا, or else, if he doesn't do that, he's not going to wake up. أَوْتَرَ بَعْدَ فَرِيضَةِ الْعِشَاءِ. Then he prays an odd prayer after the obligatory night prayer. وَرَاتِبَتِهَا, and after the standard that follows the night prayer. The ratiba. No, that's what I'm calling a standard prayer. The ones that goes with those that follow the obligatory prayers. فمحل تعجيله إن لم يثق بيقظته آخر الليل. And so the place of advancing the witr prayer, praying it earlier, is when one does not trust his waking up at the end of the night. وَإِلَّا فَتَأْخِيرُهُ أَفْضَلُ. Otherwise, delaying it is better. لِخَبَرِ Muslim, due to the report of Muslim, مَنْ خَافَ أَلَّا يَقُومَ آخِرَ اللَّيْلِ فَلْيُوتِرْ أَوَّلَهُ ومن طمع أن يقوم آخره فليوتر آخر الليل فإن صلاة آخر الليل مشهودة وذلك أفضل. So otherwise, if one trusts himself to wake up, then delaying that witr prayer is best because of the report of Muslim. Whoever fears not to stand at the end of the night, then let him pray an odd prayer at the beginning, at its beginning. And whoever hopes to stand at the end, then let him pray an odd prayer at the end of the night. For indeed, the prayer at the end of the night is witnessed by angels, and that is better. Prayer in the night is very important. Subhanallah wa bihamdi. For high status, good status. Has barakah, blessing. And what's barakah? Barakah is ziyadatu khair, additional goodness. I was talking with a brother. We were talking about a brother. And I said, that one, I don't know. He's doing something. There's something about him, isn't it? And the other brother, I didn't ask him. I said, there's something about him. He said, yes, there is. I can see. So I don't know what he's doing. Maybe he's praying at night. Allahu A'lam. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him. وثلاث نوافل مؤكدات. 3 voluntary prayers are emphasized. Now, what's this category here? Is another category. So Abu Shuja here gave us 3 categories of Sunnah prayers. He gave us those that are that have congregation sanctioned for them. He started with that. Then he gave us those that are standardly associated with the obligatory prayers. Now he's giving us another set. What's special about these ones? Why they don't fit in what's already been mentioned? Because these ones are not uh, they do not follow obligatory prayers, so they're not rawatib. They don't follow obligatory prayers, so they're not rawatib. And the jama'ah is not sunnah, is not sanctioned for them, meaning sunnah for them, except he said was salatul layl. He says was salatul tarawih, except the tarawih. Jama'ah is sanctioned for tarawih. Why tarawih is not up here? Because tarawih is not in this, though, in this category of these. These ones have their own rank. 2 Eid prayers, 2 eclipse prayers, and rain prayer. They have their status. Tarawih prayer is a sunnah prayer prayed in jama'ah, but it does not go with these in mentioning. But if you wanted to put it here because it's sanctioned in congregation, then you would be able to. Wallahu alam. So he says, وَثَلَاثُ نَوَافِلَ مُؤَكَّدَاتٍ, and 3 voluntary prayers are emphasized. So what's the meaning of them being emphasized here? Let me see what the Shaykh says. الشرح من السنن المؤكدة التي ليست تابعة للفرائض صلاة الليل. The explanation is that amongst the emphatic sunnahs that are not followers of the obligatory prayers is the night prayer. قبل الفجر وبعد العشاء, before Fajr and after Isha. So what Shaykh is saying here too, if you put all his words together, he's saying witr is not one of these standards, one of those standards. Because the Shaykh is saying right here, night prayer is not one of those standards. Salatul Layl is not amongst the rawatib. The rawatib is something else. And he said, witr is part of the night prayer. So when you put those together, then you notice also, how did he explain Abu Shuja's statement? Abu Shuja said 3 after Isha, doing witr with one of them, and then in the Sheikh's explanation, he said 2 after Isha. But what the Sheikh did not say here explicitly, he didn't say explicitly, is witr is not one of them. Rather, yani, that can just be extracted from putting his words together. And also, he did not say Abu Shuja is wrong. Allahu yarhamuhuma, ameen. So he says, the explanation is that amongst the emphasized sunnahs that are not followers of the obligatory prayers is the night prayer. So, before dawn and after Isha. Before Fajr and after Isha. When we say after Isha here means, and after it's 2 rakats too. Pray your Isha, pray it's 2 rakats. Unless you pray your Isha and then you make deliberately the intention that it's just Salatul Layl, not Ratibah of Isha. Well, why do that? So pray the Ratibah of Isha, the standard that goes with Isha, and then continue. Do 2 more, for example. May Allah enable us. وَهِيَ هُنَا التَّهَجُّد. And he said, and what this means here should mean in the author's talk, in Abu Shuja's talk. What this means here is that tahajjud, ay salatul nafli ba'da nawm, meaning voluntary prayer after sleep. Qala ta'ala, the exalted one said, وَمِنَ اللَّيْلِ فَتَهَجَّدْ بِهِ نَافِلَةً لَكَ. And during the night, then pray tahajjud as a voluntary prayer for you. Yes. And so now I'm just thinking about the statement as I'm reading it with you. That the Shaykh said, what Abu Shuja means here by night prayer is tahajjud. Although the word night prayer, it does cover tahajjud and more than tahajjud. But tahajjud has an extra merit over regular night prayer. Regular night prayer that's not tahajjud is naflun mutlaq. Naflun mutlaq. Yani unrestricted sunnah prayer. Just 2 rakats that have no particular time or reason. They don't have a time or reason. It's a night prayer because you're praying it at night. Had it been daytime, it would have been a day prayer. So it's just open sunnah prayer. When you do it at night, it's better than when you do it at day. And when you do it after sleeping, waking up in the night, that's better than not sleeping and waking up and praying. So the Shaykh is saying this level here, this level of the one who wakes up and prays in the night, this is what's meant here. Under Abu Shuja's statement, وَثَلَاثُ نَوَافِلَ مُؤَكَّدَاتٍ, 3 sunnahs are emphasized or emphatic. قال المؤلف رحمه الله والصلاة الضحى. The author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, the duha prayer, yani morning prayer. Duha is the morning. It's the morning light. The morning light. الشرح, the explanation, من السنن المؤكدة التي ليست تابعة للفرائض صلاة الضحى, is that amongst the emphatic sunnahs that are not followers of the obligatory prayers, or not a follower of the obligatory prayers, is, or not an extension of, if you want, the obligatory prayers, is the morning prayer, the duha prayer. قال تعالى, the Exalted One said, يُسَبِّحْنَ بِالْعَشِيِّ وَالْإِشْرَاقِ. They glorify God during the ashi, Asr time, or we'll check. And the ishraq is the morning light. So it doesn't say duha though. So that's the tafsir. The tafsir of the ishraq here, according to some, is duha. وفي الصحيحين عن أبي هريرة رضي الله عنه أنه قال. And it is reported in the two authentic books about Abu Hurairah, may Allah accept from him, that he said, أوصاني خليلي صلى الله عليه وسلم بثلاث. My Khalil sallallahu alayhi wasallam advised me, commanded me with three. Yani, let's just say, advised me with three. صيام ثلاثة أيام من كل شهر وركعتي الضحى وأن أوتر قبل أن أنام. He advised me with fasting 3 days out of the month and 2 rakats of the morning, and that I pray an odd prayer before I sleep. ووقتها بعد ارتفاع الشمس قدر الرمح. And its time is after the sunrise by the amount of a spear. وذلك بنحو ربع ساعة. That's about after a quarter of an hour. That's 15 minutes. So about 15 minutes. Yeah, that's a taqreeb approximately. إلى الزوال, until zenith. Then you cannot start a prayer at the exact moment of zenith. It's haram to start a prayer at the moment of zenith, except on Fridays and except in the haram. That's one of the haram times to pray, as shall come inshallah. وَتُصَلَّى رَكَعَتَيْن. And it is prayed as 2 rakats, أو أربعا أو ستا أو ثمانية أو عشرة أو عشرة أو اثنتي عشرة. Or it is prayed as 4 or 6 or 8 or 10 or 12. وَثَوَابُهَا عَظِيمٌ. And its reward is great. أَعْظَمُ مِنْ بَعْضِ النَّوَافِلِ. Greater than some other voluntary prayers. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, وَالصَّلَاةُ تَرَوِيحِ. And the Tarawih prayer, maybe the intermission prayer, or intermissions, the prayer of the intermissions. الشرح, the explanation, من السنن المؤكدة التي ليست تابعة للفرائض صلاة التراويح, is that amongst the sunnah prayers that are emphatic and not a follower of the obligatory prayers is the Taraweeh prayer. The hadith shaykhain, due to the hadith of the 2 shaykhs. من قام رمضان إيمانا واحتسابا غفر له ما تقدم من ذنبه. Whoever stood in Ramadan in faith and seeking reward, he shall be forgiven of what has preceded of small sins. ووقتها ما بين صلاة العشاء وطلوع الفجر الثاني. And its time is what is between the Isha prayer and the rising of the second dawn. وفعلها في الجماعة أفضل. And performing it in congregation is better. وهي 20 ركعة. and it consists of 20 rak'ats. وَلَمْ يَثْبُتْ هَذَا الْعَدَدُ مِنْ فِعْلِ النَّبِيِّ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وَسَلَّمَ. And this number is not confirmed from the action of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Very important statement there. Because that gives support to what Umar did being a bid'ah. Because the Wahhabis are not convinced here, although Umar himself called it a bid'ah. And it is not confirmed, this number 20 is not confirmed by the action of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. لكنه جرى عليه العمل في عهد عمر رضي الله عنه. However, or rather, وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. However, this practice became customary during the time of Umar. May Allah accept from him. فقد ثبت عنه أنه جمع الناس في رمضان على القيام ب20 ركعة. It is confirmed about him that he gathered the people upon standing for 20 bowings. وثبت أيضا أنه جمعهم على القيام ب11 ركعة. And it was also confirmed that he gathered them upon 11 bowings. وقيام رمضان يعرف بالتراويح. And Ramadan night prayer is known as التراويح. ولم يرد هذا الاسم في الحديث. And this name did not come in a hadith. So the Shaykh says, neither the number of rak'ats nor the name is confirmed from the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. بل المذكور الوارد قيام رمضان. Rather, what did come in the hadiths is قيام رمضان. وكلمة التراويح مأخوذة من الراحة. And the word التراويح is taken from the word راحة, a break. لأن أهل مكة كانوا يصلون 20 ركعة. Because the people of Mecca used to pray 20 bowings. يطيلون القيام فيها, standing for a long time in them. ويقرؤون جزءا أو أكثر فيستريحون. And then they would recite a whole juz' or more. And then they would take a break. بأن يطوفوا عقب كل 4 ركعات. They would take a break by making tawaf after every 4 bowings. سبعة أشواط. They would do 7 laps or 7 rounds. أما أهل المدينة فيصلون 36 ركعة. As for the people of Medina, they pray 36 bowings. تعويضا عما فاتهم من الطواف الذي يفعله أهل مكة. They do that as a replacement for what they cannot do of tawaf that the people of Mecca do. It's like during a competition with them. وأحدث الناس في بعض البلاد ذكر بعض الكلمات من الذكر عقب كل 4 ركعات. And the people have innovated in some lands some words that they say between every 4 rakats, between every 4 bowings. وفي بعض البلاد, and in some lands, أحدثوا عقب أول 4 ركعات الترضي عن أبي بكر. وفيما بعد كل 4 ركعات يذكرون الخلفاء الثلاثة في الترضي. وفي بعض البلاد يذكرون شيئا غير ذلك. And in some lands, what do? They have innovated after every 4 bowings, making dua for Abu Bakr. Yani after the first 4, not every 4. After the first 4 bowings, making dua for Abu Bakr. And then after every subsequent 4 bowings, they would mention the 3 caliphs. 3 other ones. And in some towns, they do other things. They mention other things. So when you pray that Taraweeh, you might pray 2, then pray 2, then say some dhikr, and then stand up and then 2 with a salam, then 2 with a salam, then make some dhikr. Like that. Subhanallah walhamdulillah wa la ilaha illallah wallahu akbar. For example. more, for example, if you want, and then do 4 more. Wallahu a'lam. So the author says, rahimahullah ta'ala, فصل في شرائط الصلاة قبل الدخول فيها. Section about the conditions of prayer before entering into it, before commencing with it. So remember, there's conditions for validity of prayer. That's what we're talking about here. Conditions for the prayer before entering into it means the conditions for the validity of the prayer. And there are conditions for the prayer to be obligatory. That's different. Conditions for it to be obligatory, conditions for it to be valid. Conditions for it to be valid, then a child, for example, will be able to have a valid prayer, but it's not going to be obligatory on it. As long as he fulfills the conditions of validity and the conditions to be, yeah, as long as he fulfills the conditions of validity, but he's a child, pre-pubescent child, so he does not fulfill the conditions of being obligated. These are conditions of validity. And so, قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, وشرائط الصلاة قبل الدخول فيها خمسة أشياء. The prayer has 5 conditions before commencement. So let's say the conditions of prayer before commencement are 5. الشرح الصلاة لها لوازم. The explanation is that prayer has binding things, things that are bound to it. إذا لم تحصل تلك اللوازم لم تصح. If those binding matters do not happen, then the prayer is not valid. فالشرط يطلق بهذا المعنى الشامل للأركان. And so condition is used with this meaning that is really encompassing of also integrals. Yani sometimes there is a common meaning between shart, condition, and rukin, integral. And you could use the word shart, condition, for an integral. Do you recall the difference between the condition of the prayer and the integral of the prayer? Yani, remember, the condition of the prayer and a condition for anything needs to come before that thing. Like wudu is a condition for prayer, so it's going to be done before the prayer. Facing the qibla is a condition, so it's going to be done before the prayer. Face the qibla. Covering the aura is a condition, so it's going to be done before the prayer. That's condition. Shart, integral, is what is actually a part of the deed. Now we're talking about prayer, so the integral is going to be like standing, intending, saying takbir, reciting al-Fatiha, making ruku', standing back up, making sujood, sitting up. Those are all integrals. They are actual parts of the prayer. The condition and the integral have something in common, which is that it's not valid without either one. And therefore, sometimes they would call an integral a condition because you need it. But when they call an integral a condition, then they won't be using the word condition according to their standard meaning. Inshallah, that's clear. So, ويطلق على ما يتوقف عليه صحة الشيء وليس جزءا منه وهذا هو المراد هنا. And so, condition is also used with the meaning of something that upon which the validity of another thing depends. Shart, condition, is that upon which the validity of another thing depends. وَلَيْسَ جُزْءًا مِنْهُ. But it's not a part of that thing. وَهَذَا هُوَ الْمُرَادُ هُنَا. That's the intent here. So, for example, to make it more clear for you, inshallah, take a look at the Friday prayer. Friday prayer has two speeches before it. Without those two speeches, the prayer is not valid. Then those two speeches are conditions for the Friday prayer. But look at the Eid prayer. Eid prayer has two speeches after it. So then we know for sure that those two speeches are not a condition for the Eid prayer. If they were, they would have been before it. Conditions come before the deed. قال المؤلف رحمه الله طهارة الأعضاء من الحدث والنجس. The author says, may Allah have mercy on him, purification of the organs from ritual impurity and filth. الشرح يشترط لصحة الصلاة طهارة عن الحدث. The explanation is that it's a condition for the validity of the prayer that there would be purity from religious impurity and filth. سواء في ذلك الأكبر والأصغر, whether that's the big religious impurity or the small religious impurity. لقوله صلى الله عليه وسلم لا يقبل الله صلاة بغير طهور. Yes. That is due to the Prophet's saying, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, Allah does not accept a prayer without purification, without tuhur, purification. And here, acceptance means the acceptance of validity. Usually when we say the prayer is not acceptable or the deed is not acceptable, that means it doesn't have reward. Qabul usually refers to the reward. Here, the qabul, acceptance, refers to the validity. لا يقبل الله صلاة بغير طهور. Allah does not accept a prayer without purification. ويشترط ذلك الطهارة عن النجاسة في البدن والثوب والمكان. And this purification is a condition from filth, and it's also a condition that there would be purification from filth on the body, the clothing, and the place. The place your body is in contact with while you pray. So while you're standing, that's the bottom of your feet. And while you're making sujood, that's your toes and your knees and your palms and your forehead. That's the place of prayer. There's something here. لا يقبل الله صلاة بغير طهور. Allah does not accept a prayer without purification. Yes. So then, what if you are lacking water? Then you're going to make tayammum with soil. Then what if you are lacking soil too? Then you are going to pray as you are and make it up later. قال المؤلف رحمه الله وستر العورة بلباس طاهر. The author, may Allah have mercy on him, said, and covering the aura, covering the nakedness with pure clothing. بلباس طاهر, with pure clothing. الشرح كذلك من شروط الصلاة أن يستر المصلي عورته مع القدرة. The explanation is that, likewise, amongst the conditions of prayer is for the praying person to cover his nakedness when able. So when we say he has to do it when he's able, then when he's not able, he won't have to make up his prayer. Yani, when he's not able, he will pray nude and he won't have to make up his prayer. وَلَوْ فِي ظُلْمَةٍ وَخَالِيَةٍ, even if he's in darkness and even if he is alone. تَأَدُّبًا مَعَ اللَّهِ تَعَالَى, out of etiquette with God, Azza wa Jal, بِلِبَاسٍ طَاهِرٍ, with pure clothing, meaning clean clothing. يمنع رؤية لون البشرة, clothing that prevents seeing the color of the skin and the hair. The color, not the shape of the body, not the form, rather just the color of the skin and the hair. ويجب سترها أيضا في غير الصلاة عن الناس وفي الخلوة إلا لحاجة. And it's also obligatory to cover the nakedness outside of the prayer, to cover it from the people, and in privacy, except for a need, for a reason. Yani, not even an emergency, but for a reason. Can't be pointless nudity, even in privacy. That's the Shafi'i school, not a consensus. Some say pointless nudity in privacy is not forbidden, but in the Shafi'i school it is forbidden. وعورة الرجل في الصلاة ما بين سرته وركبته, and the nakedness of the man in the prayer is what is between his navel and his knees. فإذا ستر الرجل ما بين سرته وركبته وكشف ما سوى ذلك صحت صلاته. And so if a man covered what is between his navel and his knees, and he exposed anything else, then his prayer is valid. It is sunnah for him, though, to have something on his head and on his shoulders. That's better. Better to pray in two pieces for a man, to pray in two pieces. One of them is going to be over his shoulders, and also to have his head covered. In fact, it's sunnah to pray in your best clothing. فَلَا تَدْخُلُ السُّرَّةُ وَالرُّكْبَةُ فِي الْعَوْرَةِ. And so the navel and the knee themselves are not included in the nakedness. قال أبو هريرة للحسن رضي الله عنهما. Abu Hurairah said to Al-Hasan رضي الله عنهما, اكشف لي عن بطنك. Expose your stomach for me. أقبل حيث رأيت رسول الله يقبل منك. I shall kiss where I saw the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alayhi wasallam kissing you. فَكَشَفَ لَهُ فَقَبَّلَ سُرَّتَهُ. So he exposed it for him, and then he kissed his navel. Subhanallah. وَكَذَا عَوْرَةُ الْأَمَةِ مَا بَيْنَ السُّرَّةِ وَالرُّكْبَةِ. And likewise, a slave woman's nakedness is what's between her navel and her knees. أما عورة المرأة الحرة فجميع بدنها ما عدا الوجه والكفين. As for the aura, the nakedness of a free woman, it's all of her body. And then that's all of her body except her face and her hands. ثم إن نحو خمسة من المجتهدين قالوا إن فخذ الرجل ليس بعورة. Furthermore, about 5 mujtahids said that the man's thigh is not nakedness. إنما العورة الفرجان, and that the nakedness for him is merely the front and back private parts. What do I mean when I say free woman? It means she's not a slave woman. Free woman is not a slave woman, and a free Muslimah can never become, or any Muslim, a free Muslim, male or female, could never become a slave. It's not possible for a free Muslim to become a slave. Rather, a person's either going to be a kafir who became a slave and then became a Muslim, or he will be born as a slave. And never will a free person, free Muslim, become a slave. Yani, not in reality. If he got captured by the kuffar and then they made him a slave, he wouldn't really be a slave. But he would be like, captured and oppressed, but not a real slave. Yeah, maybe kidnapped, but could be, let's say, the Muslims fought the kuffar, and then the kuffar beat the Muslims, and took prisoners. And then they made Muslims their slaves in their claim. Then religiously, for real, they're not slaves. because they were free Muslims. And a free Muslim can never become a slave. Ameen wa fiq. Yes. فإذا رأينا رجلا كاشفا فخذه سكتنا عنه ولا ننتهره إلا إذا علمنا أنه يعتقد حرمة كشف الفخذ فيجب نهيه. And so if we saw a man with his thighs exposed, like he has some shorts from the 1970s, those shorts, they have lines on the side. He has some socks with rings around them. So he has his thighs exposed. We will be silent about that, and we will not forbid him unless we knew that he believes that that's haram, that it's haram to expose the thigh, meaning he follows a madhab that, according to that madhab, it's haram for him to expose his thigh. So then it will be obligatory to forbid him from doing that. But if we don't know that he is following a madhab that forbids that, then we don't say anything because it's not haram by consensus. When we see something that's not haram by consensus, then we can afford to be silent about it. There could be times, though, when it's just the wisdom would dictate saying something or advising a person so that there won't be a harm to the Muslims or to the da'wah. قال المؤلف رحمه الله والوقوف على مكان طاهر. The author, may Allah have mercy on him, said, and standing over a pure place, or standing upon a pure place, standing on a pure place, meaning not contaminated with najasa. الشرح, the explanation is من شروط الصلاة أن يقف المصلي على مكان طاهر. Amongst the conditions of the prayer is for the praying person to stand upon a pure place. أي لا يكون هناك بول ولا غائط ولا دم ولا قيء ولا خمر ولا نحو ذلك من كل ما عده أهل المذهب نجسا. The explanation is that amongst the conditions of the prayer is for the praying person to stand upon a pure place, meaning there would not be there urine or feces or blood or vomit or wine or the likes of that concerning anything that the people of the madhab consider filth. قال المؤلف رحمه الله والعلم بدخول الوقت. The author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, knowledge about the entrance of the prayer time. الشرح أنه يشترط أن يعرف المصلي أن الوقت قد دخل. The explanation is that it is a condition for the praying person to know that the time entered. فلو صلى من غير أن يعرف دخول الوقت لم تصح صلاته. And so if he prays without knowing that the time came in, then his prayer is not valid. ولو صادف الوقت, even if it happens that the time is in. فعليه إعادتها بعد معرفته بدخول الوقت. So then it would be obligatory on him to repeat it after he knows that the time came in. إما يقينا برؤية الظل ونحوه. Either he would know it with certainty by seeing the shadow or the like he saw the disk of the sun go down, he saw the light of dawn going across the horizon before the sun came up, like this. وإما ظن, or even if he's merely confident that the time is in. How? بسماع أذان ثقة, by hearing the adhan of a trustworthy person. أو نحو ذلك, or the likes of that. كصياح الديك المجرب, like hearing the crowing of a tested rooster. فيكفي الاعتماد على ذلك. It would be enough to rely on that. لمعرفة دخول الوقت, for knowing that the time came in. Footnote. قال النووي في المجموع. النووي said in المجموع الديك الذي جربت إصابته في صياحه للوقت يجوز اعتماده في دخول الوقت. And Nawawi said a rooster that's tested to cry out at the time is permissible to rely upon for the time coming in. ذكره القاضي حسين والصاحب التتمة والرافعي. And Nawawi said, so says Judge Hussein, massive Shafi'i scholar, and the author of At-Titimma and Al-Rafi'i. كما يجوز اعتماد خبر الثقة, just like it's also permissible to rely on the report of a trustworthy person, meaning some trustworthy person merely told you it's in. Yani, can't you rely on his adhan in the first place? Yes. So then if he came to you and told you the time is in, then you can rely on that too. And he's trustworthy. And his being trustworthy includes that he has knowledge. Excuse me, he's knowledgeable. فَلَوْ أَرَادَ أَنْ يَنَامَ آخِرَ اللَّيْلِ. And so, had someone wanted to sleep at the end of the night, وَلَمْ يَعْلَمْ أَنَّ وَقْتَ الْفَجْرِ قَدْ دَخَلْ, and he did not know that the time of dawn came in. فَقَامَ فَصَلَّى الْفَجْرِ, and then he got up and prayed Fajr. مَا صَحَّتْ صَلَاتُهُ, his prayer is not valid. إِلَّا أَنْ يَرَى ذَلِكَ الْبَيَاضَ الْمُعْتَرِضَ الَّذِي يَطْلُعُ فِي الْأُفُقِ الشَّرْقِيِّ, not unless he sees that white sideways line that rises in the eastern horizon. Oh, يسمع أذان ثقة dayin arif, or he hears the adhan of a trustworthy, religious, knowledgeable person. Oh, ينتظر حتى يرى الضوء, or he waits until he sees the light. ويميز ما يليه, and he can see what's beside him. Yani, the light came out. So then it means, let's say even you have an app and the alarm goes off, the adhan goes off for Fajr according to your app. And if you are not confident that this is, that yani, that Fajr is in, although your alarm went off, but you are not confident that this alarm is really accurate, you didn't test it for that time, then you wait. You cannot pray, it's not going to be permissible. If you fell asleep and missed it, you won't be sinful, because you weren't even allowed to pray yet anyway. Wait 6 minutes to pray. Maybe if you're talking about the prayer schedule that our brothers and sisters do, that's their advice. But in the scenario I gave you, I'm talking about if you had an app and you didn't test it. Like, for example, I have an app. The only time for me that's tested on my app is Maghrib time. Yani, I know when that app goes off at Maghrib time, Maghrib's in. Yani, confidently. I'm confident. I've tested it so many times that then when I hear it at Maghrib, I can pray. But the other times, I didn't really test it accurately to be sure that the time is in when the alarm goes off on my phone. So I wait until I'm confident. Ameen wa fiq. Tambih, notice or alert. Adhan thiqati al-arifi ikhtulifa fih. There's a difference in opinion concerning the adhan of a trustworthy, knowledgeable person. فَقَالَ بَعْضُهُمْ يُعْتَمَدُ فِي الصَّحْوِ وَالْغَيْمِ. Some say it's reliable in clear weather and cloudy weather. وَقَالَ بَعْضُهُمْ فِي الصَّحْوِ فَقَطْ. And others said it's only reliable in clear weather. Subhanallah. Now I'm reviewing this with you, it became clear for me. When I first learned it, I actually didn't comprehend it. I didn't know I didn't comprehend it though. Or maybe in the back of my mind. Why I didn't comprehend it? Because now I understand. Yani, now I understand what I didn't understand, which is that what's the difference between whether he calls the adhan in clear weather or cloudy weather? The adhan is the adhan. You're going to hear it either way. Yani, I wasn't comprehending because I was thinking about the fact that you can hear him. You can hear him this way and you can hear him that way. What's the difference? It's not about hearing him. It's going to be about his ability to tell if the time is in. If it's clear weather, he'll be able to tell the time is in because he'll be able to see the shadows. He'll be able to see the redness of the western horizon and all of that. But when it's cloudy, you don't see any of those things. So that's why. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, and واستقبال القبلة, and facing the Qibla. Bismillah. Sorry for that wait right there. I had to take that phone call. Okay, Bismillah. So, قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said واستقبال القبلة. Okay. A, أو ركبانا, or riding, A, راكبين. راكبين تلك الساعة, meaning riding at that time. فيكون الاتجاه على حسب ما تقتضيه الضرورة. Then, in this case, facing the Qibla will depend on the emergency or the urgency. واقفين وراكبين كيفما أمكنهم, standing, riding, whichever way they are able to. In this case, yani even while throwing blows, for example, holding his rifle, holding the trigger, and the rifle is making his body shake as the bullets come out. All of this, yani swinging his sword, he's throwing blows and kicks. All of that is overlooked. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, وفي النافلة في السفر على الراحلة, and during a voluntary prayer while traveling on an animal. الشرح الحالة الثانية في نافلة السفر. في نافلة السفر, the explanation is that the second case is during a voluntary prayer while traveling. فمن كان يصلي النفل في السفر, so anyone who's praying a voluntary prayer on a journey, كالوتر, like the witr prayer. وهو راكب الدابة, while riding an animal, يجوز له ترك استقبال القبلة. It would be permissible for him to leave out facing the Qibla. ويستقبل الجهة التي يقصدها, and he should instead face the direction that he is going in, the direction of his destination. ويومئ برأسه للركوع وللسجود, and he will signal with his head for bowing and prostrating. For bowing, وَلِلسُّجُودِ أَخْفَض, and for prostrating he signals even lower. بِخِلَافِ رَاكِبِ السَّيَّارَةِ, this is different from a person who's riding a car. فَإِنَّهُ يَجِبُ عَلَيْهِ أَنْ يَسْتَقْبِلَ الْقِبْلَةِ فِي النَّفْلِ, indeed it is obligatory on him to face the Qibla in the voluntary prayer. وَيَجِبُ عَلَيْهِ إِتْمَامُ الرُّكُوعِ وَالسُّجُودِ, and it will be obligatory on him to do a complete ruku' and a complete sujood. وَلَا يَجُوزُ لَهُ الْإِيمَاء, and it won't be permissible for him to just make a signal or a gesture. لِأَنَّ النَّصَّ إِنَّمَا وَرَدَ فِي الدَّابَّةِ, because the religious texts came only about the animal. فَلَا تُقَاسُ عَلَيْهَا هَذِهِ الْجَمَادَاتِ, and so these inanimate things, كَالسَّفِينَةِ وَالسَّيَّارَةِ, like a ship and a car, they are not compared to an animal. Okay, now that went smoothly. Alhamdulillah. The author says, فصل, section في أركان الصلاة وسننها وهيئاتها, section concerning the integrals of the prayer and its sunan, its sunnahs, and its hayat, its, let's say, characteristics. Some different words I go back and forth with. For that, we'll see when I get to it, inshallah ta'ala. قال المؤلف رحمه الله وأركان الصلاة 18 ركنا. The author says the prayer has 18 integrals, or the integrals of the prayer are 18. That's what Abu Shuja said. الشرح, the explanation. عد أبو شجاع الطمأنينة في المواضع الأربعة ركنا مستقلا. Abu Shuja counted Tuma'nina in its 4 spots, each one as an independent integral. Look how Sheikh started. How he started explaining how Abu Shuja got to 18 integrals. If you want to say it really fast, you're going to say he added an integral. Standardly, we say 17 integrals. That's Shafi'i school. You could say 13. You could say 14. You could say 17. 17 is strong saying in Shafi'i school for the how to number the integrals. Whether you say 13 or 14 or 17, it's the same. Not 18, though. 13, 14, and 17, these sayings for how to count the integrals, it's the same integrals, just how to count them. So, and 17 is the strong saying in the madhab. So when Abu Shuja said there's 18, it was because there was one that he added. Yani, next to the last one. He added an integral next to the last integral. Yani, according to Abu Shuja, it's the 17th integral that's what we are not counting as an integral. And the 18th integral, according to Abu Shuja, is what we are saying is really the 17th integral. Okay. That's getting to the chase there about 17 or 18, what Abu Shuja said. How did the Shaykh, though, start to explain this case? He started by saying that Abu Shuja, he counted the instances of tuma'nina, serenity in the prayer, each one as an independent integral. It appears in 4 spots. Serenity in the prayer appears in 4 spots, as you know. وفي بعض النسخ 17 and in some copies of Abu Shuja it is 17 integrals. وهو ما في الروضة والتحقيق, and this count 17, that's what's in الروضة and in التحقيق. لأن الأصل أن نية الخروج لا تجب, because the origin is that the intention to exit the prayer is not obligatory. That's the issue there. وجعلها في المنهاج 13. In al-Minhaj, though, and Nawawi made the integrals 13. That's by not counting the tuma'nina at all by itself. There is tuma'nina, but by not counting it, not listing it as an integral, you're going to come to 13. Yani, we say there's 17. We just said there's 4 instances of tuma'nina. 17 minus 4 is 13. So if we say 13, it means we're not counting any instance of tuma'nina as an independent integral. كما في المحرر بجعل الطمأنينة كالهيئة التابعة. That way, to get to this number of 13, that would be by counting the tuma'nina as an extension of another action, an extension of another action. Yeah, and you're going to bow, and then as an extension of your bowing, you're going to have tuma'nina. And then stand back up, and as an extension of the standing back up, have tuma'nina, like this. So when you say 13 integrals, then you have made the tuma'nina like something that's by extension, not independent. وَجَعَلَهَا فِي الْحَاوِي 14. And in Al-Hawi, they are counted as 14 integrals. فَزَادَ الطُّمَأْنِينَةَ. How's that? By taking those 13, when you say 13, you don't count tuma'nina at all. And then take all the instances of tuma'nina and count them as 1. Then you're going to get 14. إِلَّا أَنَّهُ جَعَلَهَا فِي الْأَرْكَانِ في الأركان الأربعة ركنا واحدا. That's what I just told you. وَالْخُلْفُ بَيْنَهُمْ لَفْظِي. And the difference between them and how to count these integrals is only semantics. Yani, it's just words. It's the words, not the result. The result is the same. فَمَنْ لَمْ يَعُدَّ الطُّمَأْنِينَةَ رُكْنًا. So anyone who did not count the serenity as an integral, جَعَلَهَا فِي كُلِّ رُكْنٍ كَالْجُزْءِ مِنْهُ. Then he would be making it in every integral like a part of that integral, being an extension of that integral. كالهيئة التابعة له ويؤيده كلامهم في التقدم والتأخر بركن أو أكثر وبه يشعر خبر إذا قمت إلى الصلاة. Okay, so he says, what proves that this is mere semantics? What proves that the way their difference, and this is all Shafi'i school, this is not difference transcending the Shafi'i school. Because one madhab will have differences inside of itself. You're gonna find a person out there, he tells you, I want to learn on this madhab or that madhab. First of all, learn the madhab you have access to. We don't live in a time of abundant knowledge. Second of all, stick to one madhab. You want to jump around in madhahib, don't you know that one madhab is way, way, way enough for you? By far. Now we're talking about differences inside the madhab alone, let alone going outside the madhahib. So, but when we're talking about the differences inside the madhab, then that means we are delving deeper into the madhab. Because when you first learn obligatory knowledge, you don't learn like that 13, 14, 17, 18, in this book, in Rawdah and Muharrar, and here and there. All that's technical talk, taking you deeper into the madhab. So, ويؤيده كلامهم في التقدم والتأخر. What supports the fact that how they count these, their difference about counting these integrals is just semantics, is their discussion, how they talk about shuffling the integrals, advancing an integral ahead of another, بركن أو أكثر, like you learned about that when you learned obligatory knowledge. When you learned the book of obligatory knowledge, didn't you learn that the 17th integral is to keep the order? Yes. And then when you learn what that means and the details that go there, and they say how if you missed an integral and then you remembered, you go back to it unless you get to the same integral in the next rakat, all that talk there. This talk right here proves inside the Shafi'i school that the way they count the integrals 13 or 14 or 17 is only semantics. The result is the same. وَبِهِ يُشْعِرُ خَبَرْ إِذَا قُمْتَ إِلَى الصَّلَاةِ. And what supports also the 17 integral count is this hadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam that the Shaykh didn't mention the whole thing. He just mentioned the portion of it. If you are studying fiqh, well, more than obligatory knowledge. You're studying more than obligatory knowledge means what? You're studying rules, more details to the rules you already know, and start adding to that proofs. Then learn more. Start adding to that more sayings. Okay, here's the hadith. إِذَا قُمْتَ إِلَى الصَّلَاةِ. This is the hadith of the man who invalidated his prayer. So the Prophet taught him how to pray. He said to him, alayhi salatu wassalam, إِذَا قُمْتَ إِلَى الصَّلَاةِ. If you, or when you stood to pray, فَاسْتَقْبِلِ الْقِبْلَةَ وَكَبِّرْ. Then face the qibla and say takbir. ثُمَّ قُرَأْ مَا تَيَسَّرَ مَعَكَ مِنَ الْقُرْآنِ. Then recite what is easy that you have of the Quran. That's proof for the one who can't recite Fatiha. Right? Recite something else from the Quran. This part doesn't mean recite Fatiha. ثُمَّ قُرَأْ مَا تَيَسَّرَ مَعَكَ مِنَ الْقُرْآنِ. Then recite what is easy for you that you have of the Quran. This doesn't mean recite Al-Fatiha per se. This is part of the proofs of what replaces Fatiha when you don't have it. You might have some of the Fatiha. We'll see. It's coming, inshallah. Or none of it. So how are you going to replace it? So this hadith goes there. ثم قرأ ما, this part of the hadith. ثم قرأ ما تيسر معك من القرآن. Then recite what is easy for you that you have of the Quran. ثم اركع حتى تطمئن راكعا. Look here what the Prophet said, alayhi salatu wasalam. Then bow until you are tranquil bowing. ثم ارفع حتى تطمئن قائما. Then rise up until you are tranquil standing. ثم اسجد حتى تطمئن ساجدا. Then prostrate until you are tranquil prostrating. ثم ارفع حتى تطمئن جالسا. Then rise up until you are tranquil sitting. So what did the Prophet do here in this hadith? He named the tuma'nina again and again. So the Prophet naming the tuma'nina, repeating its mention, like this in the hadith, gives credence to or support to the count of the Shafi'is who say 17. And they say the tuma'nina in 4 different spots. Each one is an independent integral. ومن عدها أركانا فذلك لاستقلالها وصدق اسم السجود ونحوه بدونها. And anyone, meaning the scholars who count tuma'nina as an individual integral, not an extension of something else, that's due to its independence. How's independent? وصدق اسم السجود ونحوه بدونها. Because sujud, the name sujud, applies to the position of having your forehead down and your palms and your knees and your toes. This name sujud applies to that position even if you don't have a tuma'nina. And the name ruku' applies to this position even if you don't have tuma'nina. Just the name for the position. So this is further indication that tuma'nina is something else. It's not the ruku'. The tuma'nina is not the ruku'. The tuma'nina is not the sujud. And the tuma'nina is not the julus. It's something else. So therefore, we're going to count the tuma'nina independently. And if we count it in each one of its 4 instances, we're going to come up to 17 integrals. If we erase them from the count, we're going to have 13 integrals. If we take those 13 integrals and count all instances of tuma'nina as 1, then we're going to have 14 integrals. So I think that's clear for you. If you have any question, go ahead, please. About this, not something else. وَجُعِلَتْ أَرْكَانًا لِتَبَايُنِهَا بِاخْتِلَافِ مَحَالِّهَا. Okay, now I just told you. If we say 13 and then count all of the tuma'nina instances as 1, then we're going to say 14. Now, first of all, is there any precedent for counting all of them like 1? Why would we do that? Well, don't you see that we say the 9th integral of the prayer is making sujud twice? Why we can say making sujud twice is 1 integral, we can't say making tuma'nina 4 times is 1 integral. And even in the funeral prayer, if you've studied well, you're going to see, remember it says in the books, one of the integrals of funeral prayer is what? Saying takbir 4 times. 1 integral of funeral prayer is saying takbir 4 times. So how do we count takbir 4 times as 1 integral in the funeral prayer? Well, that's what they did. How do we count 2 sujuds as 1 integral in the prayer? That's what they did. So, can we count 4 instances of tuma'nina as 1 integral in the prayer? Some of them did. But others, they said, what the Shaykh says right here, وَجُعِلَتْ أَرْكَانًا لِتَبَايُنِهَا بِاخْتِلَافِ مَحَالِّهَا. The reason for counting each one separately and the result being 4 different integrals, each one with the same name, tuma'nina, is because they are separated, they are dispersed. So because of their dispersal and they're falling in different spots, then they got counted one by one. وَمَنْ جَعَلَهَا رُكْنًا وَاحِدًا فَلِكَوْنِهَا جِنْسًا وَاحِدًا. And whoever made them one integral, it's because they are all the same kind of thing. كَمَا عَدُّوا سَجْدَتَيْنِ رُكْنًا وَاحِدًا كَذَلِكَ. Just like they counted the two prostrations as a single integral. I think that's clear. Go ahead and ask if you want. قال المؤلف رحمه الله النية, the intention. الشرح, the explanation is that الأصل فيها قوله تعالى, the source for the intention is the saying of Allah. Now look what the Shaykh did here. Nice benefit. He produced an ayah that's an evidence for the intention most of the time. In these books of fiqh, when the scholars want to give the evidence for the intention, what do they give? You know, they give the hadith. إِنَّمَا الْأَعْمَالُ بِالنِّيَّاتِ. Merely the deeds are by the intentions. And the Shaykh did give it too. It's right here if you can see the Arabic. But he gave us extra benefit here. Not just the hadith that's standard for here. He gave an ayah. Which one? The saying of Allah Ta'ala, وَمَا أُمِرُوا إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُوا اللَّهَ مُخْلِصِينَ لَهُ الدِّينَ. Which means, and they, the Jews and the Christians, yani, let me not say Jews and Christians, the people of the Torah and the people of the Injil, the real Torah and the real Injil, they were not commanded but to worship Allah sincerely, dedicating religion to Him alone. وَمَا أُمِرُوا, and they were not commanded إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُوا اللَّهَ مُخْلِصِينَ لَهُ الدِّينَ. They were not commanded illa but liya'budullah, but to worship Allah mukhlisin, sincerely. Mukhlisin lahuddin, sincerely dedicating religion to Him. قال الماوردي والإخلاص في كلامهم النية. Al-Mawardi said, ikhlas, that's from the word mukhlis. Mukhlisin, people having ikhlas. Ikhlas in their talk is the niyyah, it's the intention. So that's proof for the intention in the Quran. وقوله صلى الله عليه وسلم, and the saying of the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم, إنما الأعمال بالنيات, merely the deeds are by the intentions. والنية بالقلب بالإجماع, and the intention is in the heart by consensus. لأنها القصد, because what the niyyah is, it's a goal. It's a goal, so it's going to be in the heart. Yani it's a target. The niyyah is a target. فلا يكفي النطق مع غفلة القلب بالإجماع. And so, pronouncing while the heart is heedless, pronouncing something while the heart is heedless, like pronouncing a takbir, while the heart is heedless, or even saying with your tongue, now I intend, but really your heart doesn't have any intention, this is insufficient by consensus. وفي سائر الأبواب كذلك, and everywhere else has the same judgment about the intention, needs to be in the heart. The tongue alone is insufficient. ولا يجب أن يقول بلسانه نويت الظهر أو العصر مثلا, and it's not obligatory to say with his tongue, I intend dhuhr or I intend asr, for example. لكن يندب النطق بالمنوي سرا. However, it is recommended to pronounce the intended thing, the intended, al-manwi, to pronounce what is intended. It's recommended to pronounce what is intended sirra, low, to pronounce it low, to say it under your breath. Yeah, so you're not going to say, now I intend to pray asr, loud, for example. Say it low, قبيل takbir, right before saying the takbir. ليساعد اللسان القلب, so that the tongue can assist the heart. وَلِأَنَّهُ أَبْعَدُ عَنِ الْوَسْوَاسِ, and because doing that makes one further from the whispers of the devil. هذا مذهب الشافعي. This is the Shafi'i school. وفي بعض المذاهب لا يستحب. And in some schools, it is not recommended to pronounce this intention. بل يقول فورا الله أكبر. Rather, he would just merely immediately say Allahu Akbar. واشترط الإمام الشافعي في النية في التكبير. And Imam al-Shafi'i himself documented in his book that the intention needs to be with the takbir, simultaneous with the takbir. فَلَا تُجْزِئُ قَبْلَهُ وَلَا بَعْدَهُ. And so it is not sufficient before or after. فَالْمُقَارَنَةُ شَرْطٌ عِنْدَهُ. And so simultaneity is a condition according to him. بِأَنْ يَقُولَ بِقَلْبِهِ أُصَلِّي فَرْضَ الظُّهْرِ مثلا, by saying in his heart, I now pray obligatory dhuhr, for example. وَهُوَ يَقُولُ بِلِسَانِهِ اللَّهُ أَكْبَرُ. And he would be saying with his tongue, Allahu Akbar. وَيَكْفِي أَنْ يَنْوِيَ قَبْلَ التَّكْبِيرِ بِقَلِيلٍ عِنْدَ مَالِكٍ. And it's enough to make an intention before the takbir by a little bit, yani shortly before the takbir, according to Malik. وَيَجِبُ فِي النِّيَّةِ أَنْ يَقْصِدَ فِعْلَ الصَّلَاةِ. And it's obligatory in the intention to target the performance of the prayer. Yani, you have to have the intention of performance. وأن يعين السبب كالخسوف أو الوقت كالضحى والعيد. And it's also obligatory in the intention to determine the reason for your prayer, meaning if it has a reason, like eclipse, or to determine the time. Yani, not, sorry. Okay. What did he say if I just read the Arabic? To determine the reason. And yu'ayyin sabab. He has to, in his intention, determine the reason. أو الوقت, or the time. كالضحى, like duha. والعيد, and Eid, prayer. Okay. So that's how he worded it here. His wording is, in your intention, you have to determine the reason for the prayer and the time for the prayer. And what he means is, if the prayer has a reason, you need to specify that prayer in your intention. Like, you have to say in your intention, I now pray eclipse prayer. That's what it means when he says specify the reason. Or specify the time, meaning you specify the prayer that has a time. So you're going to say in your intention, I now pray duha prayer, because it has a special time. So you have to specify the prayer in your intention. Or I now pray Eid prayer. وأن ينوي الفرضية إن كانت فرضا. And if the prayer is obligatory, you have to intend the obligation. So you're going to say in your heart, I now intend obligatory dhuhr prayer, for example. وقال بعض الشافعية. And some Shafi'is said, إن نية الفرضية لا تلزم. Indeed, the intention of the obligation is not binding. Some Shafi'is said, you don't have to intend the obligation. Meaning, according to some Shafi'is, it's valid for your intention to be, I now pray dhuhr, I now pray asr. Doesn't have to be, I now pray obligatory dhuhr, I now pray obligatory asr. فتصح الصلاة بدونها على هذا الوجه فيكفي أن ينوي أنه يصلي الظهر. That's what I just told you. قال المؤلف رحمه الله والقيام مع القدرة. The author, may Allah have mercy on him, said, standing when able. Standing when able. I'll remind you here, whenever you see when able, then know that when you're unable, then you don't have to make it up. Yani, you're unable to stand, and then you sit down and your prayer is still valid because you're unable. And you don't have to make it up. But what if you don't have water or soil? Then you have to pray, but you have to make it up. So we don't say, and you need to have purification when able. When able doesn't go there. You need to have purification when able. If when able goes there, it means when you're not able, you don't have to make it up. And we're going to say, you have to cover your awrah when able. So then if you didn't have any clothing and you had to pray, you're going to pray, you don't have to make it up. Like this. So, الشرح من أركان الصلاة القيام مع القطرة. The explanation is that amongst the integrals of the prayer is standing with ability, yani when able. في صلاة الفرض, for an obligatory prayer. Meaning, for sunnah prayer, you don't have to stand even if able. وذلك لما روى البخاري عن عمران بن حسين رضي الله عنهما أنه قال. And that's because of what Al-Bukhari narrated from Imran ibn Husayn, may Allah have mercy, may Allah accept from him and his father, that he said, كانت بي بواسير. He said, I believe bawasir is hemorrhoids. فسألت النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم عن الصلاة. So I asked the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم about the prayer. فقال صل قائما فإن لم تستطع فقاعدا فإن لم تستطع فعلى جنب. And so the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم said, صل قائما, pray standing, فإن لم تستطع فقاعدا, if you are unable then sitting, فإن لم تستطع فعلى جنب, and if you are unable then on your side, while laying on your side, on a side. If unable, then upon a side, one of your sides. Right side is preferable though. When should the intention take place according to Ash-Shafi'i? During the takbir, simultaneously with the takbir. وَزَادَ غَيْرُهُ. So that's a hadith that proves that you have to stand for an obligatory prayer, not for an obligatory prayer. وَزَادَ غَيْرُهُ, and others said, فَإِن لَمْ يَسْتَطِعْ أَنْ يُصَلِّيَ قَاعِدًا صَلَّى عَلَى جَنْبِهِ الْأَيْمَنِ. Others have added that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, if one were not able to pray standing, then he prays, if one were unable to pray sitting, then he prays upon his right side, مستقبل القبلة, facing the Qibla. فإن لم يستطع أن يصلي على جنبه الأيمن. And if one were unable to pray on his right side, صلى مستلقيا ورجلاه مما يلي القبلة. And if you are unable to pray on his right side, he prays laying back with his feet towards the Qibla. But you should know, in that case, when you couldn't stand and you couldn't sit, so you prayed on your side. You couldn't stand and you couldn't sit and you couldn't lay on your side. So then you laid back and your feet were towards the Qibla. In this case, you should prop your head up. Prop your head up so that you're not facing the sky. Face the Qibla with your face. If you're, heck of it. Now I got to be careful and say if you're able. Don't say something. I didn't hear it. وَأَجْمَعَتِ الْأُمَّةُ عَلَى ذَلِكَ, and the nation have a consensus about this. This procedure here. فَمَنْ اسْتَطَاعَ أَنْ يُصَلِّيَ الْفَرْضَ قَائِمًا لَا يَجُوزُ لَهُ أَنْ يُصَلِّيَهُ قَاعِدًا. So anyone who is able to pray the obligatory prayer standing, then he does not pray it while sitting. وإن استطاع أن يقف في أول الصلاة ثم لحقته مشقة شديدة جاز له أن يقعد. And if he were able to stand in the beginning of the prayer and then a severe difficulty caught him, then it's permissible for him to sit. He has to stand for the first part and then sit for the rest. when he wasn't able to stand anymore. And vice versa. If he couldn't stand at first while praying, so he sat, and then he became able, then it's going to become obligatory on him to stand from that point. So a lot of people fall short here. Someone who's able to stand in line at the supermarket and he's able to stand and wait for the bus or the train, he comes into the musalla or masjid and immediately pulls a chair so he can sit down and pray. La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. وخرج بالفرض النفل وبالقادر العاجز. So excluded by obligatory prayer is voluntary prayer, and excluded by being able is being unable. Meaning, standing is an integral in the obligatory prayer for the one who's able. So, not voluntary prayer, and not for the one who's unable. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, وتكبيرة الإحرام, the takbir of ihram. الشرح, the explanation. من أركان الصلاة تكبيرة الإحرام, one of the integrals of the prayer is the takbir of consecration, or the takbir of sanctifying. That means putting yourself into a religious status. وَدَلِيلُ وُجُوبِ تَكْبِيرِ خَبَرُ الْمُسِيءِ صَلَاتَهُ, and the evidence for the obligation of the takbir is the report of the man who prayed wrongly. That the Prophet said, alayhi salatu wassalam, إِذَا قُمْتَ إِلَى الصَّلَاةِ فَأَسْبِغِ الْوُضُوءَ ثُمَّ اسْتَقْبِلِ الْقِبْلَةَ وَكَبِّرْ. When you stood to pray, then perfect your wudu, and then face the Qibla, and then make takbir. So the Prophet gave him, in this version of the hadith, two conditions of the prayer before the integral. Make wudu and make a perfect one. At that, that's a condition for prayer, not an integral. Then face the Qibla. That's a condition for prayer. وَكَبِّرْ, and say takbir. That's integral. رواه مسلم ويتعين فيها لفظ الله أكبر, and it is يعني the only wording that works for it is Allahu Akbar. That's Shafi'i school. فلو قال ربي أكبر لم تصح. If he said ربي أكبر, it's not valid. وإن زاد بين اللفظين لفظا غير طويل لا يمنع اسم التكبير كقوله الله الجليل أكبر أو الله الرب أكبر صحت. And if one inserted between the two wordings of the takbir some pronunciation that is not long, like Allahul Jalilu Akbar or Allahul Rabbu Akbar, it's valid. Now, does that mean go and do it? No, it doesn't. So what you're going to do with that knowledge then if you're not going to do that? You're going to, for example, answer some person who asks you, or you're going to be somewhere and then the person right next to you, for example, is going to say, Allahul Jalilu Akbar, and you're going to say, subhanallah. Okay, yeah, it's valid. وَيُسَنُّ تَخْفِيفُ تَكْبِيرَةِ الْإِحْرَامِ, and it is a sunnah to make the takbir brief, meaning don't make it long. It's not sunnah to say Allahu Akbar. Rather, you just say Allahu Akbar. That's sunnah. Same thing for the salams coming, inshallah. Better not to say Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Just make it brief. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. والمد في لفظ الجلالة يجوز إلى 14 ركعة, and extending the majestic expression. That's the name of Allah. It's permissible for up to 14 vowels. So that's approximately like this. Allahu Akbar. ثم النية والإحرام والقيام في الفرض تكون مقترنة. Furthermore, the intention and the ihram, yani the takbir, and the standing in an obligation are all simultaneous. Yes, so the 17th integral of the prayer is keeping the order. Yes, yes. There's an exception to that, which is except for the things that are simultaneous. What's simultaneous? Intention with the takbir. While standing, 3, simultaneous. Intention with the takbir while standing, all 3 of those are simultaneous. Then, while you're still standing, you're going to recite the Fatiha, so those 2 are simultaneous too. But the takbir is before the Fatiha. And likewise, you're going to do tashahhud and salat on the Prophet and salam while sitting. You're sitting, and while sitting, doing those dhikrs, although those dhikrs have also a sequence between themselves. Oh, mashallah. مسألة case. يجوز عند الحنفية أن يقول الشخص في التكبيرة بدل الله أكبر الله الأعظم أو الرحمن أكبر أو أي اسم من أسماء الله تعالى. It is permissible according to the Hanafis, instead of saying Allahu Akbar, to say Allahul Azam or Ar-Rahmanu Akbar or any name of Allah. So that's outside of Shafi'i school. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him. Yeah, I feel something so nice about this explanation of Abu Shuja here, of the Sheikh. I find it makes a lot of things clear. It's a very good review. It is for me, and I think other people who have taken this are experiencing that. Not like other books. Other books have same information, but something nice here. The author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, وَقِرَاءَةُ الْفَاتِحَةِ وَبِسْمِ اللَّهِ الرَّحْمَنِ الرَّحِيمِ آيَةٌ مِّنْهَا. The recitation of Al-Fatiha and Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim is one of its verses. الشرح, the explanation, is أن قراءة الفاتحة من أركان الصلاة, is that the recitation of the Fatiha is one of the integrals of the prayer. فلا تصح الصلاة بدونها, and so the prayer is not valid without it. عند الشافعي, according to الشافعي, لخبر لا صلاة لمن لم يقرأ بفاتحة الكتاب, there is no prayer for anyone who did not recite the opener of the book, the Fatiha of the book. Rawahu Muslim, Muslim narrated that وَيُشْتَرَطُ لِصِحَّةِ قِرَاءَتِهَا الْإِتْيَانُ بِحُرُوفِهَا كُلِّهَا, and it's a condition for the validity of its recitation to produce all of its letters entirely. وَيَجِبُ الْإِتْيَانُ أَيْضًا بِشَدَّاتِهَا, and it is also an obligation to produce the doubled letters, to double the doubled letters. وَعَدَدُهَا أَرْبَعَ عَشْرَةَ شَدَّةً, and the count of those doubled letters are 14. وَيُشْتَرَطُ, I'd recite now and count them out for you, but I'm in a rush. وَيُشْتَرَطُ أَنْ يُسْمِعَ نَفْسَهُ, and it's a condition that he hears himself, the one who's praying. But don't forget, that's a condition for any verbal integral. So the Shaykh, he might repeat this condition here for the Fatiha, for the Tashahhud, for something else, for the Takbir. He didn't say it for the Takbir here. But it is the case for all the verbal integrals, being able to hear yourself at the least is a condition. In the footnotes, I wrote before, of, after, before, or after. Uh, thank you. He says, ويشترط أن يسمع نفسه لو لم يكن عارض. It's a condition that one can hear himself had there not been something. أي مع عدم مانع للسماع, meaning while there is not something that prevents hearing. Yani, you need to recite loud enough that you could hear yourself had there not been anything to stop you from hearing yourself. والمانع كثقل السمع واختلاط الأصوات. And an example of what blocks or what prevents one from hearing himself is being hard of hearing in the first place. For himself, he is hard of hearing. So it's enough for him just to recite at a volume that someone who's not hard of hearing can hear. And he, being hard of hearing, he doesn't have to recite loud enough to make himself hear. واختلاط الأصوات, or the clashing of sounds, a lot of sounds. So then one couldn't hear himself. والأفضل لمن لا يخشى عدم القدرة على قراءة الفاتحة بعد انتهاء الإمام منها أن ينتظره. And it is sunnah, or and what is better for someone who's not afraid to be unable to recite Al-Fatiha after his Imam finishes, for him to wait, for him to wait. Wait meaning wait for the Imam to recite Al-Fatiha. What would the follower be doing? What's sunnah for the follower to do? To listen to the Imam's recitation and not recite while the Imam is reciting. So this is sunnah for the one who's not afraid of being unable to recite the whole Fatiha if he waits for his Imam to finish his Fatiha. فإذا كان من عادة الإمام ألا يسكت بين الفاتحة والسورة يقرأ المأموم الفاتحة مع الإمام. And if it were the norm of the Imam to not be silent between the Fatiha and the Surah after it, then the follower recites the Fatiha with the Imam. What does this mean here? If it's not the Imam's habit to be silent between the Fatiha and the Surah, what does that mean, being silent between the Fatiha and the Surah? It means he's not really silent, but he's reciting low to give the follower a chance to recite Al-Fatiha. So the Sunnah is for the Imam to recite his Fatiha, the follower will be listening. Then when the Imam finishes, he recites low while the follower is reciting his Fatiha. He gives the follower or followers a chance to recite their Fatiha. Then he raises his voice, finishes his recitation, and the listener listens to his recitation until he bows, and then he bows with his Imam. So if the Imam doesn't pause and the follower is afraid that he can't recite all of his Fatiha with this Imam, then he can recite the Fatiha while the Imam recites it. ويكره قراءة الفاتحة مرتين في الركعة الواحدة. And it is disliked to recite the Fatiha twice in a single rak'at. وحفظ الفاتحة فرض عين. And memorizing the Fatiha is a personal obligation. وتصح صلاته إذا قرأها من مصحف أو ورقة. And a person's prayer is valid if he recites the Fatiha from a Quran book or a page. أو لقنه غيره وهو في الصلاة, or if someone is prompting him while he's standing in prayer. That's valid too. وبسم الله الرحمن الرحيم آية من الفاتحة. And this ayah that I just recited for you, it's one of the verses of Al-Fatiha. فلا بد منها, and so it is unavoidable. أما المالكية فيبدأون بالحمدلة ولا يقرؤون التوجه ولا البسملة. As for the Malikis, they start immediately with Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. And they do not recite the opening dua, وَجَّهْتُ وَجْهِيَ لِلَّذِي, and they do not recite the Basmalah. What did the Shaykh not exclude here? He didn't say, they don't say A'udhu Billah. What does it mean? Someone prompting him means that he's standing there in his prayer, and there's someone, for example, next to him, and that one says to him, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, and then he repeats, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen, like this. That's valid. Nah, Alhamdulillah. وَالْحَنَفِيَّةُ يَقْرَؤُونَ الْبَسْمَلَةَ سِرًّا, and the Hanafis recite the Basmalah low. فائدة, benefit, نقل في الإقناع أن لفاتحة الكتاب 10 أسماء. The author of one of the explanations of Abu Shuja called Al-Iqna', he said that the Fatiha has 10 names. Fatihatul Kitab, the opener of the book, wa Ummul Quran, and the mother or base or foundation of the Quran, wa Ummul Kitab, and the mother or base or foundation of the Kitab, the book, wa Sab'ul Mathani, and the 7 verses that are repeated twice. Sab'ul Mathani, the 7 verses that are repeated twice. That's one of the names of the Fatiha. The 7 verses that are repeated twice, but in Arabic sounds nicer. As-Sab'ul Mathani. Wa Suratul Hamd. And Suratul Hamd is one of the names of Al-Fatiha. Wa Salah, yani Suratul Salah, and Suratul Kafiyah, and Suratul Waqiyah, and Suratul Shafiyah, and Suratul Asas. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, وَالرُّكُوعُ وَالطُّمَأْنِينَةُ فِيهِ, bowing, tranquility in that position. الشرح من أركان الصلاة الركوع لقوله تعالى اركعوا واسجدوا. The explanation is that amongst the integrals of the prayer is bowing due to the word of the Exalted One, which means bow and prostrate. وَلِقَوْلِهِ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وَسَلَّمَ لِلْمُسِيءِ صَلَاتَهُ, and because of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam saying to the man who prayed wrongly, ثُمَّ ارْكَعْ حَتَّى تَطْمَئِنَّ رَاكِعًا, he told him, then bow until you are tranquil, bowing. وَيَكُونُ بِحَيْثُ تَنَالُ رَاحَتَاهُ رُكْبَتَيْهِ, and the bowing should be such that one's palms reach his knees. مَعَ نَصْبِ سَاقَيْهِ, with his shins straight up. أما استواء الظهر والعنق, as for the erectness of the back and the neck, or the straightness of the back and the neck, ووضع الراحتين على الركبتين, we talk about bowing here, not standing. As for the straightness of the back and the neck in the bowing, and putting the palms upon the knees for sunnah, this is sunnah. So if you actually didn't put your palms on your knees, your prayer is valid. If your back were bent, not straight, your prayer is valid. As long as your position is true to the name ركوع. ويشترط لصحة هذا الانحناء أن يكون بلا انخناس. And it is a condition for the validity of this bending over that it would be without crouching. That means without the knees being bent too much. فإن كان مع انخناس لم يصح. If this bending over were also accompanied with crouching, the knees are bent too much, then it's not valid. وَالطُّمَأْنِينَةُ فِي الرُّكُوعِ رُكْنٌ. And the طمأنينة in the bowing is an integral. We covered it already. وَحَدَّدَهَا بَعْضُهُمْ بِقَدْرِ سُبْحَانَ اللَّهِ. And some have measured it to be as long as saying Subhanallah. وعبر بعضهم عن ذلك فقال إنها سكون الأعضاء كلها في آن واحد بعد الحركة. And some have expressed this tumanina in another way. Instead of saying as long as saying Subhanallah, they said it in another way. They said tumanina is the stillness of the organs, all of them together. All of the organs stopping all together after movement. Yeah. فَإِن لَمْ يَحْصُلْ ذَلِكَ لَمْ تَحْصُلِ الطُّمَأْنِينَةِ. So if this doesn't happen, then the طمأنينة didn't happen. قال المؤلف رحمه الله والاعتدال والطمأنينة فيه. The author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, يعني straightening up or straightening. And tranquility in that position. Al-i'tidal. So here, what we have in our translation, this word rising is here. Rising and straightening. That's in some copies of Abu Shuja. وَالرَّفْعُ وَالْإِعْتِدَالُ وَالطُّمَأْنِينَةُ فِيهِ. So this is translated from that. You have the Arabic here. Yes, وَالرَّفْعُ وَالْإِعْتِدَالُ. That's fine. But that reminds me, let's remove something here where it says section the prayer times. We're going to remove this. It's not in the Arabic. Maybe it's in some copies, but it's not in any of my copies. It's not here, so let's just remove it. Okay. الشرح, the explanation. الاعتدال أي العود إلى القيام من أركان الصلاة. Straightening meaning returning to the standing position from is one of the integrals of prayer. Now when he says here returning to the straightening position or returning to the standing position, he's just talking standard here. When the scholar, and the sheikh is capable of what I'm going to say, when the scholar wants to be most meticulous, then he uses the broadest words. So that's why some of them would say, Irtidal is returning back to whatever position you had before you bent over. Here the sheikh said, Irtidal is returning back to standing from ruku'. Well, what if you can't stand? You never were standing. Then would you still have irtidal? Yeah, you would. So someone might say, well, why the word standing is in the definition of irtidal then? Doesn't this ruin the definition? The answer is no, it does not ruin the definition because he is only talking about standard case here. But it is not يعني جامع مانع. It's not including everything that should be included and excluding everything that should be excluded. So it's possible to have more accurate definition. But this is fine here. And that's how you're going to teach a person who's new. Don't teach them those very open, very scientific definitions of the scholars, if you know some of those. Give them like these ones, these standard ones, so his mind can process it better. Like, for example, you're teaching someone obligatory knowledge, and you need to teach them about the tayammum. So you're going to say to him, tayammum is good for one obligatory prayer and unlimited optional deeds. Yeah. But really, the rule is broader than that. Tayammum is valid for one obligation, not just one obligatory prayer, because you might be making tayammum to make tawaf. You might be making tayammum to give the khutbah for Jumu'ah. Is all of that something that the beginner needs? You're going to tell that one who's just learning, yeah, because you might be making tayammum for this. You might, no. So just say to him, it's good for one obligatory prayer and unlimited optional deeds. Give him the standard talk here, not the detailed, meticulous talk. Sheikh is fully capable of the detailed, meticulous talk. Here he gave us the standard talk. He said, الاعتدال هو العود إلى القيام من أركان الاعتدال أي العود إلى القيام من أركان الصلاة. Straightening, meaning returning back to standing, is one of the integrals of the prayer. وهو أن ينصب فقار ظهره قائما. That is for a person to make his vertebrae straight, يعني his spine. والطمأنينة فيه من أركان الصلاة, and also the tuma'nina in that position is one of the integrals of the prayer. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, والسجود والطمأنينة فيه, prostrating and tranquility in that position. الشرح, the explanation, من أركان الصلاة سجود مرتين, is that amongst the integrals of the prayer is prostrating twice. ويحصل بوضع الجبهة والركبتين وبعض بطون القدمين وبعض بطون الكفين. It occurs, the sujud occurs by placing the forehead and the two knees and some of the inner palms. وذلك لحديث البخاري ومسلم, and that's due to the hadith of al-Bukhari and Muslim. أمرت أن أسجد على سبعة أعظم الجبهة واليدين والركبتين وأطراف القدمين. The Prophet ﷺ said, I was commanded to prostrate upon 7 bones: the forehead, the 2 hands, the 2 knees, and the edges of the toes. Excuse me. And the edges of the feet, and the edges of the 2 feet. That's the hadith there. Now, when it comes to how sunnah to put those parts, the sunnah way of putting those parts is the reverse of what came in the hadith, which is that the hadith says forehead, hands, knees, and toes, yani edges of the feet. How are you actually going to prostrate in real time, as they say? Well, your feet are already going to be on the ground, so your toes are already there. So then you're going to say knees, because that's the first thing that's going to come down. Your toes are already on the ground. Then knees, then palms, then forehead. So the way you actually prostrate goes that way. The way it's worded in the hadith is the other way. Forehead, then hands, then knees, then the edges of the toes. أما وضع الأنف فهو سنة مؤكدة. As for putting the Nose. As for placing the nose, it is an emphasized sunnah. And when does the nose go down? It goes down with the forehead, not after, with the forehead. So the sunnah is knees, palms, and forehead with nose together. ولو بعض ويشترط أن تكون الجبهة مكشوفة, and it's a condition that the forehead would be exposed. That's the Shafi'i school, not by consensus. ولو بعضها, even some of it, yani some of the exposed forehead has to touch the praying surface. Unless you have a bandage that you can't remove, then you can pray on that. وإن سجد على ما هو متصل به يتحرك بتحركه لم يصح. And if someone prostrates upon something that moves with his own movement, then it's not valid. Like his hat. He has a hat on his head. Then when he puts his forehead down, his hat is between the skin of his head and his praying surface. This hat moves with his movement, so it's not valid to prostrate on that. Or your own hair. You have hair, it comes down over your forehead. You need to move that and prostrate on the surface, not on your hair. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, والجلوس بين السجدتين والطمأنينة فيه, sitting between the two prostrations and tranquility in that position. الشرح, the explanation, أن الجلوس بين سجدتين من أركان الصلاة وكذلك الطمأنينة فيه. The explanation is that sitting between the two prostrations is amongst the integrals of the prayer, and likewise having tranquility in that position. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, والجلوس الأخير والتشهد فيه, the last sitting and the tashahhud in that position. الشرح, the explanation, من أركان الصلاة الجلوس الأخير, amongst the integrals of the prayer is the last sitting. وكذا التشهد فيه, and likewise the tashahhud in that position, saying the tashahhud in that position. وله أقل وأكمل, and the tashahhud has a minimum and a maximum. فأقله, and here's the minimum tashahhud. التحيات لله سلام عليك أيها النبي ورحمة الله وبركاته سلام علينا وعلى عباد الله الصالحين أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأن محمد رسول الله. So that's the minimum. What determined that minimum? That the scholars tracked all the reports of the tashahhud with their various wordings, and they saw what is common between them, and they extracted out of that. They said, here's what's common between all reported tashahhuds from the Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam, this minimum. So the minimum tashahhud is what's common between all reports from the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. That's the minimum that's obligatory to say in the prayer, according to Ash-Shafi'i. And the meaning right now is not important unless the Shaykh goes into it. So I'm just going to keep reading. Yani, the obligation is to say these words even if you don't know what they mean. And you have to say them in Arabic. It's not difficult, but take some effort. Put some effort. It's not great effort. And Allah will bless your efforts with good intention also. I remember when I was a new Muslim and I had to finally memorize tashahhud. I said, okay, I got to memorize this tashahhud. I was on the trolley going to high school. I memorized the whole thing before I got to the school. So that's how Allah will bless your efforts for you, inshallah.
أبي
Yes.
السلام عليكم.
Wa alaykum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
What's the difference between salamun alayka and salamun alayna?
The kaf means you, and na means us. So peace be upon you versus peace be upon us.
Okay.
There was questions I had to answer. Here's a question. I have a question. Which school where you don't have to cover much, and which school where you have to cover the most? There's some details here. I can't say. I don't know. I can't say. I can't answer this question the way it's posed. I can just say, like, according to this school, the woman's like this, the man's like this. According to this school, for example, according to the Hanafi school, the woman can uncover half her forearm and also her feet. But according to the Hanafi school, the man must cover his knees. So it was less for the woman, but more for the man compared to Shafi'i school. Shafi'i school, she has to cover that whole forearm and her feet. And in Shafi'i school, the man does not have to cover his knees. So, like that. According to Malik, if I don't know the details, but if the part under her chin, if this is exposed in her prayer is valid with a sin. That's the Maliki school. It's not valid in the Shafi'i school, though. There was another question here. Let me grab that. Question here. I have a question regarding the reciting of Al-Fatiha. Is it true, according to some scholars, reciting Al-Fatiha is not obligated in all 4 rakats? Yes, it is true. Even though it affects the reward of the prayer, I don't know their details. I just know that it's not a consensus that you have to recite Al-Fatiha in every rakat. But those who said you have to recite Al-Fatiha in every rakat, they used as evidence for that the hadith of the man who prayed wrongly. The Prophet ﷺ told him the steps of the prayer, and then he said to him, ثُمَّ فَعَلْ ذَلِكَ فِي صَلَاتِكَ كُلِّهَا. It means then do all of that throughout all of your prayer. It means all the steps I just told you, which includes reciting, do it again in the next rakat, and do it again in the next rakat, and do it again in the next rakat. So that's the evidence for those who said needs to be in every rakat. Ameen wa fiq. Okay, ameen wa fiq. طيب. So that's that minimum tashahhud there. وورد تنكير السلام في التحيات. And the salam came, it was reported in some of the reports of the tashahhud that the salam came indefinite, meaning you say salamun, salamun. So in some reports of the tashahhud, you say as-salamu, like ending the prayer, as-salamu. And in some reports of the tashahhud, it was reported salamun. So that's valid in the tashahhud. It's not valid in the salam to end the prayer, though. You can't say to end your prayer, Salamun alaykum, because it was not reported from the Prophet. There was only a single exiting of the prayer reported from the Prophet, nothing more. Assalamu alaykum. When I say nothing more, I don't mean you can add to the back of that. I mean no alternative. No alternative. Assalamu alaikum is the only thing reported from the Prophet for ending the prayer, so you can't say salamun. وأكثره, and here is the maximum tashahhud according to the report of Ibn Abbas that Ash-Shafi'i chose, but there's other tashahhud reports. Inshallah, if we finish Book of Prayer level 3, well, we went over those anyway. We can come back to that, inshallah. If you want to see those other tashahhuds, it's in Book of Prayer level 3. Yeah, it's on my YouTube channel if you want to see that, inshallah. Here's Shafi'i's full tashahhud. التحيات المباركات الصلوات الطيبات لله السلام عليك أيها النبي ورحمة الله وبركاته السلام علينا وعلى عباد الله الصالحين أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. Here, you might not be familiar with عبده ورسوله. Maybe you're familiar with وأشهد أن محمدا رسول الله. But you can say عبده ورسوله. That was reported too. Here, Sheikh goes into some of the meaning. He says, وَمَعْنَى التَّحِيَّاتُ لِلَّهِ الْمُلْكُ لِلَّهِ. The meaning of التَّحِيَّاتُ لِلَّهِ is the dominion belongs to Allah. وَقَالَ بَعْضُهُمُ تَعْظِيمَاتُ لِلَّهِ. And some said it means the statements of glorification belong to Allah, or the glorifications. Take out the word statement. The glorifications belong to Allah. وَالْمُبَارَكَاتِ أي الْأَشْيَاءُ التي تنمو وتزيد. The mubarakat mean the blessings, or the blessed things. Al-mubarakat, the blessed things means the things that grow and the things that increase, because that's barakah. Barakah is additional goodness. So, like, for example, maybe you would get something, last for a long time. Maybe you got a loaf of bread, last you for a whole month. Say, subhanallah, Allah put the blessing in this bread for us. Maybe you got 5 loaves of bread, they were gone in a week. Say, subhanallah, I wonder if there was any blessing in this bread. وَالصَّلَوَاتُ هِيَ الصَّلَوَاتُ الْخَمْسِ. And the salawat refers to the 5 prayers. Yani, if you know the tashahhud by heart, then when I say these words, you know what I'm saying. وَقِيلَ الدُّعَاءُ بِخَيْرٍ. And it was said that as-salawat means the supplication for goodness. وَالطَّيِّبَاتُ أَيِ الْأَعْمَالُ الصَّالِحَةِ. And the طيبات is the good deeds, the righteous acts. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him. والصلاة على النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم فيه. Making salat on the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam in that position, yani prayer for the Prophet. I'd like to say prayer for the Prophet. Prayer for the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam in that position, which is the last sitting. الشرح, the explanation. من أركان الصلاة الصلاة على النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم. Amongst the integrals of the prayer is the prayer for the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم. وأقلها اللهم صل على محمد. Its minimum is to say اللهم صل على محمد. وأكملها ما رواه البخاري. The complete prayer for the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم is what Al-Bukhari narrated. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما صليت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد اللهم بارك على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما باركت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد. And that's what some people call as-salatul Ibrahimiyah. Here the Shaykh called it the complete prayer on the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. وَالصَّلَاةُ عَلَى الْآلِ سُنَّةٌ مُؤَكَّدَةٌ. And as for praying for the Prophet's family, that's an emphatic sunnah, not an integral. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, وَالتَّسْلِيمَةُ الْأُولَى, the first salam. الشرح التسليمة الأولى من أركان الصلاة لقوله صلى الله عليه وسلم تحريمها التكبير وتحليلها التسليم. The explanation is that the first salam is one of the integrals of the prayer because of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam saying, what puts one into the sanctity of the prayer is the takbir, and what releases one from the sanctity of the prayer is the taslim. وَيَجِبُ كَوْنُ السَّلَامِ فِي حَالِ الْقُعُودِ, and it's obligatory for the salam to be while sitting. Can't say salam from standing position. Nor the tashahhud can be from standing position. وَيَجِبُ كَوْنُ التَّسْلِيمِ مُعَرَّفًا, this ijma' consensus that salam has to be from sitting position. Consensus. There's not a consensus that you have to say the tashahhud, but it is a consensus that the salam must be from a sitting position. وَيَجِبُ كَوْنُ التَّسْلِيمِ مُعَرَّفًا بِالْأَلِفِ وَاللَّامِ, and it's obligatory for the salam to have al on the front, meaning say as-salamu, not salam. You have to say as-salam, not just salam. As-salamu alaykum, ولا يجوز سلام عليكم بالتنكير بخلاف ما مر في التحيات. So it's not valid to say salamun alaykum, which is different from what just passed about the tashahhud. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, وَنِيَّةُ الْخُرُوجِ مِنَ الصَّلَاةِ, the intention of exiting the prayer. الشرح, the explanation. معنى قول أبي شجاع أن المصلي حين يقول بلسانه السلام عليكم يقول بقلبه أخرج من الصلاة. The meaning of what Abu Shuja' said is that when the praying person is saying with his tongue, Assalamu alaikum, he should be saying with his heart, I now depart the prayer or exit the prayer. وَهَذَا قَوْلٌ ضَعِيفٌ, and this is a weak saying. وَالْمُعْتَمَدُ أَنَّهُ لَيْسَ رُكْنًا, and what's reliable is that it is not an integral. بَلْ يُسَنُّ أَنْ يَنْوِيَ الْمُصَلِّي الْخُرُوجَ مِنْ صَلَاتِهِ مَعَ التَّسْلِيمَةِ الْأُولَى. Rather, what is reliable is that it is not an integral. Rather, it is the prophetic way. What the prophetic way is merely to intend for the, the sunnah, the non-obligatory prophetic way, is for the praying person to intend to exit the prayer. It's not obligatory, it's sunnah, to intend to exit the prayer. مع التسليمة الأولى, with the first salam, خروجا من خلاف من أوجب ذلك, to escape the difference in opinion of those who deem that obligatory. أما نية الخروج قبل ذلك فمن مبطلات الصلاة. As for the intention to exit the prayer before the salam, this invalidates the prayer, by consensus. Whether you take the saying that you have to intend to exit the prayer or not, if you make the intention to exit the prayer before you get to the salam, your prayer is invalidated, according to everyone. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, وترتيب الأركان على ما ذكرنا, and the order of the integrals as we have stated. الشرح, the explanation. أنه يجب إيقاع أركان الصلاة على هذا الوجه المذكور. The explanation is that it is obligatory to perform the integrals of the prayer in the stated way. وَذَلِكَ لِقَوْلِهِ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وَسَلَّمَ. That's because the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم said, صَلُّوا كَمَا رَأَيْتُمُونِي أُصَلِّي. Pray as you have seen me pray. فَلَوْ أَخَّرَ وَقَدَّمَ فِي الْأَرْكَانِ الْفِعْلِيَّةِ لَمْ تَصِحَّ صَلَاتُهُ. So if someone shuffled the physical integrals of the prayer, and he put them out of order, then his prayer is not valid. فائدة, benefit. الخشوع مطلوب عند الجميع لحصول الثواب. The serenity, not serenity, the reverence for God is sought according to all for acquiring the reward. MashaAllah. ومعناه استحضار القلب الخوف من الله. And what this means is for the heart to recall the fear of God. ولا يأثم بتركه في المذاهب الأربعة. And leaving out the reverence for God is not a sin in the four schools. بل جمهور الأئمة لا يرونه واجبا. In fact, the majority of the Imams do not see that having reverence for God in the prayer is an obligation. By that, we finish the integrals of the prayer. We're moving right along. If you have a question, go ahead. Question, can you repeat shortly the thing about the intention about leaving the prayer? Yes. Okay. So what we are saying is, really, the prayer does not require an intention to get out of the prayer. It's not an obligation to intend to stop praying. Rather, it's sunnah. Why it's sunnah? Because some scholars said it's obligatory. So to still do it, it's recommended to still do it so that you would cover the saying of those who said you have to do it. But we say you don't have to do it. That's the strong saying. Well, what if a person made an intention to leave the prayer before saying the salat? This will invalidate his prayer. That's what we mentioned. According to everyone. If someone made an intention to stop the prayer, to get out of the prayer before getting to the salam, this will invalidate his prayer. According to everyone. That's clear? He says, so the intention should be made when he says, Assalamu alaikum, yes. Yes. Now let me take you a step further, since you asked. Now, according to the saying that you need an intention to end the prayer, when you're supposed to make that intention with the first salam. So according to this saying that we are saying is not the strong saying, but according to it, what if a person said the first salam without an intention to end the prayer, then he invalidated his prayer. According to that saying, this will invalidate your prayer. To say the salam without the intention to end the prayer, according to this saying, will invalidate your prayer. That's clear? Why it will invalidate the prayer? Because saying the salam will invalidate will end your prayer. Yeah, I can say it again. Now we are just focusing on the weak saying. Since it's a weak saying, you don't have to be afraid here to not do it. You can just not do the saying. But we are just elaborating since we're here. According to this weak saying, you have to make the intention to end the prayer when you say the salam. So I think that's clear. What if you said the first salam without the intention to end the prayer, according to this weak saying, then your prayer will be invalidated. It's invalidated. Not finished, invalidated. When I say finished, it would mean you completed it. Yani not completed, rather invalidated. Why would it invalidate the prayer? Because there's another rule. Saying the salam will end your prayer. Saying the salam in any position will end your prayer. So according to this weak saying, you have to have the intention in your heart to end the prayer when you say the first salam. If you say the first salam without the intention to end your prayer, then you will be saying the salam in your prayer, and that's going to end your prayer, but it's going to invalidate it because you missed the integral. And you said what ends the prayer. That's clear? Yeah. So, what if a person was praying a 4 rakat prayer, and while he was reciting, here's an example for you. What if a person were praying a prayer, any prayer, doesn't matter what number of rakats, he was praying, and then he recited in his prayer an ayah of prostration. If you know, there's ayats of prostration in the Quran. When you come upon these ayat, you prostrate even in your prayer. Right where you're standing, you go right down to sujood. So, what if he recited one of those ayat, and then he went down to sujood, and then he sat up, and he said, Assalamu alaikum, because of the recitation prostration that he just did. He didn't want to end his prayer. He just said Assalamu alaikum because he was standing reciting. He recited an ayat that calls for making sujood. So he goes all the way down to sujood from standing. Then he sits up and he says Assalamu alaikum. He didn't really want to end the prayer, but he did say Assalamu alaikum. What's going to happen to his prayer? Can you tell me, sister? It ends. His prayer ends. Correct. Because of this rule that saying the salam will end your prayer in any position. So, since saying the salam will end your prayer in any position, yani it ends the prayer. Now, according to this weak saying, you have to have the intention while you say that salam to end your prayer. It's an integral. So if you don't have the intention, then something's missing from your prayer. So according to this saying, if a person said the first salam and he did not have the intention to end his prayer, then what did he do? He said a salam in his prayer, which is going to do what to his prayer? Tell me, sister. What that salam's going to do? Yes. According to the According to the weak saying, he has to have an intention to end his prayer when he says the salam. So if he did not have the intention to end his prayer, but he did say the salam, what that salam is going to do to his prayer? That salam is going to end his prayer, right? Yes, it's going to end his prayer. But what's the problem here? His prayer got ended without one of its integrals, according to that weak saying. The integral is to make the intention to get out of the prayer. So what does it mean to end the prayer without doing all of its integrals? Wouldn't that mean the prayer is invalid? Yes. So therefore, according to this weak saying, if someone says the salam without the intention to end his prayer is invalidated. So it's clear now, inshallah. Alhamdulillah. Ameen wa fiq. Question: yes, but if a person understands from the salam that it means the prayer ends, isn't it an intention itself? Uh, if so, because your question means he's remembering that he's ending his prayer. But it's possible that a person is just going through the motions by habit. So he says Allahu Akbar, he raises his hands, puts his hands between his navel and his chest, all habit. That's different from a person who is actually deliberately remembering his intention in every move, every move, every move. That's a sunnah. Sunnah for you to remember your intention of you're raising your hands with an intention. Meaning, what I'm saying is, your intention to start your prayer will open your prayer, and now you're in the prayer and it's valid. And all of what you do in the prayer is valid if it's done properly. But it's sunnah for you actually to maintain an intention for everything, one by one, every single thing. So intend to raise your hands. Intend to put your hands between your navel and your chest. Intend to put your right hand over your left. Like this. Each one has intention, as opposed to what? As opposed to just going through the moves, just not remembering an intention. Rather became habitual for you. You see what I'm saying? So that it could be that person's just became like robot. And then he said, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Now I'm done. I did everything. Done now. So, according to that weak saying, if he made a salam without an intention to leave the prayer, his prayer is invalidated. Is clear? Question: if you forget to make your intentions, would the prayer be valid? If one forgot to make his intention in the beginning of the prayer, then his prayer is not valid. But according to Malik, if he had an intention a short time before he prayed, his prayer is valid. And that, how does that look? That looks like he got up to pray. And then he said, Allahu Akbar. That's good enough, according to Malik. Because what he got up for? To pray. So it means he had an intention shortly before he prayed. He got up and then he prayed. This valid. But according to a Shafi'i, that's not enough. According to Shafi'i, you must recall your intention while you say the takbir. Ameen wa fiq. Let me come back to the Najis question, inshallah, so that I don't defocus too much. Also, here's a detail for you. We just got out of the integrals of the prayer. The last integral is to keep the order. Keep the order between what? Between all physical integrals. Remember, there's two types of integrals in the prayer: physical and verbal. You have to keep the order between all the physical integrals of the prayer. So you can't prostrate before you bow or like this. But you don't have to keep the order between the verbal integrals of the prayer. I mean, it won't invalidate your prayer. You do have to keep the integrals in order, but it won't invalidate your prayer if you shuffle the verbal integrals. Like, how does that look? For example, you're sitting to recite tashahhud at the end of your prayer. And before you say at-tahiyyat wal-mubarakat, you say Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad. So what if someone sat for tashahhud and he said Allahumma salli ala Muhammad at-tahiyyat wal-mubarakat? So he shuffled the verbal integrals. This will not invalidate your prayer, except what? Except what? Tell me. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Accept the salam. Because I already told you. The salam will end your prayer anywhere. Anywhere you put the salam, it's going to end your prayer. So you got to keep it at the end. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, وسننها قبل الدخول فيها شيئان. Its sunnahs before entering into it are two things. The sunnahs of the prayer before entering into it are two things. It has two recommendations before commencement. الشرح, the explanation. أن سنن الصلاة قبل الدخول فيها شيئان على حسب ما ذكره. The explanation is that the sunnahs of the prayer before entering into the prayer are two things according to what Abu Shuja stated. وَلَيْسَ مَعْنَاهُ أَنَّهُ لَيْسَ لَهَا سُنَّةٌ سِوَى هَذَيْنِ. But this does not mean that there is no pre-prayer sunnat other than these two. What are those two? قال المؤلف رحمه الله الأذان والإقامة. The author said, rahimahullah, the adhan and the iqamah. الشرح, the explanation. يسن الأذان للصلاة لمن كان يصلي جماعة أو منفردا. The adhan is sunnah for the prayer for anyone who prayed in congregation or alone. وذلك لقوله صلى الله عليه وسلم. That's because the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم said, إذا حضرت الصلاة فليؤذن لكم أحدكم وليؤمكم أكبركم. When prayer is in, then let one of you call the adhan and let the oldest of you lead the prayer. As for the oldest one leading the prayer, this hadith doesn't mean always should only be the oldest one, always is recommended. There's different cases. Sometimes the most knowledgeable one leads the prayer, especially if he's most knowledgeable about prayer. Maybe someone's way more knowledgeable than this one, but about prayer, this one has more knowledge. It was said, this is the case of Abu Bakr, that Abu Bakr was most knowledgeable about prayer, but Abu Bakr was not the most knowledgeable Sahabi. He was the best Sahabi, of course, but not most knowledgeable Sahabi. But he was about prayer. But more knowledgeable, you give priority to, or who has better recitation, you give priority to, or the homeowner, you give priority to. It's different things. We can see that if Allah enables us to get into, maybe we're going to start a session called Fiqh 301. Fiqh 301. Oh, what's that? That's going to be the book Tahriru Tanqih al-Lubab. It's a step above Abu Shuja. It is in the process of being translated. Make dua. You're going to love this book, inshallah, if you like fiqh. Then you take that book, you're going to feel, you're going to see, this, I feel like this taking me on the road to scholarship. Nice book. Okay, so وَكَذَلِكَ تُسَمُّ الْإِقَامَةُ لِلصَّلَاةِ, and also the iqamah is sunnah for prayer. فَهُمَا سُنَّةَ كِفَايَةٍ لِلْمَكْتُوبَةِ, and so therefore both of these, adhan and iqamah, are communal sunnahs. You heard of communal obligation? There's such thing as a communal sunnah. You heard of personal obligation? There's such thing as a personal sunnah. Adhan and iqamah are communal sunnahs for the prescribed prayers, the 5 prayers, not all prayers, not for funeral prayer, not for Eid prayer, not for Taraweeh prayer, for the 5 prayers. وما يفعله بعض الناس اليوم من الاقتصار على المسجل بالأسطونة, and what some people do today, which is just sufficing with the recording of the adhan on the tower, فكالعدم, this is like nothing. It is completely disregarded. It's like they didn't do anything. That one stays in the masjid, all he does is press play, or maybe he's even on a timer, and then adhan just starts going in a loudspeaker. This is like nothing. Rather, what did the Sheikh say? The Sheikh said, if you do use a recording for your adhan, then still let someone call the adhan in the masjid. Meaning the setup for some places is, especially like in Muslim town or Muslim country, they're going to have many masjids all over the city. You're going to hear the adhans overlapping. It's amongst the most beautiful things. If you've never heard, you might cry if you hear those adhans overlapping. Subhanallah wa bihamdi. But some of them are using recordings. So what the Sheikh said to do, that if you are using recordings, still call the adhan. So what they will do, they'll press play, and so you can hear the adhan from the outside because it's on a loudspeaker. Adhan's being called. In the cars you hear it, in the houses you hear the adhan coming from the masjid, but it's a recording. But if they listen to the Sheikh, what they did, there's a brother in there, he's still calling the adhan, you just don't hear him. So that's what the Sheikh said to do. If you insist on using that, still call the adhan in the building, for example. فعلى المؤذن أن يؤذن بنفسه لتحصل سنة الأذان. And so the mu'adhin should make adhan for himself just for the sunnah of the adhan to happen. The sunnah of the adhan does not happen by playing a recording. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author رحمه الله, وبعد الدخول فيها شيئان. Now here the Shaykh, he didn't go into more details. He summarized greatly here about adhan and iqamah. I can add for you just some details. Adhan is deliberate, slow and enunciated, whereas the iqamah is swift but still enunciated. Enunciated means pronounced properly despite its swiftness here for the iqamah. And how do you make the iqamah swift? By saying 2 statements at a time in one breath, except at the end. So you say for the iqamah, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Okay, that one's one breath. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Then you say, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, Ashhadu anna Muhammadar Rasulullah, Hayya ala salah, Hayya ala al-falah, قد قامت الصلاة, قد قامت الصلاة, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Yeah, let me say that again. The iqamah is 2 statements at a time. That makes it swifter. So you say, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. So that's 2. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله. That's two. حي على الصلاة. حي على الفلاح. That's two. قد قامت الصلاة. قد قامت الصلاة. That's two. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. That's two. But this one, the last sentence is one. لا إله إلا الله. That's iqamah. Adhan is slower by saying its sentences one at a time, except right at the beginning. At the beginning, you say Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. So those two are together in one breath. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. That's adhan. Those first, you say two in one breath. Then each sentence is one at a time. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. That's one. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. That's one. And like that through the whole event, one sentence at a time. Until you get back to the end. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Those are together. Two. And then La ilaha illallah. Then a single statement there. And there's other details for that. I'll give you one more. If you are praying alone, sunnah for you to call your own adhan. Even if somebody else called his own adhan. If someone called an adhan not for inviting you to prayer, if someone called an adhan not to invite you to prayer, then it's sunnah for you to call your own adhan. How's that? Like he called his own adhan. He didn't even have you in mind. He wants to pray. So he just calls the adhan for himself. Maybe he doesn't even know you're there. And it's not open. Just he called the adhan for himself. That's his intention. So he called the adhan for himself. So he didn't call it to call you, to summon you. He called it just as a sunnah to ayn, a personal sunnah. Then it's a personal sunnah for you to call your own adhan. That's enough about that there. Question: if two different scholars had two different opinions regarding, for example, the validity of the prayer, they both are rewarded for making a judgment regarding this issue. And in reality, there's only one correct judgment. So what if a person followed a scholar whose judgment were not the right one? Then he's fine, because he's obligated to do this, because he's not qualified to do what the scholar can do. He's not qualified to give the verdict that the jurist can give, and rather, because remember, a mujtahid, he's basically a judge. He's like a supreme judge. So he's giving a verdict. So when a judge gives you a verdict, you go by what he says, right? If you want to think about it this way. Judge gives a verdict. You go to the judge and say, okay, you guys, this is what you're going to do. My verdict is you're going to do like this, and Fulay, you're going to do like that. You're going to pay him this way, and you're going to do this. Case closed. So that's the verdict of the judge. It means now you're going to do what the judge said. That's how a mujtahid is. He's a judge. So the mujtahid is going to say, the integral of the prayer is like this. The invalidator of the prayer is like this. Another mujtahid is going to say, the integral of the prayer is like that, and the invalidator is like that. You are not a mujtahid. Yani, you're not a judge. So what do? You take what any judge says, and you're safe. Okay? Inshallah, that's clear. So then the author moves on. He said very little about the adhan and the iqamah here, the explainer I mean. فقال وبعد الدخول فيها شيئان رحمه الله. And and 2 recommendations after commencement. Prayer has 2 recommendations after commencement. الشرح, the explanation. سنن الصلاة قسمان. The sunnahs of the prayer are 2 categories. أبعاد وهيئات, let's say, components and characteristics. فالأبعاد هي السنن التي إذا تركت يسجد سجود السهو. The components are the sunnahs of the prayer that when abandoned, one prostrates for forgetfulness before the salam. والهيئات لا يسجد للسهو لتركها. And the characteristics, there is no prostration of forgetfulness for neglecting them. And ترك التسبيح, like he did not glorify God in his bowing or prostrating. There's no prostration for forgetfulness here. أو قول سمع الله لمن حمده, or he didn't say سمع الله لمن حمده. He does not prostrate for forgetfulness here. فسنن الصلاة بعد الدخول فيها بمعنى الأبعاد شيئان. And so, the sunnahs of the prayer not before, the sunnahs of the prayer after entering into the prayer with the meaning of those components that are patched by prostration of forgetfulness are 2 things. على حسب ما ذكره المؤلف, according to what the author mentioned, Abu Shuja. وهناك سنن أخرى, but there are other sunnahs. Question. So by following any qualified scholars, he can be sure his prayers are valid? Absolutely. You can think about it this way. If you follow any madhab, you can become a wali. How does that do for you? آمين وفيك. قال المؤلف رحمه الله التشهد الأول. The author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said the first tashahhud. الشرح أن التشهد الأول سنة. The explanation is that the first tashahhud is a sunnah. فمن تركه فلا إثم عليه. So whoever leaves it out has no sin. ويسجد للسهو, but he should make sujood for forgetfulness. قال المؤلف رحمه الله والقنوت في الصبح. The author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, and the dua in the dawn prayer. Qunut. Qunut means dua, supplication. In the dawn prayer. ... الشرح, the explanation is أن القنوت سنة مؤكدة في صلاة الصبح عند الإمام الشافعي. Is that the qunut of the dua of qunut is an emphasized sunnah in the dawn prayer according to Imam al-Shafi'i. في الركعة الأخيرة, in the last rakat. في قيامها بعد الركوع, in the standing position after bowing. ويحصل القنوت بالدعاء بخير كائنا ما كان. And the qunut would occur by making dua for goodness, whatever it might be, whatever that dua might be, in Arabic though, with the intention of qunut also. والذي ورد في الحديث عن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم, and the particular formula narrated from the Prophet عليه الصلاة والسلام for this is اللهم اهدني فيمن هديت وعافني فيمن عافيت وتولني فيمن توليت وبارك لي فيما أعطيت وقني شر ما قضيت فإنك تقضي ولا يقضى عليك وإنه لا يذل من واليت ولا يعز من عاديت تباركت ربنا وتعاليت. وعند الأئمة الثلاثة لا يسن القنوت في الصبح. And according to the other 3 imams, the Dua of qunut is not sunnah in the dawn prayer. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, وفي الوتر في النصف الثاني من شهر رمضان, and in the witr prayer during the second half of the month of Ramadan. الشرح, the explanation is أنه يسن القنوت في الوتر في النصف الثاني من شهر رمضان, that it is sunnah to do the qunut in the witr prayer in the second half of the month of Ramadan, يعني starting from the 15th night. يجهر به, reciting it aloud. ويكون في الركعة الأخيرة بعد الركوع, and its place is in the last rak'ah after the ruku'. ومما لم يذكره من سنن الصلاة على النبي بعد قنوت الصبح والوتر. And amongst what the author did not mention is praying for the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam after dua al-qunut in the dawn prayer and in the witr prayer. والصلاة على الآل بعد التشهد الأخير, and also he didn't mention making salat on the Prophet after the last tashahhud. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, وهيئاتها 15 خصلة, it has 15 characteristics. Okay. الشرح, the explanation. Wait, there's a footnote here. Okay. The explanation, هذا العدد على حسب ما ذكره أبو شجاع. This number, 15, is according to what Abu Shuja mentioned. ولا يريد الحصر الحقيقي. He did not mean to literally be exhaustive here by this number. لأن من المعلوم أن الهيئات لا تنحصر في ذلك. Because it is known that the characteristics of the prayer are not limited to that. والهيئة عند الشافعي هي ما يستحب ولا يسجد للسهو إذا ترك. And the characteristic according to Ash-Shafi'i is what is recommended, but there is no prostration of forgetfulness if it is abandoned. So you should know these definitions. Don't get caught without these definitions. What if I ask you randomly, what is a characteristic of prayer? Then for me, I even translated it for you. Makes the question even easier. Gives you less of an excuse to not answer it. What is a characteristic of the prayer? Then you're supposed to say to me, it is a sunnah of the prayer that it's not sunnah to do sujood sahwu for leaving it out. And if I ask you, what's a component of the prayer? You tell me. It is a sunnah of the prayer that it is sunnah to do sujood sahwu for leaving it out. If you don't have that in your notes, write it down. What did the wise ones say to remind you? They said, Al-ilmu sayd wal-kitabatu qayd. The knowledge is a hunt and the writing is the trap. The knowledge is a hunt and the writing is the trap. You go hunting without a trap? You might be silly. The explainer says, well, khasla to bima'na shay. And the word that Abu Shuja uses in the text, he says khasla. He says, وَهَيْئَتُهَا 15 خَصْلَةً. Its characteristics are 15 khaslats. The explainer tells us, al-khasla to bima'na shay. And khasla means shay, something. So 15 things. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, رفع اليدين عند تكبيرة الإحرام وعند الركوع والرفع منه. Raising the hands upon the takbir of ihram, upon bowing and rising up from bowing. الشرح من هيئات الصلاة رفع اليدين عند تكبيرة الإحرام وعند الركوع والرفع منه. The explanation is that amongst the characteristics of the prayer is raising the two hands upon saying the takbir of ihram, and when making ruku' and when rising from it. وأكمله أن يبدأ بالرفع مع ابتداء التكبير. And the best way is to start raising the hands with the start of the takbir. وَيَنْهِيَهُ مَعَ إِنْهَائِهِ. And to finish that raising with finishing the takbir, which reminds me, a correction I need to make for you. You might have heard me say in previous lessons. What's correct is when you are saying the salam and turning your head, you finish turning your head by the time you finish saying the dhikr of the turning, which is the dhikr to end your prayer, which is the salam. Okay, that's no. But what if you're only saying assalamu alaikum? Then it means your head swivel is going to finish by the time you say the M sound, the meme, alaikum. Then your head swivel should be complete there. Maybe it's going to come here. I think it might going to come. And if you were saying wa rahmatullah, then your head swivel will be complete by the time you finish saying wa rahmatullah, which means you're going to turn your head slower if you're going to say more words. I hope that's clear for you, insha'Allah ta'ala. So the explainer says here, and the complete form is to start raising the hands with the start of the takbir, and to finish it with the finish of the takbir. So, according to this, watch yourself here. It's not sunnah to go stand in your space and then, like while you are remembering your intention, your hands are up. So it's like in your mind, your hands being up is helping you make your intention. You are serious now, your hands are up. No, that's not sunnah way. That's not the superior way. Superior way is you start raising your hands when you start saying the takbir. Not that your hands are already up and you're just preparing yourself to say the takbir. So of course it's not a sin, but it's not the superior characteristic of the prayer. So if you have that habit there, break that habit. Break it. With the meaning of, all right, you just learned this now. Probably the next prayer you pray, you're going to exactly do what I just told you don't do, because you do it all the time. But then, after you start your Fatiha, you say, snap, dang. All right, next time, inshallah, I'll say that takbir the best way, raising my hands. Then the next time you pray, you're going to forget to. Allahu Akbar, your hands were already up. Like this until you perfect it. Make yourself remember, stand there, and then after you get a grip on yourself there, then Allahu Akbar. Your hands will rise when you start to say Allahu Akbar and finish. Go back, down, and between your chest and your navels by the time you finish it. So, assuming you were standing up and your hands were at your sides, and then you want to pray. Don't raise your hands early. Don't raise your hands prematurely. Start raising your hands when you say the takbir. Allahu Akbar. Keep the takbir brief too. Don't stretch it. Like, don't say Allahu Akbar. It's valid, but don't do it. We already covered that. Then how should your hands be? Your hands, if they were at your side, you're going to start raising them when you start saying Allahu, and your right hand's going to be over your left hand with part of your wrist and your forearm in the grip of your right hand by the time you finish saying Allahu Akbar. All of that in one move. Allahu Akbar, right there. The explainer says, وَيُسَنُّ أَنْ يَكُونَ الرَّفْعُ بِحَيْثُ يُحَاذِي إِبْهَامُهُ شَحْمَتَيْ أُذُنَيْهِ. And it's a sunnah that one would lift his hands such that his thumbs are parallel to his earlobes. وأطراف أصابعه أعالي أذنيه. And the tips of his fingers are at the tip of his ear from the top. Biduni lamsin, without touching the ear. Also, that's what some people do. They put their fingers always on the ear. Like, you know how someone say, what you say? Huh? You put your hand there. That's how some people do. They put their hand on the ear. Not sunnah. Bismillah. So, he says, وَأَطْرَافُ أَصَابِعِهِ أَعَالِيَ أُذُنَيْهِ. His fingertips are at the highest tip of his ears. Biduni lamsin, without touching those ears though. وَتُحَاذِي رَاحَتَاهُ مَنْكِبَيْهِ. And his two palms should be parallel to his mankab. مستقلا مستقبلا بكفيه. And his hands, when he raises them, the palms should be facing the Qibla, and his fingers slightly bent. وَلَوْ رَفَعَ أَقَلَّ مِنْ ذَلِكَ حَصَلَتِ السُّنَّةِ. And if one raised lower than this, he didn't raise his hands that high, just a little bit, like, let's say up to his chest, for example, said, Allahu Akbar, you see someone do like that, he still gets the base of the sunnah. So if you see a person doing these types of things, remind him. It won't hurt. If he listens, he listens. If he doesn't listen, you still get the reward. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him. ووضع اليمين على الشمال, putting the right hand over the left. Sunnatun ba'da takbir, that's a sunnah after the takbir. وعند الشافعي يسن وضع اليدين تحت الصدر وفوق السرة. According to الشافعي, it is recommended to put the hands under the chest and over the navel. فقد وردت رواية بالوضع عند الصدر. There is a narration that came about putting it on the chest. ووردت رواية أخرى بالوضع على الصدر. عند الصدر وعلى الصدر. Sorry. There is a narration about this reported about putting it at the chest, and one narrated about putting it on the chest. وكلتاهما ثابتان. Both narrations ثابتتان. Both narrations are authentic. ولو وضعهما تحت السرة لم يكره. And if one were to put both of them, put his two hands under his navel, it's not disliked. وإنما يكره وضع الشمال على اليمين. What's disliked is to put the left hand on top of the right. وإذا أسدل جاز بلا كراهة لكنه ترك الأفضل. And if a person just let his hands dangle, then that's not disliked either. That's permissible without being disliked, but he left out what's better. The Shaykh says, حدثني رجل من المطوفين في مكة. A man who makes tawaf in Mecca told me, يقال له إبراهيم. His name is Ibrahim. أن عالما في اليمن من الزيدية يسمى حسين بن ملك حسين بن ملك اليمن يحيى بحث عن أصل للصدل. Okay. The Sheikh said, there was a man who told me that a scholar in Yemen of the Zaydi Shiites, a scholar of the Zaydi Shiites in Yemen. This Shiite, his name is Hussein ibn Malik al-Yemen. Yahya, that's his name. بحث عن أصل للسدل. He was researching for a source for letting the hands dangle, because that's how they pray, with their hands dangling. فلم يجد أصلا له. He didn't find any source for it. فعاد إلى القبض. So he resorted to praying with holding his left hand in his right hand. وخالف مذهبه, and he went against his own Shiite madhab. والمالكية يسدلون لكن الإمام مالكا لم يذكر السدل في الموطأ. And the Malikis, they do let their hands dangle, but Imam Malik, he didn't mention that in his hadith book called Al-Muwatta. بل ذكر القبض. What he mentioned, what he documented in his hadith book, what he reported from the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, is taking the left hand in taking hold of the left hand by the right. وليس للسدل سند عن الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم. And letting the hands dangle does not have any chain back to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, ولا عن علي ولا عن الصحابة, nor back to Ali, nor from any of the companions. والقبض من سنن الأنبياء. In fact, taking hold of the left hand in the right hand is the sunnah of all prophets, كلهم. ليس خاصا بسيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم. It is not special to our Master Muhammad صلى الله عليه وسلم. روى البيهقي وغيره من حديث عبد الله بن عباس رضي الله عنهما. Al-Bayhaqi and others narrated from the hadith of Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah accept him and his father. From the Ani Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam, from the Prophet, that the Prophet said, أمرنا معاشر الأنبياء أن نعجل الإفطار ونؤخر السحور وأن نضرب بأيماننا على شمائلنا في الصلاة. We, the Prophets, were commanded to delay the iftar and to not delay the iftar, to rush, to hasten the iftar, breaking the fast, and to delay the suhoor, and to put our right hands over the left hands in the prayer. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, والتوجه. The author said, and the tawajjuh supplication. الشرح, the explanation, يحصل التوجه بقول. This dua will take place by saying, وجهت وجهي للذي فطر السماوات والأرض حنيفا مسلما وما أنا من المشركين إن صلاتي ونسكي ومحياي ومماتي لله رب العالمين لا شريك له وبذلك أمرت وأنا من المسلمين. That's it. رواه مسلم. Muslim narrated that. ويحصل بقول الله أكبر كبيرا والحمد لله كثيرا وسبحان الله بكرة وأصيلا. And you can even get that dua by just saying this. الله أكبر كبيرا والحمد لله كثيرا وسبحان الله بكرة وأصيلا. فائدة, benefit. نحن نقول في دعاء التوجه وأنا من المسلمين. We say when we make this dua, وأنا من المسلمين, I am one of the Muslims. وأما الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم فكان يقول وأنا أول المسلمين. But as for the Prophet, he used to say in this spot, I am the first of the Muslims. لأنه لم يكن في ذلك الزمن بين البشر مسلم غيره على الأرض. Because at that time there was no other human amongst the people of the earth besides him. All of them. لأن الكفر كان قد شمل الأرض كلها, because blasphemy covered the entire earth at that time. وبما أن الرسول دعا إلى الإسلام بعد أن انقطع من وجه الأرض, and since the Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he called to Islam after it stopped amongst the people on the face of the earth, قال, he said, وأنا أول المسلمين, I am the first of the Muslims. وإلا فالإسلام كان موجودا من زمن آدم عليه السلام. Otherwise, Islam was present since the time of Adam, may peace be upon him. أما الخضر عليه السلام فمسكنه البحر للأرض. As for Al-Khadir, may peace be upon him, he lives upon the sea, not the ground, not the earth, not the not the ground. قال land, not land. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, والاستعاذة, and seeking refuge. الشرح, the explanation. أن الاستعاذة سنة, is that seeking refuge is sunnah. لا تجبر بسجود سهو. It's not patched by the prostration of forgetfulness if you leave it out. ويحصل بقول أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم ويسر بها. It happens if one just says أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم, and he should say it lightly, not aloud. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, والجهر في موضعه والإصرار في موضعه, and reciting aloud in its place and reciting low in its place. الشرح, the explanation. كذلك يسن الجهر في موضعه وذلك, so likewise it is recommended to recite aloud in its proper place. وذلك في الصبح والجمعة وأوليي المغرب والعشاء. And when is it recited aloud? What's its place? In the dawn prayer, the Friday prayer, and the first two rakats of al-Maghrib wal-Isha, of al-Maghrib and al-Isha. وَلَا يُجْبَرُ بِسُجُودِ سَهُ. And leaving that out is not patched by sujood sahu. ثم الإمام يجهر بالفاتحة والسورة والتأمين. Now, furthermore, the Imam should recite aloud for the Fatiha and the Surah after the Fatiha and saying Ameen. وبكل التكبيرات, and he should raise his voice for all the takbirs. وبالتسبيح, sorry, وبالتسميع, and when he says سمع الله لمن حمده, والسلام, and when he says the salam, all of that should be allowed. والمأموم يجهر بالتأمين فقط, and the follower should only raise his voice to say Ameen only. وأما المنفرد فيجهر بالفاتحة والسورة والتأمين. And as for the one who prays alone, he raises his voice for the Fatiha and the Surah and saying Ameen. ويكره ترك الجهر والإصرار في موضعه بلا عذر. And it is disliked to not recite aloud or low in its place without an excuse. والعبرة بالمقضية بوقت القضاء. And concerning a make-up prayer, should you recite it aloud or low? It goes by the time of making it up. فإن قضى الليلية نهارا أسر وإن قضى النهارية ليلا جهر. So if someone prays, if someone makes up a night prayer in the daytime, he recites low. And if he makes up a daytime prayer in the night, he recites aloud. So you're making up Dhuhr or Asr in the night, recite loud. You're making up Maghrib or Isha in the daytime, recite low. قال المؤلف رحمه الله والتأمين. The author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, and saying Ameen. Saying Ameen. الشرح, the explanation. يسن التأمين بعد الفاتحة. It is recommended to say Ameen after the Fatiha. ويصح بالمد والقصر. And it's valid to say it with an extension in the front or short in the front. أما المد فهو قول آمين. Extending it is by saying آمين. ويمد مقدار حركتين أو 6 حركات. You can stretch it all the way up to 6 counts. Ameen. Talk about the beginning, the front. You can stretch it up to 6 counts. The back too, but the front in particular. وأما القصر فقول أمين. And to say it short is to say أمين instead of آمين. ويسن أن يجهر بها في الصلوات التي يجهر بها. And it's sunnah to say it aloud in the prayers that are recited aloud. ويسن أن يؤمن المأموم مع تأمين إمامه. And it's sunnah for the follower to say Ameen with his imam's Ameen بخبر الشيخين, because of the report of the two sheikhs. إذا أمن الإمام فأمنوا. When the imam says Ameen, you say Ameen. فإن من وافق تأمينه تأمين الملائكة غفر له ما تقدم من ذنبه. Indeed, anyone whose Ameen matches the Ameen of the angels, he will be forgiven of what preceded of sins of his. أي من الصغائر, meaning minor sins. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, وقراءة السورة بعد الفاتحة, reciting a surah after the Fatiha. الشرح, the explanation. يسن للإمام والمنفرد قراءة سورة بعد الفاتحة في الركعتين الأوليين. It is recommended for the Imam and the one who prays alone to recite a surah after the Fatiha in the first two rak'ats. أما المأموم فلا يقرأ غير الفاتحة. As for the follower, he doesn't recite other than Al-Fatiha. إنما يستمع لقراءة الإمام. Rather, he listens to the Imam's recitation. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him. والتكبيرات عند الرفع والخفض وسمع الله لمن حمده ربنا لك الحمد. Saying the takbir upon rising and going down, saying سمع الله لمن حمده ربنا لك الحمد. الشرح, the explanation. من سنن الصلاة التكبير. Amongst the sunnahs of the prayer is the takbir للانتقالات. التكبير للانتقالات, the transitional takbirs. Amongst the sunnahs of the prayer is the transitional takbir. أي للركوع وللهوي إلى السجود وللرفع من السجود وللقيام من الجلوس. Meaning, for making ruku' and for going down to sujood and for coming up from sujood and for standing up from sitting. وَمِن سُنَنِهَا قَوْلُ سَمِعَ اللَّهُ لِمَنْ حَمِدَهُ. And amongst the sunnahs is to say سَمِعَ اللَّهُ لِمَنْ حَمِدَهُ عِنْدَ الرَّفْعِ مِنَ الرُّكُوعِ. That's while you're rising up from ruku', not after you're finished standing, just rising up. وَمَعْنَا سَمِعَ اللَّهُ لِمَنْ حَمِدَهُ أي تقبل الله حمد من حمده. And the meaning of سمع الله لمن حمده is Allah accepts the praise of who praised him or praises him. ثم يقول ربنا لك الحمد. And then he says, while standing, now he's erect, not coming up, he is straight. He says, ربنا لك الحمد. And he can add a wow if he wants. ربنا ولك الحمد. ومن شاء قال ربنا ولك الحمد. Yeah. كلا الأمرين وارد. Both ways are reported. Here's sahih, in authentic hadiths. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him. والتسبيح في الركوع والسجود. Saying tasbih while bowing and prostrating. It says, saying some formula of subhanallah. I want to say here, glorifying. Glorifying while bowing and prostrating, meaning glorifying God. Yani, could say. Glorifying God while bowing and prostrating. الشرح, the explanation. يسن التسبيح في الركوع والسجود. It is sunnah to glorify God in bowing and prostrating, in the bow and the prostration. لما روى مسلم أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم كان يقول ذلك. Because Muslim narrated that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam used to say that. ويحصل بمرة ومرتين ويسن بثلاث. It takes place by a single glorification or two, and it is recommended to do three. ويسن للإمام أن يزيد إلى 11 تسبيحة. And it's sunnah for the imam to increase up to 11 glorifications. إن رضي المأمومون وكانوا جماعة معينين. That's if the followers accept and they were a limited number. Meaning not open for anyone to come, like in someone's house, so nobody else is going to come. وَيُكْرَهُ تَرْكُ التَّسْبِيحِ فِي الرُّكُوعِ وَالسُّجُودِ. And it is disliked to leave out the glorification of God in the ruku' and the sujood. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, ووضع اليدين على الفخذين في الجلوس يبسط اليسرى ويقبض اليمنى إلا المسبحة فإنه يشير بها متشهدا. Putting the hands on the thighs while sitting, opening the left hand and closing the right hand except for the index. For one signals with it while saying the shahada. الشرح, the explanation. يسن للمصلي في الجلوس أن يضع يديه على فخذيه. It is recommended for the praying person while sitting to put his hands on his thighs. بحيث تسامت رؤوس أصابعه الركبة, such that the tips of his fingers are aligned with the edge of his knee. يبسط اليسرى, and the left hand is open, meaning the fingers are not, it's not a fist, it's an open hand. وَلَا يَقْبِضُ مِنْهَا شَيْئًا, he does not make a fist with that left hand. وَيَقْبِضُ أَصَابِعَ يَدِهِ الْيُمْنَى كُلَّهَا, but he does make a fist of his right hand, إِلَّا الْمُسَبِّحَةِ, except the pointer or the index. فَإِنَّهُ يُرْسِلُهَا, he releases that one, meaning he opens it. وَيُشِيرُ بِهَا أَيْ يَرْفَعُهَا عِنْدَ قَوْلِهِ إِلَّا اللَّهِ, and he signals with it, meaning he raises it when he says in the tashahhud, إِلَّا اللَّهِ, إشارة إلى توحيد الله تعالى مع حنيها قليلا. That raising the finger when you say illallah is a signal to the oneness of God. Exalted is He, while bending that finger slightly. وَيَسْتَمِرُّ بِالرَّفْعِ إِلَى السَّلَامِ, and the raising of that finger lasts until the salam. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him. والافتراش في جميع الجلسات والتورك في الجلسة الأخيرة. Iftirash in all sitting positions and tawarruk in the last sitting. الشرح, the explanation. يسن الافتراش وهو أن يضع رجله اليسرى على الأرض. The explanation is that sitting in the iftirash position is sunnah. Did you notice that apparently this is unique to the Prophet alayhi salatu wassalam? Where do we know any sitting like this? Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, what happened? He made up something nobody else knows about? Interesting. Rather, this is all revelation. So anyway, يسن الافتراش, it is sunnah to do iftirash, وهو أن يضع رجله اليسرى على الأرض. That is for one to put his left foot on the ground, ويجلس عليها, and he sits on it. He's sitting on his left foot. وينصب اليمنى, and he lifts his right foot. He has his heel in the air. The heel of his right foot is in the air. هذا في كل الجلسات إلا الجلسة الأخيرة, or الجلسة الأخيرة. This is for all sitting positions except the last. فيسن التورك فيها. For that one, it's sunnah to do the tawarruk, another seating that looks like no one else has but Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam and his followers. وهو أن يضع وريكه الأيسر بالأرض. That is for the person to plant his left buttocks cheek on the ground. وَيَنْصِبَ الْيُمْنَى, and he lifts the right one. وَيُخْرِجَ الْقَدَمَ الْيُسْرَى مِنْ تَحْتِهَا, and he brings the left foot out from underneath of that right cheek. وَكَيْفَمَا جَلَسَ مُتَرَبِّعًا أَوْ غَيْرَ ذَلِكَ جَازَ. But regardless how someone sits, like what some call Indian style, legs folded in front, or something else, is permissible. Legs folded in front, Indian style. How they came up with that name? Well, I remember in grade school as a little kid, they told us, this is called Indian style because that's how the Indians used to sit. And then you would imagine nobody sat like that but the Indians. They mean the Native Americans. So I don't think that's the case. I think anybody would sit like that, not just the Indians. So وَكَيْفَمَا جَلَسَ مُتَرَبِّعًا أَوْ غَيْرَ ذَلِكَ جَازَ. However one sits, though, with his legs folded in front of him or another way, it's permissible. وَلَا سِيَّمَا إِنْ كَانَ لَهُ عُذْرٌ, especially if he has an excuse. Yeah, because a lot of people have bad feet, bad knees, like this, so he might need to adjust his position. Bad toes, maybe cannot bend his toes without unbearable pain, so he will do what he can. قال المؤلف رحمه الله والتسليمة الثانية, and the second salam. الشرح, the explanation. يسن التسليمة الثانية لأنه ثبت عن الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم أنه كان يسلم تسليمتين. It is recommended, the second taslim, the second salam is recommended because it is confirmed about the Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam that he used to do two salams. ويسن أن ينوي المصلي بالسلام السلام على من خلفه. And it's sunnah for the praying person to make the intention with his salam to give a salam to whoever is behind him. Min malaikatin wa mu'mini insin wa jinn, whether angels or believing humans and genies. Or in front of him. Doesn't, not only behind him, or in front of him, or beside him. Yani anyone. His intention here, it can cover all of them. When he turns his head right, he can make the intention to give salam to whoever's on his right, and make the intention to give salam to whoever's on his left, and make the intention to return the salam while he's giving the salam. Making the salam, he has the intention to give a salam, the intention of returning a salam, he has the intention of returning the salam of the imam, all of that. فقد جاء في الحديث أن من صلى في البرية جماعة مع أذان وإقامة. It came in the hadith that anyone who prayed in the open land, in congregation, with an adhan and an iqamah, يكون خلفه صف من الملائكة لا يرى طرفه. Then there would be behind him a row of angels whose two ends cannot be seen. Do you have any question? It says, if my baby has najis on her, and I'm praying, and I grab something she's holding, is it like holding her? I don't know. SubhanAllah, I could have told you that if I paid attention to the question. I didn't want to take my own concentration away, so I don't know the answer. Barakallahu feekum wa jazakumullahu khayra. That was for me a lesson in focusing. Your question, if I just would have paid attention to it a little bit, I would have known that I don't know the answer, and then I'd have just said to you, I don't know. But just when I saw that's not exactly on what we are doing, I didn't think about it because I didn't want to distract myself. So, mashallah. Barakallahu.